From the Tennessee Valley Weather Channel, this is a severe weather alert.
Welcome in, everybody. Meteorologist Taylor Plott here alongside Chief Meteorologist Fred Gossage and Meteorologist Chase Wilson. It is 7:30. We're still watching a couple of tornado-warned supercells here in northeastern Mississippi. There's still no active warning for our viewing area that starts right here at Tishomingo County in Mississippi. So as soon as one of those warnings is issued for that county, we'll go nonstop, because I imagine that will likely end up being a tornado warning. Still tornado watch here for all of our southern Tennessee counties and extreme northwestern Alabama. We're talking about Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin. That goes until 9 p.m. But we also have a tornado watch back here that goes until midnight, so there will be likely an extension on the time for this tornado watch here. Whether or not that's just an extension of that watch or the Weather Service replaces it with a new watch, we still are waiting to see what happens with stuff downstream here, because there will be an additional watch at some point here soon for probably the majority of North Alabama and West Alabama. So again, we're waiting for that to be issued. A lot of green polygons off to our north here. Those are flash flood warnings. That's going to end up becoming a pretty significant risk for those areas that have seen multiple rounds of rain over the past several days. And the way that this boundary is sagging, you just continue to get redevelopment along it. So there will be flash flooding issues, if not already ongoing here, for parts of the Columbia area up towards Murfreesboro, Centerville, Hohenwald. And again, that's likely going to be extended further south, because the flash flood guidance, meaning how much rain needs to fall before you have flash flood issues going on, is relatively low. It's only going to take about a half an inch, maybe an inch at the most here for places right along US 64. It's a little bit higher across northwestern Alabama, around 2 to 3 inches, but there is a flash flood watch across the area for you guys. As this storm system continues to move through, it's going to be a slow mover, and will be overnight tonight, seeing multiple rounds of heavy rainfall moving into the area. All right, let's go into these cells real quick, and then after we talk about this real quick, we'll look at the time of arrival on links 3. Right now, there's still a tornado warning here for the supercell that's north of Boonville. There's still a relatively good rotational couplet here. Have they said it's still confirmed? I've been looking at the... Yes, they're still saying it's confirmed. They just updated the warning to consider.
However, they mentioned that the structure isn't what it was past 10 minutes. Yeah. And they're more worried about the southern storm starting to tighten up now. Yeah, that tail end Charlie, like we like to call it. We'll get into that here just a little bit. But again, we're watching this initial supercell here getting very close to the Rienzi community here, right along US 45, south of Corinth, near Biggersville. And this will continue to move northeast. So if we go to links 3 real quick, this takes into account both that supercell and the supercell behind it that Fred just mentioned. It's this one that's getting a very nice hook going. That's actually developing the same way that that lead supercell did earlier, and that one produced a likely significant tornado that moved very close to New Albany. So this is that time of arrival going out all the way towards the I-65 corridor, again, if it makes it that far. And here's kind of your general storm track. You see that white line right here. So this could be anywhere in that area. If it continues on its current track, it's getting towards the Alabama state line at around 822, up to the Tennessee state line in Lauderdale County around 849, getting close to the Lawrenceburg area here right around 930, and probably getting close to the I-65 corridor closer to 10. So that's about 2.5 hours away before it gets towards the Interstate 65 corridor. Again, this is a rough estimate. You see that big storm track here. Again, it could be anywhere in that general area depending on how it moves. It could move to the right a little bit, could move a little bit further to the left, to the north. So again, that's for that lead supercell and the supercell behind it. All right, let's go into that supercell behind it on links 2, and it's going to be right on top of Blue Springs here. I don't think this is a confirmed tornado yet, but the signature on it is getting very impressive here. So if there's not a tornado already on this, right on top of Blue Springs, it's going to be happening relatively soon. So this is moving to the northeast. This will impact Alpine, Mississippi, Blair, Mississippi, Guntown, Mississippi, potentially Frankstown, Baldwin, and Pratt's here. Probably going north of the Saltillo area, right here along US 45. And again, this is going to take that southern track
as opposed to that northern track like the northern supercell did. So this one would end up impacting more of Tishomingo County, I believe. If you back up just a little bit, Chase, this could end up impacting more of Tishomingo County and possibly even the town of Tishomingo and the Belmont area. Again, this is the southern supercell. The northern one up here will go north towards Burnsville. This one will go to the south and probably going more towards Tishomingo here. So just a heads up here in Tishomingo. The time right now is 7:34. Give it about an hour 15, I would think. So I would say around 8:45 possibly is when it could get to you all. So again, that's something that we're watching very closely here, is both of these tornadoes. One of them looks like it's still on the ground here just to the west of Rienzi, and then another developing one down here that's toward the northwest of Saltillo. Power flashes with the southern one. That's most likely on the ground now. So I would be safe to say tornado on the ground here just to the west of Saltillo, southeast of New Albany. That initial one went right through here in New Albany. So this one's going to go south of that area, which is good because that won't impact any potential damage here in New Albany. But unfortunately, now it looks like a new tornado on the ground here. What you got?
We got a downstream warning of some sort coming for Hardin. I cannot tell you what warning that is right now.
And that's going to have to do Tish as well.
That's going to be a tornado, I think.
Naturally, it will also include Tish.
Yep.
But Memphis just mentioned that, so we'll keep it.
All right, we'll keep it here because I imagine that's going to end up being a tornado warning. The fact that this cell has the history of producing a significant tornado and could still produce a tornado right now, that's going to be a tornado warning. So heads up here in Glen, Short, Iuka, is that Janito?
Jacinto?
How you say that?
Jacinto.
Jacinto.
Yeah.
Jacinto. Okay, I see it now. I couldn't see where the I was at. Jacinto,
yes.
Burnsville, Doski, Glen, Short, and Kendrick here in northeastern Mississippi. And again, it will probably impact parts of Hardin County. And it'll be interesting to see what the Weather Service in Memphis does polygon-wise, because if they draw it a certain way, the Weather Service in Huntsville might be inclined to do another tornado warning for them, and that would likely be in that other area of Lauderdale County that we had a tornado warning on the other day. It's probably going to end up being this sliver right here if they issue one. But that is a very significant area rotation here just to the west of Rienzi. Likely tornado still on the ground here. What's the CC look like? That's going to be in that little spot right here, there.
Yeah, might well be. I would say that's probably
flip back and forth. Yep, that's it right here.
So I think we do have that on the ground.
That's your tornado on the ground right here. It's just about to cross US 45. This is going to go south of Biggersville right into the Rienzi community. This is Mississippi Highway 356 that wiggles its way back off to the east here that goes towards the Burnsville area. Do what?
Oh, we were just looking off screen. We
You're
do
looking
have
off
pictures
screen?
of the south one. And that
wow.
That is a tornado on the ground.
That is a tornado on the ground. So we've got two tornadoes on the ground here in Mississippi. Again, there's no active warning right now for our viewing area. However, that's about to change because the Weather Service in Memphis will be issuing a downstream warning here for this storm. So we're going to stay with this because that will likely end up being a tornado warning that is going to be a part of, this is Prentiss County in Corinth, right?
That's
Alcorn County, and most likely Tishomingo County, and goes up to Hardin County. So again, they haven't issued it yet, but they will be here soon. So that's going to keep us here for the near term. Before we go back into that spot when we get the warning, Chase, why don't you back things out and give kind of an overview of what we're dealing with here, again, before we have that warning issue, kind of give everybody a heads up before we really go wall to wall with this thing.
Yeah, sure thing. And this is going to be one of those cases where no news is good news if we're not talking about you, so we don't want you to think just because we're focusing down here in northeast Mississippi that we're ignoring you, say, in Lawrence County, Alabama, or Lawrence County, Tennessee, as of right now, or things like that. In fact, taking a look at the radar network, you know, you can see this area in southern Tennessee where we don't have much going on. This area where you're seeing development, that's really close to the boundary. So up north here, at least temporarily, for the time being, we're not going to be seeing so much in the way of a severe threat right now, pending the timing of these, of course. So if you hear thunder in Hohenwald, if you hear thunder up in Murray County, perhaps even with some of that new stuff coming up in Lawrence County in Alabama, this is not a case where we're ignoring you. We've got laser focus on something else. These are just not severe, right? So, and there we go.
There
we
it
actually
is.
just had that come across right now. So
Tornado.
in this case, Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a new tornado warning till 8:30, but again, just a quick overview there. Where we're focusing is the area that needs focus. So again, everywhere else, not ignoring you. It's going to be noisy up in southern Middle Tennessee, but we have some more storms to focus on with tornado warnings active in northeast Mississippi and southern Tennessee.
Does it have, I know that happened popped up there, is that popped up on the actual, never mind.
You can stay here. I'll switch you to GWX. There you go.
Yep. All right, so new tornado warning here. This includes Tishomingo County, Hardin County, and McNairy County in Tennessee. And in Mississippi, it is Alcorn and Tishomingo. So again, this is for that tornado warning. It is a considerable tag on it, but it is showing radar indicated confirmed. So that tells me that they're still seeing confirmation of a tornado on the ground here just to the west of Rienzi. Let's do a storm track here.
Let me get the couplet for you.
Yeah, get the couplet, do the storm track, and that is going to be moving to the northeast at I don't actually have the...
I got it over here, 1 second.
Oh, here it is right here. 7:39, so it's moving northeast at 45, so it's sped up just a little bit.
So here's some times of arrival for you.
Yep. All right, so remember, tornado on the ground here, confirmed. This is a considerable tornado that is potentially on the ground here, so you need to take this with a little more seriousness. Obviously, you need to take all tornadoes serious, but this has a little more emphasis with it. This is not going to be your typical spin-up type. This is a long track, potentially strong tornado here just to the west of Rienzi. So we're talking about Rienzi right now. Searcy Town at 747. Jacinto, is it Jacinto or Jacinto?
Probably Jacinto in the south, right? I think it's
Jacinto, 749. Jobs at 750. Indian Springs, 753. Glen Community at 755. Farmington, 758. Burnsville at 8 o'clock. Doski at 8:04. Kendrick at 8:04. Crossroads at 8:07. The city of Iuka at 8:08. And Pine Flat at 8:09. Can we take that out just about, instead of 30 minutes, can you do 45?
Sure thing.
Let's go and try to get it into this Hardin County warning and kind of pan a little bit because the warning includes Walnut Grove, Maddox, Pyburn, and...
I'll get you to change it up with the new...
Yeah, change it up. This does not include Big Ivy or Center Star. This goes right up to Highway 69, that Savannah Highway that runs down in two parts of northwestern Alabama. All right, so this goes past Iuka. Iuka again, 8:08, Pine Flat at 8:09, South Side at 8:11, Short at 8:12, Counts at 8:14, Eastport at 8:16, Pyburn at 8:18, along with Riverton. Lauderdale Wildlife Management, very rural area here, but that's where that EF1 tornado tracked as we, what was that, yesterday or the day before?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of losing track of time there. We've been just over this so many times this week. And then Waterloo at 8:20. And then it will eventually get right up to that Highway 69 corridor here in southern Hardin County, right around 8:20 to 8:30. So again, heads up for Walnut Grove. You're right on the edge of the polygon. You need to take your tornado precautions right now. Maddox in Hardin County, Pyburn in Hardin County. You also need to take your tornado precautions right now. What you got?
They do mention that the lead storm here may be getting elevated, but still take shelter just in case.
Still take shelter, but that's a good thing because if it gets behind that boundary, the chances of having a tornado don't go all the way to zero, but it goes pretty low. If you have a very strong tornado, it might take some time for it to actually completely wind down, but that is still a very tight velocity signature here just to the west of Searcy Town. This is south of Biggersville. This is crossed US 45, and it will eventually get into parts of western Tishomingo County here probably here in the next 30 minutes. And yes, that is losing its definition. Go back, see if you can go back real quick, Chase. Go back to reflectivity and kind of go through the time bar and just kind of work its way back. Yeah, okay, so there's your hook. Go forward, hook, 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 and now it's back in the rain right here. So that's your boundary that it's crossed. So it's starting to kind of outflow itself a little bit. That's why you saw this surge of that rainfall here out ahead of it. But that doesn't mean that there's still not a tornado back in here. There's a good chance there is still on the ground just north of Rienzi, crossing Highway 356, or excuse me, north of 356, just to the southeast of Biggersville, getting very close to Jobs. So again, if you live in Glen, Burnsville, Doski, Short, Iuka, if you live north of Highway 72, north into the northern part of Tishomingo County, you need to seek shelter right now. That is a site-built home. that is the most interior portion of it. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're talking about a closet, a bathroom, laundry room, something that is the most interior part, and hunker down. You want to grab a helmet possibly. If you don't have a helmet, grab like a pot out of the kitchen. That will do just fine. If you're in a mobile home, yeah, let's go to that tornado safety. Again, basement storm shelter, it is preferable. If you have a outside shelter at your house, go to it now. If you know of an outside shelter that is like down the road by just like a handful of miles, you have time if you're in Tishomingo County to go do that. So if it's like your tornado shelter down the road is like maybe 2 to 3 minutes away, you have plenty of time to go out and do that. But do that right now. Don't hesitate. Do it right now. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get out and go to one of those shelters or a convenience store or a site-built structure nearby. Same thing. If it's within 3 to 5 minutes, you have enough time in Tishomingo County to go do that, but you need to do it now. If you have a site-built home, like what we mentioned, most interior room, away from windows, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This type of tornado, especially if it's back kind of behind the boundary, but it's still kind of going, that's going to make it more on the weaker side most likely. So you are going to be able to ride that out in a site-built structure if you listen to what we're talking about as getting into the most interior room. And like we mentioned, protect your head from flying debris. If you're in a vehicle, if you're traveling along Highway 72, around the Iuka area, you need to get off and go find a shelter. Again, like we mentioned, same thing with the mobile home. If you're in a car, go find a site-built structure, convenience store, community shelter potentially. Just find something like that you can ride the storm out with and you'll be just fine. All right, let's go back to the radar. And again, this is just to the west or east of Biggersville, just south of Jobs. It's Corinth, you're in the warning. I think you're going to be okay with this, but you want to still seek your tornado safe spot. This could jolt a little bit to the north, especially if it's behind the boundary. Sometimes if they're behind the boundary, they like to dive off back to the left instead of continuing to the right. So it's possible that this ends up kind of going like this as opposed to this. So again, if you're in Corinth, I think you're okay, but as the course of least regret, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. This is still broadening out, but that's still a pretty good area of rotation here. This is going to cross Highway 72 just to the west, if not on top of Glenn, and then move into northern parts of Tishomingo County. Let's go in and get some roads here, because I know people, they love to know some landmarks, some roads, what exactly is going on. So if we can get just a little bit closer here ahead of it to get some of those street names here. There we go. So here's Highway 72. This is County Road 300 that meets up with 72 right on top of the center part of Glenn. Move just to the east. A lot of these are just county roads. Here's Highway 365 that runs back down to the south, right on top of 72. That's where it intersects 72. Zoom in just a little more. There we go. So there's County Road 200. That's in Alcorn County. I'm not sure what it turns into as it gets into parts of Tishomingo County, but I imagine the folks there know what that is. County Road 302, this is the one that goes right up to the Highway 365 area here in Tishomingo County. What warning was that? That was a flash flood warning. And then 365 winds its way up towards Doski. That's panned just a little bit further to the east. Again, this is going to get some heads up here. County Road 363, north of Iuka, Crossroads, the community right there, that's where County Road 363 is located. And then this is Mississippi Highway 25. So if I called out those county roads and you're near those county roads, you need to be taking your tornado safe spot right now. The tornado's not there yet, but it will be there very soon. Along with County Road 321 that runs towards Short, and then the Cook's Landing community just to the east of Short as well. You're in that far eastern part of that polygon. You need to be taking your tornado shelter right now. All right, let's go ahead and back it out. Again, those are some county roads, just kind of show you where about. Again, if you live near those roads that I called out, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. All right, this is supercell number 1. Let's go take a look at supercell number 2 here. This is just out of our viewing area, but it's going to end up getting very close to the Tishomingo area.
And they mentioned that one is cycling now.
Yeah, I can see that exactly with the reflectivity. What does it look like before? Just do one of those little time pans.
So there was a southern portion.
So there was the hook right there. So that's cycled now. It still has a little bit of rotation there right on top of Blair. I don't think there's a tornado there, but then there's another circulation that's right here. That's back into where, I don't know if it's cycling to where that's ending up being the rotation.
I think that would be the case where it's handing off further north.
It's going forward instead of south, because usually they do it and they cycle south.
Yeah, it's gonna. But you were right there, over Blair. That's where the original hook was.
Yep.
You can notice tracking your finger there, and then we see a new push north of Bethany.
North of Bethany. So it looks like right in here is going to potentially be your new mesocyclone and tornado. Again, what happens first is you get that mesocyclone. So that's the entire updraft is rotating. Think of it as a big updraft like this. It's all rotating around. Well, then within that, you get the tidal rotation, and that's going to end up being your tornado that forms from that. So you need the wide, broad, strong mesocyclone, and then it tightens up, and it goes down to the ground, and that's where you get your tornado that develops. So the fact that we have a developing, pretty strong mesocyclone here, that tells me, and like what Fred said, the Weather Service of Memphis believe it is cycling. I concur with that. I think we can all see that. So there's your new circulation here, potentially just to the west. You kind of zoomed out.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Sorry, Frankstown. I knew it started with an F right there, Frankstown. So this is just to the west of Frankstown, and this will move very close to Boonville again. So Boonville, heads up, you might have another tornado coming towards your area, but then if it moves further to the east and maintains itself, getting towards the New Hope area and eventually into western parts of Tishomingo County, potentially towards Tishomingo itself and Midway, right here along Highway 25 that runs up towards US 72. So that's supercell number 2 that we'll have to watch for.
Yeah, so while we're at a point where, let's go box and leave me in. While we're at a point here where we have both of them potentially cycling around, let's go ahead and talk about extended storm track. So I'm going to take us links 3 for just a moment, go full screen, and this is for the next 2 hours here. It's just the supercell complex with both of them. Rough times of arrival, you have Marietta, Mississippi, 758. Savannah, if the lead one holds together that far north, 759. Burnsville, Mississippi, 801. Iuka, 815. Walnut Grove, 818. Tishomingo, 821. Waterloo, 825. Waynesboro, 840. Cherokee, 844. Cypress Inn and Collinwood, 847. Summertown at 922. Loretta, 925. Mount Pleasant, although I think it will stay south of there, the main threat. You and Lawrenceburg have a rough time of arrival at about 9:30. So that's a timeline there for the next 2 hours on the storms to give you an early heads up for planning purposes. If they do hold together, that's what we're looking at for times of arrival there.
And let's not, blink now. Look what's going on to the southwest.
Right.
Pontotoc, right down there on the very southeast or southwestern part of the screen there. New tornado warning for Bruce. That's for that supercell. The supercell number 3, at that point, this is what the models have kind of hinted at potentially, whether this was going to be individual supercells or line embedded. This has ended up becoming more kind of embedded supercells, at least for that first one. This one's kind of on its own. It's because it's on the southern end. But here's another one that's trying to get going. And the thing is, these will lay boundaries across it, and those can interact with those boundaries, and then just like clockwork, you'll get another supercell that develops behind that, just like that one near Bruce, and all of a sudden you get tornado potential with that. So now we have 3 supercells we'll have to watch for. This is going to take a little bit more time, though, because that's pretty far away, but if that continues, that's going to end up taking a southern track to that one, so that could potentially be more Tupelo and the southern part of Tishomingo County. Let's get back into this northern one, because the Weather Service, I saw that they said that hang on, where it says leading storm looking stronger, folks still need to be sheltering. So where's the rotation on that, Chase? Is it right on top of Glenn? Is it?
I've got you here.
Fast track. Okay, good. Is that?
Oh yeah.
Is that this one that they're talking about? It's kind of 2 at this point.
Yeah, I would say it's more of like a kind of a broader mesocyclone there.
Yeah.
Exactly where Fred's circle in there. You've got pretty much any point in there could probably put down a tornado.
Yeah, so if it gets strong enough, I mean, there's nothing that can't say you can't have 2 tornadoes in one storm. We've seen that from, many occurrences. They're a little bit more on the rarer side, but they do happen. So there could be potentially 2 small tornadoes on the ground here, one just to the southeast of Corinth and the other one just to the west of Burnsville. So if you live east of Corinth, this is crossing Highway 72 right now, should go just north of Burnsville towards Doski and Pine Flat as you go up towards the northern part of Tishomingo County towards the state line here. This is going to be State Highway 365. I called that road out just a little bit ago. This is going to be State Highway 25 here. That goes all the way down towards Iuka. There's a lot of county roads in here, and I called those out earlier. So if you live near Farmington Road, right here that Fred is drawing here, again, this is just crossing Highway 72, eventually getting towards Farmington Road. Highway 365, State Highway 350, that's the very far northern state highway here in Tishomingo County towards Pine Flat. If you live in these areas, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Again, there's still indications here on radar that we could easily have a tornado still on the ground here just to the south of Farmington, about to cross Highway 72. This is not in Hardin County yet, but this will be in Hardin County here probably in the next 30 minutes or so. So if you live on the southern side of Hardin County, Counts, Walnut Grove, am I saying Counts right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Counts, and just south of Savannah, Maddox is right here, right along Highway 69, Tennessee Highway 69. There is a stronger indication of rotation here. So the Weather Service is saying that it is starting to kind of strengthen back up. So again, if there's not a tornado on the ground right now, there could be here soon. That's a little suspicious, but I think that's kind of noise.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the correlation coefficient. You can put your finger up there, and
yeah. Well, let me go on both of them because there's two areas right here.
So there's here. I'll bet you that's a little ambiguous right now, just due to the,
it could
the
be.
height. But
what's this one though?
Oh, down there.
Because that's the original circulation.
That would be back in the. That could be something.
That could be. It could be leftover debris. Because sometimes what happens, fallout. Yeah. What could happen is, especially if you get a strong tornado, you'll get your debris ball and you'll get it up several thousand feet up in the updraft. At some point, it might start to fall down. So that could be the remnants of debris that was lofted by a previous tornado, but that tornado might not be there anymore. But we can't say no for certain because that's still some good areas of rotation here. And we've seen rotations like this before, especially with a dying tornado. If it was a strong tornado, like eventually it starts to weaken, but it still maintains its appearance on the ground. But it ends up being weaker at that point, like an EF1 to EF0. So these signatures could represent that if there was a strong tornado that was on the ground earlier, it could still be on the ground, but it's probably in its weaker stage at this point. So again, we'll take that like it is on the ground. So Doski, right along Highway 365 here in Tishomingo County, you need to be in your safe spot right now. This is just now crossing the county line from Alcorn County into parts of Tishomingo County. Kendrick, you're on the Alcorn County side. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now because that northern area, that circulation, that could have a tornado on it, and that's moving more in your general direction. Also notice that there is no active tornado warning here for Lauderdale County yet. The Weather Service, I know they're watching it. This does look like it might miss Lauderdale County, but like I mentioned, and just like what we saw the other day, they might have to issue a sliver right here, generally north of Waterloo, because like what we saw the other day, there's an EF1 that tracked from Tishomingo County, got into Lauderdale right here, went up to Walnut Grove. So again, the good news is there's not a lot of people that live out here in Lauderdale County, but there are some that do. So we just need to keep a close eye on that. What you guys got any updates or anything over there? As I look at, I'm just looking through chat real quick.
Yeah, I'm seeing those sources too. Not seeing too much at the moment. Not seeing too much in the way of reports over here.
Okay. All right, let's back things out just a little bit more. Mickey, I also want to mention in McNairy County, Selmer, this does not include you, but this does include the community of Mickey on the southeastern side of McNairy County. If that circulation does have a tornado on it, it could flirt with that McNairy County line. Again, like what we mentioned, a lot of these supercells, when they start cycling, they kind of think of it as you have a circulation out here, then all of a sudden it has to rein in that circulation. So it kind of sucks that circulation back into the storm itself. It recycles and get another one that forms out ahead of it. When that happens, these circulations can kind of go like track here, track here, track here, track here, then all of a sudden they start kind of going back to the north and maybe even northwest sometimes. So that's still why, Mickey, here in McNairy County, you might have to deal with a tornado here if this does kind of jolt a little bit further to the north as opposed to northeast. But guys, that is starting to ramp back up again. I know we're looking pretty high up at this point from Columbus. What does Memphis have?
Yeah, let's take a look there.
because that is getting better. That is getting better.
You definitely see that broader signature there across the mid-levels, and that's pretty strong inbounds there. I mean,
that's pretty strong inbounds, yeah.
That's probably, let's see up here in this elevation, 70s, 80s, 90s miles an hour up there, so that's an intense mesocyclone for sure.
That is very intense right here. So again, if that could easily be a tornado still on the ground here just to the south of Kendrick. Again, this is just now moving into parts of Tishomingo County, and if it continues, it will move into parts of southern Hardin County near Counts and Pyburn. So if you live in Counts and Pyburn, again, you need to be in your safe spot right now south of Maddox as well. Let's do another storm track. Click the shear marker, Chase.
Click the orange skid.
Sure thing. Here you go.
That BTI is at a 5.4, by the way. All right, so this will kind of generally track it if it goes a little bit further to the north as opposed to northeast. Kendrick at 803, Pine Flat at 808, South Side at 809, Counts, Shiloh, Pyburn, Hurley, Bruton Branch between 8:15 and 8:20, New Hope 8:21, Maddox 8:22, Walkertown 8:23, Crump, Lowryville, Belmead, and Savannah right around 8:24 to 8:25. That's a new flash flood warning. And again, everybody, we always stress, and it is that tornado warning is very impactful. You need to pay attention to tornado warnings.
Lauderdale tornado warning.
Lauderdale tornado warning. Okay. And they are going to issue that for Lauderdale County. Again, that kind of sliver right there. What I was getting at is, everybody puts the emphasis on, tornado severe, which is very impactful for sure. And that's what we'll have to keep a close eye on throughout this event. But I don't want to downplay the flash flooding threat. We've had flash flood emergencies for parts of Memphis, Little Rock today, tons and tons of rainfall, and that is becoming a big issue. So flash flooding, if you don't get a tornado and you don't get damaging winds and you don't get damaging hail, you're probably going to end up getting some flash flooding at some point, especially across the Tennessee counties. So here is that sliver, literally the same polygon like what they did the other day here. So Lauderdale Wildlife Management, very rural area here of northwestern Lauderdale County. This does not include Waterloo, but this does include, again, that far northwestern part of Lauderdale County. What's up? I saw you waving.
Highway Patrol reporting a tornado on the ground on County Road 214, north of Highway 72 in Tishomingo, with that lead cell you're tracking right now.
All right, so it is still on the ground here. There's County Road 302, so there is a live tornado on the ground right here on the radar. And again, this is still a dangerous situation. It's easily to say that maybe this tornado is not as strong as it was before, but a tornado is a tornado. This can be a life-threatening situation here for Pine Flat, Crossroads, Doski, right along Highway 25 here. What was this highway? That's the very northern highway,
this is
350.
Yeah.
That's Mississippi Highway 350 that runs back towards 25. That's the farthest northern part of Tishomingo County. Here is your tornado right in here. It is confirmed on the ground by law enforcement. And again, this is moving into the northern part of Tishomingo County. Pine Flat, tornado shelter right now. Crossroads, tornado shelter right now. Doski, stay in your tornado shelter for about 5 minutes because this is going to end up passing to the north. But just as a course of least regret, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Damon in southern Hardin County, Holiday Hills, right towards the Pickwick Dam here, Caney Hollow, Sandy Creek Subdivision, Counts, Southside, Bruton Branch, Pyburn, Hamburg. What's this back towards the west just a little bit? I want to catch Childers Hill. And this is Tennessee Highway 57 that runs to Counts and Southside. That's your area that you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. There is a report of a tornado still on the ground here by law enforcement. So this is still a dangerous situation right in this area that Chase is drawing. That's where you have that risk. What you got?
They're going back to large and extremely dangerous tornado and considerable on this.
All right, so another PDS basically I think is what that ends up being. So this is another particularly dangerous situation. A large and dangerous tornado is on the ground here in northwestern Tishomingo County. Again, if you're hearing me in Pine Flat and Crossroads in Tishomingo County, tornado shelter now. Short tornado shelter now. If you live on the very northern end of Tishomingo County up towards the Hardin County line, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. In Hardin County, that is Counts, that is Southside, that is anywhere along Tennessee Highway 128 as you go up towards Pyburn, and also Tennessee Highway 57 that runs from Counts towards Southside. If you live near the Pickwick Dam, you also need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Let's zoom in, Chase, and get some county roads here in southern Hardin County. Again, this is Highway 57, Mayhall Road. That is
Red Sulphur Road.
Red Sulphur Road. All right, they have that skit lines right in there. Red Sulphur Road, Highway 57, the Counts community. What's in the Counts community?
Here's Preacher
This
Drive.
is Preacher Drive.
And that actually extends and turns into Red
That
Sulphur
turns
Road.
into, okay, so that kind of winds back this
Yeah.
way. That's going to be Campbell Old Mill Road right here, Robinson Road, Damon Road. That's south of Highway 57. That goes down to the community of Damon, and then that crosses down into parts of northern Tishomingo County. If I called out your roads right there in the Counts community and the Damon community, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Even if you live east of Tennessee Highway 128, 128, I probably need to look at this monitor. It's a little far away to see from that monitor. Highway 128, that's this highway right here. If you live east of that towards the Tennessee River and Pickwick Lake, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Again, there is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground here in northern Tishomingo County. The Weather Service is saying this is a particularly dangerous situation, so you need to take this with extra emphasis. You need to get to your lowest spot in a site-built home, preferably a storm shelter if you have one. If you don't have one and you're in a mobile home, you need to get out and get to your closest site-built structure. That's a gas station, a firehouse, anything that is site-built. If you have neighbors down the road, go knock on their door. I imagine that they would be able to let you in and shelter with them. Again, this is where you need to go. Basement storm shelter or certified safe room. Again, if you're in a site-built structure that is a small interior room on the lowest floor, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and also be able to protect your head. If you have a bike helmet, if you have a baseball helmet, a football helmet, if you don't have a helmet, but you have a pot in your kitchen, use that. That will be just as beneficial as using any other helmet. And if you're on the road, you need to get out. You need to go find a site-built structure like a gas station. If you need to run up, I mean, like I said, this is a life or death situation potentially for you. So if you have to go up to someone's home, try. You need to try to see if you can get inside and be able to shelter with them. But again, that's if you're in a mobile home. If you're in a car, you need to get out and do that. Let's go back and take a look at
Take 3.
Is that debris?
Ask him to take Links 3 for a 60-minute
Links 3.
track.
I thought you said debris.
No, sorry.
Links 3.
That's 60 minutes out.
Okay. So this right here, this is Links 3.
Yeah, you got
okay.
you got 30.
I didn't realize you changed right now. This is an hour out. If you live in Counts, 812. If you live in Pyburn, 817. The Lauderdale Wildlife Management Area, that far northwestern part of Lauderdale County, around 817. Maddox, 824. Big Ivy, 827. Center Star, 829. Lutz, 836. Martins Mill, 838. Olive Hill, 839. Clifton Junction, 845. Clifton itself, 849. Beech Creek, 852. Waynesboro, 855. Leatherwood, 856. And Mount Carmel, 857. Again, this is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground here. I've stressed this multiple times. It is in northern Tishomingo County. It is just now about to cross Highway 25 here, somewhere close to the Pine Flat community. Is there debris on this?
Let's see. Let's hold your finger there and let's
right
see
around here.
What we've got. It's a little ambiguous right now.
That's noise right there.
But wouldn't shock me if we still see that at ground level.
But that is even at that height, that is a very significant tornado signature right here. So again, that's a PDS. You see right there, confirmed tornado. Goes until 8:30. For Tishomingo County. This does include Hardin County up here, as it will move into the Tennessee state line, and it could flirt with getting right across here in the Lauderdale County area. This is kind of, Chase, this is taking that track like
Almost
what we had the other day, almost
yeah.
the exact same track of that EF1 tornado that kind of went right through here, right up to Walnut Grove. So that's going to take that same track here. So if you live in Walnut Grove, again, that far northern part of Lauderdale County here, right towards Pickwick Lake and towards Pickwick Dam, that's where this is moving right now. It's going right near the Short community in Tishomingo. It is now moving near and just to the west, or excuse me, south of Pine Flat and crossing Highway 25 right now. Again, according to the Weather Service in Memphis, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. And again, we can't tell if it is lifted yet at this point, but as a course of least regret, we're treating this like it is still on the ground here, and let's just hope that it's not. But of course, we can't say that for sure, as this will continue to make its way on off to the northeast.
You know what I was gonna suggest? I bet you Cherokee is looking west, and I bet you we can see a heck of a lot of lightning from that. I'm going to throw it up here real quick and actually see what we can see. I know we've been kind of panning around with...
and real quick, sorry to interrupt you, but Ben, just tell me, we are on live on Kix 96 and Q107 from the Shoals. So just keep that in mind for when we're discussing things. Try to be a little more specific, because I know that they're not being able to see what's behind us. But go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just man, I threw Cherokee up on you. Matter of fact, we can take that here if you want. And
yeah,
we're looking right off into that west-northwest portion of the supercell, because we're not that far from it, much like the other day. Here we're panning now, so I bet you Drew, if you're listening, he's probably astute and paying close attention there, but lots of lightning with that. But yeah, I just was kind of checking this just to see what we got there. Conditions, by the way, pretty favorable. 77 over 67, winds out of the southeast.
That boundary's not there yet.
Nope, not yet, so that's favorable conditions, that much is for sure. Just wanted to check that real quick here before we head back to the other sources there. So
now that we know that we're on our radio partners here, that's Big River over in the Shoals, so that's Q107, Kix 96. If you're listening to me on the radio, this is the same situation like what happened a couple of days ago. I think was it Wednesday?
Yeah,
I think it's what it was, just a couple of days ago, where this is the far northwestern part of Lauderdale County. This does not include Waterloo. This does not include Wright. This does not include the city of Florence. This does not include Lexington. This does not include Rogersville. This does not include Anderson, Killen, Center Star, any of those areas that I just mentioned. It does include the far northwestern part of Lauderdale County. This is the Lauderdale Wildlife Management. This is the very rural area of Lauderdale County. If you have ever traveled right along Highway 20 on the very northwestern part of Lauderdale County, this is that general area right before you get to the Tennessee state line. That is where this significant tornado is located right now. So again, I want to emphasize, if you're listening to me on Kix 96 or Q107, I know they have a very large coverage area. They have a very good signal out there. But just for you in the Shoals area, this does not include you, not include Rogersville, does not include Lexington or Anderson or Killen. This does not include Waterloo as well. It's even north of Waterloo. So again, this is the latest scan here from the Columbus NextRad. That's still an embedded supercell look, but it's not as pronounced on reflectivity. But if you go back to the velocity data, that still shows potentially something right here, maybe even right here too. It's kind of hard to see, Chase. What's your radar analysis kind of tell you right here? I feel like it's this one right here, but this is kind of pointing out something to me too.
Yeah, I would suggest this whole shear line that we were highlighting there, that pretty much entire corridor is probably the broader meso, if you will, right? And it's any point, again, like we've been seeing, that could produce a tornado at any point, if not already. Notice there, I kind of circled. What's that there?
It's a new tornado warning.
Okay, yeah. Well,
it's the same. They just kind of extended it,
so they're extending this here, but nevertheless, yeah, I see what you see. It's definitely gate to gate here. You got a tight one up here, but especially because we head further up in the atmosphere and further away from the radar, the resolution kind of decreases a little bit, so it might be a little tricky to see, because right now we're looking 6,000 feet up.
Yeah, but that's getting towards kind of that middle slice of the storm, that lower middle part.
That looks like that is for the next storm down the line, and they're observed on it as well.
Oh, is that the one?
Yes, the second one.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
So we'll I'll zoom that out for you here, and we can kind of get a bigger picture, see when that.
So that's this one right here.
You know what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that you see that right there? Is that a second polygon?
They had to go on top of the other one, I think.
I see.
Because see, there's one right here, and then that's just that's becoming a mess.
Quite a mess of polygons, that's for sure.
There's tons of polygons.
Well, we can definitely see the structure, yeah, for sure.
That does, altitude right here, right along Highway 364. That's
Pretty good signature.
And you said that was confirmed?
Yeah,
Fred?
they're observed.
Right.
They have an observed tag on that as well.
All right, so this is an observed tornado. Again, every single one of these tornadoes so far, folks, have been confirmed. So just keep that in mind. This isn't just, oh, it's radar indicated, okay, nothing happens. No, these are confirmed tornadoes that are on the ground here, and they could produce some significant damage. These are not going to be your quick spin-up type tornadoes. These could be your EF2 type tornado lawn trackers that could be potentially on the ground here. So we want to emphasize that. Again, this is just to the southwest of altitude. This will track to the northeast, right along Highway 364 towards Cairo and Holcut. This could go into the more center part of Tishomingo County. Potentially, I think this kind of goes generally this way, so Iuka could easily be in the crosshairs of this one because the other one missed you towards the north. This one, that's going to be a close call for you. So if you're in Iuka, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Again, we've stressed this before, lowest part of your home, site-built home, many walls between you and the outside as possible, tornado shelter preferred. This is a long heads up for you. If you're in Iuka and you live in a mobile home, you have time to get out. You have a long lead time for this. It's probably going to end up getting there. Let's do a storm track before. So I just don't really guess. I don't really guess that. I feel like it's going to be about 20 or about 30 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much right around about 30 minutes.
Yeah, right around 30 minutes. So you have time here. If you're in Burnsville, Iuka, if you live along Highway 72, as you make your way back towards the Alabama state line east of Iuka, you have time to get out of your mobile home, go to your nearest either community shelter, or you can go down the road to maybe a neighbor that has a site-built structure or a tornado shelter itself. Be able to find that, get out. If you don't have a tornado shelter to go to or a neighbor to go to, go find a gas station. There are gas stations here at the exit of Highway 72 and Highway 25 here in Iuka. There's also a couple of restaurants there. You got a McDonald's. I believe you have a Hardee's down there. You have options in downtown Iuka to get to if you are in a mobile home. You have time to get out and drive there. If you live on the east side of Iuka and it takes you about 10 minutes to get to Iuka, you have time because your time of arrival is right around 8:54 and it is 15 minutes right now. So that gives you 30 minutes to get there. That's a long lead time for these supercells, which is a very nice thing to be able to give you. It's horrible that they have tornadoes on them, but if there's any bright light from it, it's the fact that we can give you these longer lead times so you don't have to be scrambling to get to your tornado shelter and then boom, you have a tornado that's on the ground right there. We can give you some long lead times, and the fact that we are continuing to see this, the Weather Service likely will continue to err on the side of caution to give you that longer lead time than they usually would. So again, we're watching a supercell that is just about to cross the Tennessee River here. Still looks pretty good on the velocity signature. This is going right on top of the Pickwick Dam, or very close to it.
Yeah.
Right close to that tri-point between Hardin, Lauderdale, and Tishomingo counties. So again, still treat this as a large and dangerous tornado on the ground going into southern Hardin County. If you live right along Highway 69 from the southern part of Hardin County through Walnut Grove, as you make your way up towards Savannah, preferably if you're between Maddox and Walnut Grove, that's where it's going to end up tracking towards Highway 69. Let's go in, zoom in tight to get a couple
Wayne
of
County,
street
Tennessee
names.
tornado warning.
Yeah, we've extended that out to Wayne.
That's extended to Wayne. All right.
Yeah.
So let's go in real quick before they do that polygon and take a look at some of these roads. So this is, I need to look on this right here. That is Pompey's Branch Road, just south of Bruton Branch. This is right on top of, right near the Tennessee River.
Here's some bigger roads for you.
And some bigger roads. This is going to be Holland Creek Road, Pollard's Mill. Here's Highway 69 right here. Here's Walnut Grove right down here. Let's zoom in just a little bit tighter. That's Morris Road behind me, and that kind of works its way on off here towards Walnut Grove. That's Benson Town Drive right next to Highway 69, Holland Creek Road, Walton Lane. Pollard's Mill is right here. The tornado has not gotten to these parts yet, but it will be here very, very soon. So these are some street names to give you a heads up, an extended distance here to give you a heads up. If you live near Morris Road or on Morris Road, that behind me is Cherry Chapel Loop.
Yep.
Right there, Holly Branch Road. Let's go just to the tad to the north, and then we'll get into that Wayne County situation. This is
Beulah-Gein Road.
Beulah-Gein Road right here. Here's Cherry Chapel Loop. That's this road that kind of winds its way all the way back here. Again, Morris Road, and then go up just to the north. That's still Balula Gap, and then.
Well, I'm sure someone will let us know what the pronunciation is.
It looks like Gap. That was Balula. Gene. I think it's Gene. I'm going with Gene. If I'm wrong, you can correct me.
And we're heading out to Wayne County here.
And this is Wayne County now. Again, that's Grassy Creek Road, Strawberry Hollow Road. All right, let's back out.
Yeah, sure. I'll back you out. Let's see
and
what
see
that
the warning.
Warning is. Oh,
so
wow.
this is a big portion of Wayne County. I'm not shocked given the environment and the fact that this has had potentially 2 significant tornadoes on it. I think one of them lifted, but again, we can't really call that right now, but there at least has been a significant tornado, and I think at least 2 at this point. All right, so here is your new tornado warning. This goes until...
That goes till 9:15.
9:15, so about an hour here. This includes the downtown Waynesboro area. This includes Collinwood, Fairview, Cypress Inn, Lutz, and it goes all the way up to Highway 64, and I believe right up to where it has the intersection of Highway 64 and 641.
Yeah, that's Clifton
right
Junction.
At Clifton Junction.
And they also reissued here, this goes till 8:45 to fill in the gap of Hardin County.
Okay.
This wasn't, this just got issued there as well.
Okay, so tornado warning now for Olive Hill, Bucktown, Savannah, go into your safe spot. I think you're going to be okay, though, but just go ahead and go there just as a course of least regret. I think this stays south of you. Maddox, you're very close to that circulation right there along Highway 69. Center Star, Olive Hill, if you live between Highway 64 and Highway 201, down here in eastern Hardin County, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now, especially if you live in Center Star and Big Ivy. Back over to Waynesboro, again, like I mentioned, the Lutz community, Martins Mill, right there along Highway 201, or 203.
Yeah.
203 as it goes towards Collinwood. I really need to just look at this monitor because I can see the roads better. 203, and that's Highway 13 right here as you make your way up towards Collinwood, and then once again the Natchez Trace Parkway. That's where we're watching for this potentially significant tornado to come on through. Let's zoom back out, and it's still looking pretty good here, Chase.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's still in that broad. This broadness is actually kind of why they issued that warning so large.
Yeah.
I imagine. I mean, of course, we don't make those decisions; they do. But it's no surprise that we see so much of that county in that because, we've said it a few times here that.
Yeah.
Any one of those points along that broad mezzo, which is probably 4, 5, 6 miles wide with that shear line, could produce a tornado here. You can kind of see what I was talking about. And especially at this altitude, we start to see these signatures where they get a little broader. They become what we kind of call shear lines, and you can't pin down an exact point, and that's why you just want to go ahead and respect the polygon, as our friend down south says, that's for sure. But this is one of those situations where that's definitely applicable, especially through the history this has had of producing tornadoes.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like you said, this has a history of producing tornadoes. So I imagine from this point on, the Weather Service is going to be very cautious with some of these tornado warnings. So I just want to, mention that there could be a lot more leeway given here for some tornado signatures that might not be as strong as they were, but because of the history of these supercells, as the course of least regret, they'll probably end up issuing tornado warnings anyway. So again, that's what we'll have to watch for. That's not a bad thing because again, we have the history of these producing some significant tornadoes here, so we want to be very cautious with anything that looks suspicious at this point because the environment has shown us that it is able to produce some of these more significant tornadoes. Let's back up real quick and just want to eyeball this one down here. There's a lot of noise going on with this one near Jacinto, but that's in that inflow, and that's getting better.
Yeah, you do have a pretty pronounced inflow feature there, that's for sure. And that's also where the position of that boundary was earlier.
And back down here.
Yeah, you do have one tailing
and back down here.
Wow.
Back down there.
Yeah, so we're definitely getting closer
grief.
to that more intense convection of the line.
Yep.
But taking a look here. And I would bet you, too, you can kind of see the boundary here. So some of this is probably elevated, some of it's probably surface-based. And the further north you go, closer to these supercells, probably surface-based there, and that's why they pose the greatest threat right now.
Probably. And we have meteorologist Ben Luna who just walked in, so we're almost fully staffed here at the Tennessee Valley Weather Center. So we're here giving you the latest information. And again, we got several tornado warnings and at least 2 tornadoes that are on the ground now. There's one that's just to the east of Jacinto, Mississippi. That's in parts of Alcorn County. Here's that hook, that inflow notch. Again, area rotation possibly in here. This has, actually could be right here.
Yeah, I would say it's kind of right there as the notch starts to fold into itself.
So right along where you have the intersection of Highway 367 and Highway 356 here in Mississippi. All right, I wanted to keep an eye on that one. Let's go back. I know we gave a heads up a little bit ago, but I want to make sure that we give people who are just now joining us here in Wayne County, I want to give them a storm track. Sure. Because I think it's been a little bit since we had that. So kind of do a squall line track.
Yeah, I'm going to do a fan track ahead of this mezzo here, kind of like this.
Yeah.
Since it's such a broad sort of thing, and I'll do it at about this direction. Following that track there.
Yep.
And let me extend some of those times for you real quick.
Extend some of those times and see if you can. What's the show?
Show range is 20. You want me to lower that a little?
Lower it just a little bit. Make it 10. I want to see if there's more community. Okay, yes.
So here's some of those. Yeah, some of
those smaller communities. All right, so this is a new storm track here to give you a heads up with this tornado-producing storm that's about to move into parts of Wayne County here. Walnut Grove, 826. That is in Hardin County. Big Ivy in Hardin County, 828. Ransom Stand at 836, Lutz at 838, Cromwell Crossroads at 847. You have McGlamory Stand at 855, Collinwood at 856, Woodlawn at 857, Shawnette at 902, and Granny Scott Hollow at 908. Fred, did you have something? I saw you put your... Okay.
No.
All right.
I'm just saying thumbs up when you got those communities.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the same ones.
I'm learning these names, and I want to say this just real quick. I do see your comments and helping me to pronounce some of these names. I do appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. So if I do mispronounce your community name, you have my full authority to go ahead and call me out on it, tell me how it's pronounced, and I'll make a mental note, and I'll make sure to make that name change, the pronunciation change the next time. So you're not going to offend me if you tell me that, hey, you're getting my name, my town name mispronounced. I understand that. I want to make that right. So again, that is the Lutz community right here, right along Highway 203, south of Martins Mill. This is still back into southeastern Hardin County. Big Ivy and Center Star and Walnut Grove, you're next right here along Highway 69. Again, there's still a decent amount of rotation here, but unfortunately, we're getting into a pretty substantial radar hole at this point, meaning that you can't see the lowest level of the storm. So we're actually looking in the mid-levels here. This is about
8,000 feet now.
That's what I was thinking, about 8,000 feet right here from the Columbus NextRad. The Memphis NextRad is going to be right around the same height, but you're actually further away from High Top over there in northeastern Alabama, and the Nashville NextRad, you're looking probably about 10,000 feet at that point. So again, you're catching the middle part of the storm. So this is the mid-level mesocyclone, but anytime that starts getting pretty tight on the red and greens, that can really tell you, hey, this is probably reaching all the way down to the surface, especially if you have a good signature right there. Tight circulation moving over Thrashers in Prentiss County. That's that southern storm that's moving up. That's the next one we'll have to watch for. But again, this one now getting into parts of southeastern Hardin County, about to cross Highway 69 between Walnut Grove and Maddox as you get close to Big Ivy and get close to that Highway 203 corridor right around the Center Star area that works its way back down, back to the east toward Lutz and Cromwell Crossroads. If you live in Collinwood and in Waynesboro, you've got some time. There's a new severe thunderstorm for Colbert and Lauderdale. That's probably for that southern part of that big cluster.
They said they would let that expire and go ahead and make that severe there.
Oh, they're making this? Okay, they're probably doing all this.
Yeah, we'll have to see the polygon, but they said they're going to do that in there.
But, all right, what I was saying is, if you live in Collinwood, if you live in Waynesboro, you have that extra bit of time before this gets to you. So same thing with you all. If you live in Waynesboro, if you live along Highway 13 that snakes its way all the way down towards Collinwood, if you're near the Natchez Trace Parkway, if you live in that part of Wayne County, even towards Clifton Junction, you have some time too. If you live in a mobile home or you're out driving around and you're listening to me right now, whether that's on Kix 96 or you've got your mobile app going and you're listening to us that way, you have time to go and find a tornado shelter, whether that's a site-built structure like a convenience store, McDonald's, a Burger King, something like that. You have time to go out and do that if you live in Waynesboro, right along Highway 64 between Clifton Junction and Waynesboro. If you live along or near Highway 13 down towards Collinwood, you have time to get out and do that. This circulation and tornado won't get to you for the next 15 to 20 minutes. maybe as much as 30 minutes. So you have enough time to get there if you know that it's going to take you within that time before that storm arrives. So again, you have that extra advantage as with being on that kind of northern eastern end of the polygon here, that you have time to get out and do that. Chase, I want to toss it over to you real quick. I'm going to run grab kind of like a quick drink of water.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, be my pleasure there. And I was just looking off screen at the tornado warning train, which we have going back here. In fact, I'll zoom out here a little bit so we can just get a quick reset picture. Look at that nonstop train of tornado warnings here now issued all the way back southwest, south of New Albany, west of Tupelo to Pontotoc. So we have probably a pretty long night to go at this rate anyways, as these continue to push back in on themselves. I'm going to hop down here south Iuka real quick, or just southwest of Iuka really, about to cross Highway 72. This is the one we were watching that was the southern cell, as we called it. Now that's probably going to be one of these down here, but this is now into Tishomingo County. We'll take a look at storm relative velocity. And we do see that rotation. We do have that couplet here. It's kind of surging out right now. Notice this punch in the back. That's probably good wind gusts, 60, 70, maybe even higher miles an hour at the moment. But you do have a pretty good structure with that. It's been up and down, but a hook has remained just the same. And that's not to ignore the northern portions either. South of Dosky, north of Burnsville, you're probably getting some pretty good hail up there. In fact, the warning, I think this one has 1.5 inch hail warning tag on it. So this is all around a very stout supercell here as well. Still embedded within the line, but it has some pretty clear air coming out from the south and southeast. But all things considered, it's an active picture, that's for sure. In fact, I can still zoom way back out.
Good grief, that's a huge polygon.
We have an unbroken line. Yeah, Taylor, that's what I was just talking about, is this unbroken line of tornado warnings all the way down west of Tupelo. So they're going to be training, that much is for sure.
All right, we're going to go through a couple of graphics here, Chase. Be ready.
Oh, yeah.
We have some new housekeeping background notes from the SPC. There's a new tornado watch over the remainder of North Alabama we need to show. Didn't catch the expiration time on that, but a new tornado watch.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and show that.
Got you up there.
Watch is until 3 a.m.
Okay.
Till 3.
Okay.
Yes. And then show the new day one outlook. From what I'm hearing, they've expanded the level 4 moderate risk across the area.
Okay, that's
definitely
that's warranted.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a very small one. It's very focused on those cells that we're seeing right now train across the area.
And hey, hats off to them. They issued that moderate risk, and it seems like it has panned out, because it looks like we had a significant tornado that moved through the New Albany and close to Boonville area, and there still could be several. So they highlighted this area early on today with that level 4 out of 5 that showed that heightened tornado threat within this area, and that is definitely what we are seeing take place right now. That level 3 out of 5, I think they expanded that too, guys. That's now gone out to the Interstate 65 corridor.
Yeah, they might have pushed that just a little east on southern Tennessee.
Yeah.
Although I think further east down here, it's not too changed, but that's minutia. But yeah.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't really matter, because you still have that heightened severe weather risk. So again, that's definitely where they had that moderate risk earlier, and it seems like that has panned out to an extent here, with multiple supercells that have been trading over the same areas, producing tornadoes. Some of them seem to be significant, potentially back towards the Holly Springs. Was it Holly Springs? Did I get that right? Was it Holly Springs?
Back earlier, yeah.
Back earlier. Everything's literally starting to run together at this point.
Yeah.
So again, let's go into this supercell that is just to the west of Iuka. We hadn't been down there in a while, so let's focus in on this one just for a little bit. Burnsville right now, you have some pretty significant hail potentially falling in your area, right along Mississippi Highway 365 that runs north of Burnsville up towards the state line. But this is the area of rotation right here that's just to the southwest of Highway 72. There is still a good amount of circulation that is right here. It's a little bit hard to tell based on some of the velocity data here, but that is still a pretty good tornado signature with this. And have there been any reports on whether this is still on the ground or not? I've been trying to kind of keep up with what they're saying in the chat.
No reports in Hardin County.
I see that.
That came from Luray over at the Hardin EMA.
All I see last was at 8:29. Storm entering northern Tishomingo County it has a tightening circulation. So they were talking about this one. So I have not seen anything that is.
Now I did have confirmation from a friend of mine in Mississippi who said that local emergency managers were discussing that they thought they had a touchdown in and around Boonville.
Okay.
But beyond that, I have no further confirmation.
All right. Well, that would make sense based on where that velocity signature went over. So, again, just like with the other ones, let's just go ahead and just treat like this is on the ground right now.
Hey, I think I've got a good wall on the...
go ahead and switch over there.
Cherokee
cam.
I got you.
I forgot
I'll
the name
back
Cherokee
away,
for
take
a
a
minute.
look at this.
Yeah.
Here, I'll throw you up. There you go.
Oh
So-
yeah, I saw something on
Yeah.
that lightning flash.
Just wait, because I think it's going to be right...
I saw something right around here.
Yeah, right there. Right there is where I saw it. So...
I'll tell you what, you can definitely see the leading shelf
Yeah.
out ahead of it. You can
Right in
really see
here.
that, yeah. So it'll be behind there and pretty much right where you were just looking.
Yeah.
If we can get a backlit.
There we go.
Yeah, good structure on that. Wow,
Yep,
look at that
right
one.
in here. There's that lowering right there. So again, that's looking west from Cherokee. Again, this is their EMA tower, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
That
Billy?
is the Cherokee Fire Department Communications Tower.
Okay, and it is on top of a hill, and there's a tower on top of that. So this is getting a very nice vantage point here towards the west with these supercells that are moving on through. And every now and then you do catch a hint of potential wall cloud back there, but again, it's so hard to tell with it being nighttime whether or not that's actually down on the ground or not. But it's something that we'll be keeping a very close eye on. Notice the temperature and dew point here, 77 over 67. That tells me that the air mass is ready to go for potential tornado development later on because there's enough instability and you're starting to get less in the way of a temperature and dew point difference. So you're lowering those cloud bases as the nighttime temperature starts to cool down just a little bit. So you end up getting some better tornado producing storms out there with lower cloud bases. Let's go back to, we'll keep an eye on that. If you want a double box, we can definitely do that.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to
Yeah.
orchestrate right there.
Yeah, so that way we can still keep an eye on that.
Oh, man.
But
Hold
again,
on a second.
What's up?
I'll switch the output.
Okay. Got to switch the OBS output
Okay,
around.
gotcha. So again, this is that area of rotation that we're watching here. It's just about to cross Highway 72, just to the west of Iuka, but on its current track, it will move towards Iuka. This is mostly going to be, I think, on the western side of Iuka, maybe getting very close to downtown Iuka, but that's where this circulation is right here. Let me see, it might be closer to Walker's Siding right there. Let me go back.
Yeah,
That's it
I
right
would
here
agree with
then.
it. Yeah, I would agree
All
with
right,
that.
so that is definitely staying on the western side of Iuka, but if you live in Iuka, you need to be in a tornado shelter right now, but this looks like the area of rotation for the most part is on the west side of you, right towards Walker's Siding. This is just to the southeast of Burnsville, and it's just now crossed Mississippi Highway 172. If I'm not mistaken, that's where old Highway 72 used to run before they developed the 4-lane highway right here that currently runs to the south of town. So that is where that is located right now, that potential tornado. There still is a little bit of circulation here. If we go back to reflectivity, that's making me kind of nervous here because it could be that we have another developing area of rotation to the south of that, and that is definitely starting to hook back around. Let's see if the velocity updated with that. It's got to wait for it to de-alias. There we go, right there.
Yeah, a little bit of noise, but that's, again, reflectivity will tell you a story. We've been learning that
Yeah.
over the last few days for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So I
what's
would
that you said, Ben?
Hey, go back to camera. Go back to camera.
Go back to the camera.
All right, we're going to switch to the camera. We're looking right into it.
You're looking straight directly northwest, and I think you've got a lowering straight in the middle of the frame.
All right. I'll go back away and take a look at it. Yep.
I would agree with that, yep.
And this is going to have a good vantage point because you have no rain that's ongoing here in Cherokee. So you're looking directly back into the storm. So if you're going to have a tornado,
you're going to get a good shot in a second, I think.
We just got to wait for these backlit flashes.
Yeah.
And in between them, I can definitely see that.
There's a little bit of lag. If you're hearing Ben Lone in the background, there's a little bit of lag between him being able to see what's happening live versus how it kind of gets fed through into our video system. So there's a little bit of time lag. But right as he's showing right there,
yep.
Right in here is going to be your possible tornado. So again, if you're in Iuka, tornado shelter now. If you're north of Iuka along Highway 25, going towards the northern part of the county, tornado safe spot right now. There is a potential for a tornado that is on the ground here that is just to your west. That should miss you to your west, but I emphasize it should. But you need to be in your tornado shelter right now for a course of least regret.
Hey, Taylor, can you do a quick view downrange to Wayne County?
Yes.
We've got a lot of questions about
I was,
Wayne and that
I was
tornado.
actually just about to say go back to that. It felt like we were on that Iuka storm for a pretty long time. So again, we'll watch that. We'll watch that camera. But again, let's go back to Wayne County because the circulation is now starting to get back towards that Wayne County line. There's a lot of velocity kind of mischief going on here.
Let me switch sources. Maybe we can get a little bit of
OHX might be a little bit better.
Yeah,
Here's
there we
your
go.
area of rotation right here. This is just to the southwest of Lutz, south of Martin's Mill. This is right along Highway 203, just near Cromwell Crossroads. So again, the communities that we called out earlier, I know that some people are just now getting back on again. Lutz, tornado shelter now. Martin's Mill, tornado shelter now. Cromwell Crossroads, tornado shelter now. Collinwood, tornado shelter now. Waynesboro, tornado shelter now. This has some time before it gets to Waynesboro. We gave you a heads up about 5 to 8 minutes ago that if you are in a mobile home, you had time to get out, go to your nearest tornado shelter, or go find the nearest site-built structure, whether that's a convenience store, or you have a fast food joint, or you have a neighbor that is down the road from you, and they have a site-built home or a tornado shelter. If you have time to get that, if you live near Waynesboro, your time to do that is now, because you have about 15 to 20 minutes to do that. So if you act right now, if you have enough time to get to that spot, you need to do it right now. Again, this is still a tornadic circulation look here. I know we're looking pretty high up in the atmosphere from the NextRad radar in Nashville, but that's still a pretty good rotational signature, and based on that, it could easily produce a tornado.
Yeah,
you want to flip back to our live radar?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we're just getting within range of it.
Right here.
And you do see that circulation there on the south side of
Let's get tighter with some of these roads.
Lutz. Yeah, here we go.
So again, this is going to be right on top of McFall Road, Walker Johnson Road. This is that Grassy Creek?
This is Grassy Creek Road.
Grassy Creek Road, it just now passed that. This right here is Willie Malden Road. Again, these are roads that are just ahead of where this tornado is heading.
This is Weatherford Creek Road right here.
Weatherford Creek Road. There's McFall Road again, Walker Johnson Road.
And up here's Cromwell Ridge Road and Berry Road where they connect.
Cromwell Ridge Road and Berry Road right here where they connect. And again, I think we mentioned Weatherford Road right here.
Yes.
Willie Malden Road. Again, that's where your rotation is. It's right here. That's where you have your possible tornado, right on top of Walker Johnson Road. This is just to the northeast of Ransom Stand and to the west of Holt here in southern Wayne County. Cromwell Crossroads, you're up next. This looks like it's going to stay south of Lutz. What you got?
We're taking camera, Wayne County.
Yes, I see something over there.
Yeah,
We've got a definite lower.
That is a definite lower, and that could easily be a tornado. I think that's a tornado on the ground, guys. Let's zoom on in closer. That looked like it's hugging the ground very closely. Looked like a wedge, or close to a wedge tornado right there. So again, there's still the potential here for a tornado on the ground. This is our live Arctic Air Skycam network from Waynesboro, and that looks like that is a tornado or a wall cloud of some sort that is right on top of the ground. And it could be a thing where the mesocyclone is lowered so much that itself is just hugging the ground. So you actually have a very wide tornado that is on the ground here, but that is a very suspicious looking cloud that's kind of coming and going, where this could be a tornado on the ground, or at least it's the mesocyclone that's very close to the ground, and you end up getting some damaging wind potential with it, as opposed to just having a tornado. But the damage could easily be close to the same.
Hey, we're thinking that we're not making it through the first storm that's ahead of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, so our camera's kind of up here.
Yes.
And the rotation's here. And we got a lot of stuff intervening in between. So that might be more of a shelf kind of pushing out ahead.
It could be, but there looked like there was something back there.
It did look suspicious, to be sure.
There's been cases where that could be what is back there. You're still being able to see it. With it being nighttime, it's going to be a little bit easier to see stuff lit up behind it if you have lightning strikes close to where that actual wall cloud is. So
I'll tell you what, we got a good couplet though on our live radar here.
Yeah.
Just south of Lutz.
Just south of Lutz. If you live in Lutz, you need to be in a tornado shelter now. But like I mentioned, it looks like it's going just south of you. But Cromwell Crossroads is getting right close to where you are. Again, right along Highway 203 here. Martin's Mill, I think you're going to be okay, but you need to be in a tornado shelter anyway. Collinwood is the next bigger town that is in the crosshairs here. So if you live in Collinwood, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. We've called you out multiple times already. We've given you a very long heads up. The Weather Service has given you a very long heads up. This warning was issued about, 30 minutes ago? Or close to 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, I think so. So we've
given you a big heads up. Even beyond that, we knew that this was coming up towards Wayne County. So if you're in Collinwood, you have not heeded our warning yet, please do it now, because you still have some time before this possible tornado does get to you. Again, this is right along and south of Highway 203 near Cromwell Crossroads. That's this area of rotation that is right here that still looks rather impressive. This is our live X-band Doppler radar here in downtown Lawrenceburg, and we still have a pretty good rotational signature here on our live radar. This is able to fill that radar hole like I was talking about earlier. Now, our radar range doesn't go out too far, but it does impact a good portion of this area that does have that radar hole. This is a live look at the Columbus NextRad here on the velocity data that's still showing that potential for that tornado right there just near Lutz, again heading towards Collinwood. So we've called you out multiple times. If you're in Collinwood, Waynesboro, Lutz, Cromwell Crossroads, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Let's take a look down to the south again, because there's still that potential for a tornado on the ground here that's just now past Iuka, and this will actually move into parts of Colbert and Lauderdale counties. This will stay north of Marjoram and north of Cherokee, but this could impact Lane Springs here, the Natchez Trace Parkway area of Colbert County and Lauderdale County as it crosses the Tennessee River. Also the Eastport community right here along the Tennessee River, and this could impact Waterloo and Wright. I know that initial tornado warning did not include Waterloo, but this southern circulation, this southern storm, looks like it's going to impact you all. There's no active tornado warning now, but there is that severe thunderstorm warning. So I need you to start going towards your tornado safe spot probably here in the next 5 minutes or so, because there still is a pretty decent area of rotation here that's northeast of Iuka, just crossed Highway 25, and it will eventually work its way on off into parts of Colbert County and Lauderdale County. If I'm still, I don't know, Ben, if you know, if we're still airing on Kix 96 or Q107, but if you are out there and they're out actually still streaming our coverage here, this still will not impact Florence. I want to stress that. This is still that far northwestern part of Lauderdale County, just a tad bit further to the east. So this would end up being Waterloo right, and possibly up towards Stewartville, right there along Alabama Highway 20, and also Gravely Springs. So again, that's that northern part still, but I want to emphasize no Florence, no Rogersville, no Lexington, Anderson, Killen, no Center Star. This is going to be that northwestern part of Lauderdale County, again, just slightly further to the south and east. And there's still an area rotation in Lauderdale County, but again, that's looking pretty high up at that point. But here's that circulation again in Wayne County that's getting ever so closely to Cromwell Crossroads and Collinwood. So again, we're still watching that. Let's go ahead. We haven't done a storm track in a while, so let's go ahead and do a storm track and get this out of Wayne County and into Lawrence County. If you remember what happened Wednesday, this is taking that general same path of that supercell that had that tornado warning on it that moved through the Deerfield area of Lawrence County. So this is again kind of that same trajectory like what we saw on Wednesday. Let's expend it out. Let's go 45 minutes. I imagine we have 30 minutes right there, right?
Here you go. Here's 45 into Lawrence County.
All right, here's 45 into Lawrence County. So this will give you a heads up in Lawrence County. Cromwell Crossroads, we've talked to you multiple times. It's there basically right now. McGlamory Stand at 8:58. Woodlawn at 9 o'clock along with Collinwood. Shawnette at 9:05. Granny Scott Hollow at 9:13. Murphy Hollow at 9:17. Highland at 9:19. Ovila at 9:20. Pea Ridge at 9:22. Deerfield 9:25. Rupertown 9:26. Gandy at 9:27, Buffalo Valley at 9:28, and Providence at 9:28. I think this ends up staying north of downtown Lawrenceburg, but it's going to be very, very close. I will say it will stay north of Loretto and Leoma, but it could get very, very close to downtown Lawrenceburg. So I imagine the Weather Service in Nashville is watching this very, very closely, and could be issuing a downstream warning here very, very soon. I'm logging on to their Weather Service chat. While I do that, Chase, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, I was going to say,
go ahead.
I would go so far as to say the other day, the day before yesterday, when we had that tornado warning through Lawrence County, pretty much almost carbon copy the exact same communities. So I think if we've had practice for that much is for sure. So if the other day, a couple days ago, when we had that supercell come on through, if you took shelter then, take shelter now. That's probably one of the best ways to put it. And out in Lawrence County, be prepared to do so due to the fact that downwind over the next about 30, 45 minutes or so, we're going to see this cell move up into here. So we got that time of arrival here. And we do have it very nicely on our X-band, by the way. I was going to switch back to that here real quick. We really can see that pretty nicely looking low, only about 400 feet above the ground level here. Let me clear that track here. And there you go, right over Cromwell's Crossroads right now. We've got that rotation pretty solid. Here's the evolution of it as it kind of pushes east and north.
Still a little noisy, but it gets a little bit better right there.
Yeah, it's a little noisy there, but especially this last couple, you can kind of see behind you there.
Yeah.
That was definitely pretty precise and
right here.
Yeah, right around there. You definitely see that maxima. So we're starting to get it a little better here on our live radar, that's for sure.
A little bit better, and this could be an instance where you might not have a significant tornado on the ground, like a long track tornado, but you could get intermittent touchdowns as this continues to almost kind of skip across the landscape. Sometimes you end up getting that with some of these very long-lived supercells that have produced pretty significant tornadoes in the past, and they just are still so strong enough that even though the environment over here might not be as conductive for a significant tornado, it can still produce some of these more quick spin-up type tornadoes as it continues to work its way on off towards the northeast. So again, we'll consider this still, treat it as a tornado on the ground here, right near Cromwell Crossroads, and this is moving right towards Collinwood. Collinwood, you're next, right along Highway 13 and the Natchez Trace Parkway. Again, like Chase mentioned, like what we mentioned, this is almost a carbon copy of what we had on Wednesday. Take that path, do it all over again, because this is exactly where this is headed. So again, this is going to get right towards the Collinwood area and cross Highway 13, Highway 203, and the Natchez Trace Parkway, and then will eventually cross that, move into eastern Wayne County, and then heads up Lawrence County, because you guys will be next in line. And like what we talked about, I would imagine the Weather Service as the course of least regret, because there's still rotation within this supercell. They will probably issue a downstream tornado warning at some point. So that's just a heads up to Lawrence County, West Point, Pea Ridge, up towards Ovila and Highway 64 on the west side of Lawrence County. You're not under a warning yet, but heads up, this storm will move into your area here in the next 30 minutes or so. So you need to be taking your precautions, kind of get ready to take those tornado precautions. So if you are needing to either pack up and go to a nearest tornado shelter, or you just need to get your kids ready, you need to just get everything situated to go take shelter yourself, go ahead and do that. I know it's not super duper late in the evening, we're getting close to 9 p.m., so most people are relatively still up at this time, but if you do have any of those younger kids, if they are going to sleep already, you might want to start kind of getting towards waking them up and taking your tornado precautions at some point, because there's still an area rotation here. But the good news is I'm not seeing anything that's overly significant, but like what we talked about, the way that these supercells have acted tonight, just even these signatures have been able to produce tornadoes, it seems like. So again, no matter how weak it looks, there's still a chance here that there could be some tornado development getting up towards the Collinwood area right now. Let's dive back down to the south, because we still have an active tornado warning in Tishomingo County, and this is now crossing, holy cow, that's crossing the state line.
Yeah.
There's no warning. There's no tornado warning for northwest Alabama.
Yeah, Huntsville. I'm going to check NWS chat here, see if they intend to keep it severe or otherwise.
It says a storm near Iuka continues to weaken as it progresses northeast. We're closely watching it.
So they seem to want to keep severe.
I would go ahead and go back full with me real quick. I just want to make sure I can see. I just want to emphasize real quick. Waterloo, Eastport, Wright. I don't think Lane Springs you would be in this, but Waterloo, Eastport, Wright, be in your tornado shelter, because that's still a relatively good signature there that's in the right spot where you would want it to be. If there's not a significant tornado on the ground right here, there's probably a small tornado that could potentially be on the ground. So again, that's still a life-threatening issue, whether it's a EF5 or EF0. It can still cause damage and still cause issues to where you might definitely need to be taking your shelter here. So again, there's no active tornado warning, but I would go ahead and say Eastport, Waterloo, and Wright, I would just be there right now, be there for the next 15 minutes, let the storm pass, and we'll just go from there. That is a big
tornado warning here.
Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and say that is the biggest tornado warning polygon I have ever seen.
I think I would have to agree with that.
That is absolutely humongous.
And I'm looking at that, and a large portion of that is actually behind the outflow boundary.
I was just wondering that. It looks like that Saltillo one, Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like that Saltillo one's probably the best one.
Yeah, it would be the best candidate out of that whole cluster.
Okay, that's what I kind of, I can kind of see that right there. So that looks like that could be a tornado right there that's southwest of Guntown. This one has a little bit of rotation, but that one, your boundary's right here, right through Pratt. So that one's behind the boundary, right on top of Frankstown. So the chances of it actually producing a tornado, again, are not necessarily zero, but it is a lot less than it would be if it was attached to the boundary and ahead of it. But if it has a strong enough rotation, every now and then you could potentially get like a quick little spin up behind that boundary, but it's less likely, but it's not impossible. As you go towards Boonville, there's another little area rotation that is right here near Boonville, and then another one that's more broad towards Rienzi, that's just to the west of Jacinto, there in northern Mississippi. Again, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. That's what it looks like it could be. But again, right near Boonville, that's where you have that other area of rotation right next to the Bynum area. Again, this will, move into parts of Alcorn County and western Tishomingo County. So Iuka, Burnsville, you're in the crosshairs once again for some of this activity back towards the back. But like Fred mentioned, like what we're talking about, it looks like that boundary is generally right here. So anything that is behind it, it has a less chance of producing a tornado than it would if it's attached to it. Because if you go down to the south, excuse me, Chase, when you get a moment, if you go back down to the south, I know you're trying to do stuff in the background. This is the signature you want to see. This is one that is attached or just ahead of the boundary, so this is going to be your best chance at a tornado here, and that is getting better. That's pretty good tight rotation there. Yep, there's your inflow going into it. There's your downdraft, rear flank downdraft coming on the backside. There's your area of rotation just to the south of Blair and just to the southwest of Guntown. This is going to cross Highway 45 between Guntown and Saltillo, and then will eventually work its way to the northeast towards Pratt's, right along Mississippi Highway 370, and get close to Mississippi Highway 366 between Marietta and Baldwin. Again, that's that circulation right here. Let's go ahead and do a storm track on that one. I don't think we've done a storm track on that one yet. And that one's going to be moving, again, right around 45 miles per hour or so.
I'll extend it out here just a little so we can get into Tishomingo County. I'll go 45 here. And I will change the show range just a tad so we can get some of the bigger.
Yeah.
So here you go.
All right, so this goes all the way out towards Tishomingo. So Guntown.
Let me get some of our areas.
Yeah, I see you're kind of not all the way down there yet, but we're getting close to it.
So here we go.
All right, that's going to be better. So
Yep.
Jacinto around 9:35, Dennis at 9:36, Cairo at 9:37, Padden around 9:38, Holcut around 9:39, and Tishomingo right at 9:39. So again, that's if this one continues. And the thing that we'll be watching for is it's always going to end up being that southern storm that has the best chance at producing a potential longer track, strong tornado here that we've seen over the past several hours. That doesn't mean that these up here towards Boonville or Rienzi won't produce one either, but the greater chance of having a significant tornado that's going to be on the ground for a while is going to be that one that's just to the south or to the north of Saltillo. Let's go back again like Chase is doing here with this active tornado warning for Wayne County. This is getting broader. This is catching my eye. What's down here?
I think that's just
catching my eye. Well, that's in that hook spot where you could end up getting something on the back side of it. So I wouldn't say no that could be another tornado that's trying to develop right near Cypress End. Chase, what do you think?
It could be that we might be rubbing right up against the boundary too.
It could be
kind of right in here, because we're definitely right there on the precipice.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the points north, especially Waynesboro, are starting to get further and further north of Waynesboro, especially behind the boundary. So you're right there, kind of on the edge. That's definitely worth keeping an eye on. I'd say kind of any point along this these supercells. Yeah,
exactly. And again, that's what he's saying. You get these kind of riding storms on that boundary, so it's possible it's getting on it. And that's what we talked about before. If it latches onto the boundary, same thing what happened on Wednesday. If it latches onto that boundary, you're going to get enhanced shear with it. And if you're going to get a strong tornado from that could potentially be on the ground for several miles, it's going to be coming from those type of supercells that are latching onto the boundary. You go north of it, you end up losing that tornado potential by a long shot. You can still get one for a little bit, but the chances of getting a longer track one that's strong is greatly reduced. So again, there's still some rotation here just on top of Collinwood. So again, Collinwood, tornado shelter, Waynesboro, tornado shelter. It's getting close to the edge of the polygon. This is our live Waynesboro cam here from the Arctic Air Skycam network. Notice the temperature and dew point right at 63, and you have a north wind now, so you're getting the flow coming in back on the back side of all those storms. Man, look at that whipping rain. And the other thing, so if you're on the north side of that boundary, so Waynesboro right now, even though you're under tornado warning, your greatest threat is now becoming flash flooding, because you're having multiple areas of heavy rain that's moving on through, and you're not going to be done within like the next 20 minutes. You're still going to get more rain on the back side of this. So if you're not flash flooding right now in the city of Waynesboro, give it some time. And it could be something as quick as 5 to 10 minutes, and boom, you have flash flooding going on. But that's a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, so you need to be in your tornado shelter right now, even though the best chance getting a tornado is south of you towards the Collinwood area. You still need to be sheltered, because guess what? You're getting a lot of rain, you're getting a lot of lightning. You might even get some small hail out of this, so just hunker down and just stay in your tornado shelter just for a little bit longer. Then we can give you the all clear. I can go ahead and give you the all clear for Center Star, Big Ivy, and Walnut Grove. I can go ahead and give you an all clear for the Lutz and Martins Mill and Clifton Junction. I know you're still technically in the polygon, but the tornado threat is going to be east of you right now, so you're good to go from getting out of your shelter. But I would stress that if you are outside, if you have an outside shelter that you actually have to walk back towards your house, I would actually just say stay in there, because you still got a lot of heavy rain and a lot of lightning to deal with. So wait for the rain to kind of settle down before you do that. But again, I can at least give you an all clear Martins Mill and Lutz that your greatest tornado potential is now to the east of you, getting right on top of Collinwood. And again, this is right where the Natchez Trace Parkway and Highway 13 kind of intertwine with each other. One runs parallel on the east, one runs parallel on the west, and then eventually split off. Natchez Trace goes northeast, 13 goes northwest towards Waynesboro. This is getting along that Natchez Trace Parkway, kind of is riding it right now, and it will make its way on off to Ovila, Center, and Deerfield here in western Lawrence County here relatively soon. I would say probably the next 30 minutes or so. Chase, why don't you take over just for a quick moment while I get some more water?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, and we were just keeping an eye behind the scenes on some sources. We got the great Ben Luna here with us, Fred Gossage, and we're watching very closely the Weather Service chats to see how the warnings will progress down the line. And that's what Taylor was talking about, how we're kind of relatively soon coming up on Lawrence County line, eastern Wayne County, western Lawrence County, where Natchez Trace Parkway and Ovila kind of crosses over here. We're watching this area for downstream, perhaps some warnings, right? Of course, we don't make those decisions. That's why we're watching behind the scenes. But we're definitely getting a little closer here to this initial cell. In fact, we're taking a look at our live radar. Down here is your area of concern, and you do see that kind of convergent signature. It's a little attenuated, but I would say there's probably some rotation there just near Collinwood right now. That's probably going to be riding the Natchez Trace a little more east than north, but I'd say about northeast, still about 40 miles an hour. So soon, very soon, I'd say within 15, 20 minutes, we're rubbing right up against the county line there. So
are we attenuating at all?
We are attenuating just a little bit.
Can you tilt down and take a look at that Cypress Inn little nook that's trying
back
to
down here?
That we
were talking about
I'm
that.
telling you, if there's going to be another one, it's going to end up being that southern end,
and we don't,
because that has the best chance.
Looking at GWX,
I see that too, and there's a little. I'll tell you what, the reflectivity definitely has that structure. The velocity, it has some work to do. In that department, so to speak. I'm not seeing anything immediately urgent, but now I guess we know what to keep an eye on behind scenes here and see how that evolves.
Yeah, and just the fact that Cypress Inn and Fairview, you're in a tornado warning anyway. You need to be in your tornado shelter. I would go ahead and just
probably for the course of least regret. Yeah.
For course of least regret, no all clear for you right now. Cypress Inn, stay in that tornado shelter. Fairview, stay in that tornado shelter because this does look ominous. And like what Chase mentioned earlier, is a lot of these, the reflectivity can tell you all you need to know. The velocity it will tell you where the rotation is, but every now and then you end up getting a tornado when the velocity is not quite what you think it would be yet, but the reflectivity looks like it, and then the velocity kind of catches up and you start to actually see, and that does look a little bit more ominous. That has a little bit of a hook coming around, and that's a lot more inflow coming in. And you got your rear flank downdraft, you see with the reds right there in the velocity.
Kind of coming.
Here, if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be right here, right to the west of Cypress Inn. This is right along the state line between Alabama and Tennessee, Lauderdale County moving into Wayne County. This is right along the Natchez Trace Parkway, right towards Cypress Inn. That's Tennessee Highway 227. I see they trimmed the tornado warning back. I already gave you that all clear for Martins Mill and Lutz, Clifton Junction as well. You're good to come out of your tornado shelter, but like I mentioned, if you have an outside one, you actually have to walk back into your house. Give it a little bit longer because there's still a lot of lightning, a lot of rain. So I don't really want you to be, going, no matter if it's just a short distance, just staying there just for a little bit longer. But this is looking a lot better right down here for Cypress Inn. Let's do a storm track on that one, Chase, because we've already done a storm track for the northern part, but that southern part, again, like we mentioned, is getting a little bit better. Right around 40 to 45 miles per hour. That's good right there. Fairview at 916, Collinwood 921, Holly Creek at 923, West Point 930, Pea Ridge 939, Highland 940, and Ovila 941, Deerfield at 944. If it makes its way into parts of Lawrence County, and if there was one that could give Lawrenceburg a potential tornado down the road here, it's going to be that cell. So we're going to have to watch that very closely. If you're in Lawrenceburg right now, no need to get to your tornado shelter right now, but I'm going to go ahead and request that if you do have any preparations you need, whether that's to go down the street to a tornado shelter or get your family prepared to get to the basement or a storm shelter that you have, or if you're in a mobile home and it takes you a little bit to get to a site-built structure in your tornado safe spot, go ahead and start getting that preparation going. I mentioned earlier, it's now 9 o'clock. I know it's the weekend, but a lot of people have church tomorrow. So if you have little ones that are, their bedtime's more like 8 o'clock, go ahead and start getting to that point to where you might need to get them up and get them prepared to go to your tornado shelter, because that does not look good to me. It's not overly strong, but that is in the right spot where you would want to see a possible tornado signature right on top of Highway 227. This is OHX. That has a really good look at it. I know GWX is looking at that. That's in this kind of range folding zone, but that still has some pretty good inbounds and outbounds. What is High Top? Go between High Top and Memphis. That's High Top. That still looks pretty good.
And then I'll go to Memphis here. It starts to get a little higher there.
So it's a little higher, but you still have that evidence. That's the thing I'm looking for. You still have that evidence of a possible tornado. OHX and our live X-band radar has the best view of this right now. So this could be a developing tornado just to the east of Cypress Inn. And again, this will move towards Fairview, cross Highway 13, cross Highway 227 potentially towards Holly Creek, and could get towards West Point here in western Lawrence County. How is our sky cams looking before we kind of dip back down towards Mississippi to do an update right there? Just want to make sure I'm not kind of missing anything kind of on the side here.
The National Weather Service in Nashville is continuing the Wayne County tornado.
Yes.
Tornado warning.
Right.
At least for another few minutes, but not for the southern cell.
Okay.
They're continuing it for the original warned storm, which is fizzling around Collinwood.
It'll be for Lawrence as well.
All right, so here they go. They are going to issue a new tornado warning now for Wayne and Lawrence.
Okay, good. They need to. And you might need to tell them, hey, that southern part down here near Cypress Inn, our X-band has a good look at it, and it looks like it's trying to ramp back up. That's there's our phone. So that does include the city of Lawrenceburg. I take that off. So
there we go. That goes until 10:15.
Yep. And I know that we already know this, guys, but we'll Ben make the call if we ever need to dip out to our shelter. But that's going to be a while away.
The polygon picks up both circulations.
Okay, good.
Oh, good.
I was kind of worried that they would keep that northern one, but that's good that it keeps both circulations here.
There you go.
All right, this does include all of Lawrenceburg, all of Etheridge, all of Crossroads, New Prospect, Center, Deerfield, Pea Ridge, West Point, Loretto. Loretto, you're on the southern end, but guess what? That circulation's down here, and there's a really good chance that it could actually come up close to you all. Leoma is definitely in the crosshairs of this. Union Hill is in the potentially crosshairs. Again, you're on the southern end of that polygon, but again, there's one rotation here, but the one that's really starting to catch your eye is this one just south of Collinwood, right here near Cypress Inn and Fairview. So let's do another storm track on this, Chase, because I know we have a lot of people who are going to be tuning in right now because they're getting that notification on their phone of that tornado warning here in Lawrenceburg. Here's your latest information. Fairview 915, Holly Creek at 921, Iron City 922, St. Joseph 928, West Point 928, Loretto 933, Pea Ridge 936, Liberty Grove 937, Deerfield 941 along with Union Hill, Leoma 942, 5 Points 943, Center 946, downtown Lawrenceburg and just the entire city of Lawrenceburg 946, and is it Revilo or Revilo?
Revilo.
Revilo 947. Again, this is for a developing tornado that is on the southern part of Wayne County that is going to eventually cross into Lawrence County here in the next 10 to 15 minutes and could eventually get towards the US 43 corridor and downtown Lawrenceburg and downtown Leoma and also potentially the Loretto area as well. Etheridge and I think Summertown.
Yeah, the whole northern portion.
The whole northern. Yeah. Summertown, you also need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Etheridge as well. Basically, if you live from Loretto and go up Highway 43 all the way up towards Summertown and the Murray County line, you are in this tornado warning polygon and you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Again, we have two areas of rotation that we're watching. This one right here that had the original tornado warning on it.
I'll tell you, you do have a little more convergence here. Yeah, you do. You definitely have some more convergent
right
signatures.
Here, actually.
I think this is second trip getting caught.
Is it?
It's a little. I've been looking behind the scenes, and there's a little trickery you gotta have to do.
What's the reflectivity look like? Okay, that's kind of back into it.
Yeah, but right here is. Let me actually loop it for you so you can kind of see what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
But
right
you can kind of see right there where it surges out. You got a little convergence. I would say this is a period or an area to watch as this lifts north. I would say it's probably about 5 or 10 minutes, maybe less than 10 minutes. I'd say more 5 minutes towards western portions of Lawrence County, Ovilla, and west of Deerfield. Just wanted to kind of call that out too, because there's multiple points we've been talking about.
Let's do this like what we've done with all the other tornado warnings.
Let's do a storm track
ahead of it. Well, not necessarily storm track yet, but let's go ahead of it
roads,
and go take a look at some of the roads here. Again, this is Highway 64, Ovilla right here. This is going to be North Chisholm Creek Road right here that winds all the way down here. Canaan Road over here towards the Wayne County line. Murphy Hollow right here with Barrett Branch. Again, this is that Highway 64, Lawrenceburg Highway. This is this Scenic Road?
Yeah, right here.
Scenic Road right towards New Haven. Again, that's where North Chisholm Road is, or I called you out. CC Lane right here. Finney Road.
Piney.
Piney.
Same thing as the other day, in fact.
Same thing as the other day.
Same streets.
Because of the way that it has the word right here.
Yeah.
Yep. Piney Road right here. There's CC Lane, Canaan Road. This is Reed Patch Road, all the way up here. Basically, all the roads that we called out on that Wednesday storm, if you remember that, hey, that's the same thing again. But again, if you live in Ovilla, Highland, right along the Natchez Trace Parkway is where you have a little bit of some better rotation right here. So there is a chance that we could get another quick spin-up tornado here right on top of the Natchez Trace Parkway that will track into western Lawrence County and impact the Ovilla community and Deerfield right here along Highway 64 and Highway 240. That's the turnpike that goes up towards Center, Highway 240. That's Highway 241 that winds its way back down towards Highway 64 on the western side of the city of Lawrenceburg, kind of on the outskirts of the city. Again, that's where this possible rotation is going. So let's go ahead and do that storm track on that one, Chase.
Sure.
After we gave some street names, those street names that we gave out, that's about maybe 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes of lead time right there for you if you have those, if you are in or near any of those roads that we called out.
And
so
Taylor,
here,
real quick,
go ahead.
I want to stress to our viewers that we are watching 2 areas of potential rotation entering Lawrence County. We have one that is south of Collinwood, and this one that y'all are currently tracking that is northeast of Collinwood.
Okay.
So these are, if you're just tuning in, there are 2 areas of concern that we are watching.
Yes. This is that northern one, and then we'll go back down to that southern one, and then we'll take another quick look at what's going down there in Mississippi, because that's going to be our next round up here. And Chase, that is definitely looking better.
Yeah, I would say so. It's kind of surging out there a little bit.
Surging out. So let's, again, there's that storm track. Let me call out some names here. Highland at 918, Ovila at 918, Deerfield 925, Center 928, Napier 933, Henryville 935, and Etheridge at 939. That's the northern circulation moving out of Wayne County into western and northwestern Lawrence County. And I know Summertown, you were not in this track yet, but guess what? Etheridge is at 939. You're most likely going to be very close to 940. So I imagine 940, 942 is going to be your time of arrival for this area of rotation here. Go to the reflectivity. I want to see if there's a nice little hook that's trying to get going. A little bit of some backside.
Yeah, in the back here, and then it kind of surges in this way.
Almost like it's trying to get a book echo that's trying to develop right here.
That's a good point. Kind of a bookend sort of structure in this sense. We see a lot of those come through here.
Yep, winds kind of coming in on the backside right here, and then you have the inflow coming in right here, so you end up getting that whole edge. It's like a comma head that starts getting going, and we've actually seen that. We saw that west of Memphis earlier today. So if you don't, I'll say this, if you don't get a tornado with this, you're going to get an increasing damaging wind potential here that could be on the order of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour, because that's a pretty good wind signature here that you see that surging out as it gets close to the county line here. So again, I want to stress, take your tornado precautions for sure, Ovila and Deerfield and Center, but there is a chance here that this might end up being more of a damaging wind potential than a tornado potential, but guess what? They can still do almost the exact same damage as a lower end tornado. Let's go back down real quick to the southern circulation, look at that.
Let me check velocity. It's becoming more ambiguous and a little less concerning, but still we'll have to watch that for any further developments.
I have to watch that, sure. Go to GWX. I want to see what the meso looks like.
So it's still there?
It's still there. So it's still rotating in the mid-levels. So again, like what we talked about before, if you watch our coverage for this entire time now, the mesocyclone, the whole big part of the storm, that's rotating. If that gets strong enough, it starts to translate down to the ground, and you get a tornado that gets produced from that. Again, the tornado is part of the mesocyclone, but you have to have that entire circulation of the storm, the mesocyclone, get strong enough before you can actually have that potential. And right now, it still looks pretty good. It looks pretty turbulent, though, but that's not shocking given the type of winds that we have. The low-level jet is starting to increase. If there's going to be an increase in that potential tornadic development, it's going to be now through the next kind of handful of hours. But again, you start getting some of those bright greens kind of in this general look right here that tells me that there's a good amount of wind energy in the mid-levels, and it's getting a little turbulent, but there's still a good amount of rotation here that we need to watch it. Again, that's a possible tornado that's just to the north of Fairview, crossing Tennessee Highway 13, and will eventually get towards Holly Creek and then West Point. Again, this is the southern circulation of Lawrence County. So again, there's 2 circulations we're watching. That first one up here towards Ovila, and then that second one that's down here towards Fairview. Again, treat both of them like there's a possible tornado that is with them, that is on the ground at this point. But again, as a course of least regret, that's what we talk about. With all this that has transpired this evening, most of these supercells have produced tornadoes at some point. So who's to say that they are not producing one right now? But the good news is I'm not seeing any significant rotation like what we had back in Mississippi. Speaking of Mississippi, let's go back in here.
Yeah, I was just going to head back down there for you.
Was that Ben that had something?
I've been having eyes on that.
Yeah.
Those are mean. Those are downrange, especially for the rest of our viewing area.
Yep. This one looks impressive right here.
Yeah, it has a pretty good hook on it. I'll zoom in for you and get a little.
That one is on, this is on the boundary.
Yeah.
So you're going to have your enhanced spin right here. So possible tornado on the ground here. I would actually think it is on the ground with that velocity signature right there, right on top of Mississippi Highway 371. I know that's kind of in the clear air, but that's a really good velocity couplet, and we've seen those produce tornadoes today for sure. This is going to move northeast towards New Site here in, this is Alcorn County, I believe, is right here, right, guys?
This is Prentice.
It's Prentice, sorry, that's Prentice.
And then Tishomingo just in a matter of 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay, oh, I see. We're down further south.
Yeah, we're down a little south on that.
Okay, this is Tishomingo. For some reason, I was thinking Corinth was like right here.
Oh, yeah.
But, all right, so this is Prentice County here.
Yeah.
So New Site right here, right along Mississippi Highway 4, and that's moving northeast. Will enter parts of Tishomingo County, and Tishomingo itself and Paden, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now because this is heading in your general area. You did not have that initial wave of tornado-producing supercells, but you're getting this one on the back side right here. So here's some more times of arrival. New Site at 9:22, New Hope at 9:29, Dennis at 9:37, Paden, I'm not sure exactly how it's pronounced, I apologize, 9:39, Cairo at 9:39, Tishomingo at 9:39, Holcut 9:41, Bloody Springs 9:44, Mingo 9:45, along with Midway, and then eventually Burnstown at about 9:48. Guys, I need to actually kind of run out real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so just take over just briefly.
Yeah, sure. We're going to hop back up north here to Tennessee. Ben, you got any reports over there to relay?
Nothing that is coming down at this point from any of the EMA sources, but it's still there. We're watching the original circulation as it crosses the Lawrence-Wayne County line near the Ovella. This is looking at OHX behind the scenes, and you might switch to OHX there. Even though
I've got Live Radar up.
Okay. Again, folks in the Ovella community, West End, you've got center of the Turnpike. In that general area out toward downtown Deerfield, you need to be in your safe place for that particular storm. Then head back to the southwest. In near Collinwood, we are tracking much weaker. It's very meh at this point. We'll call it meh, at least in my opinion.
Something to keep an eye on nonetheless.
Yes.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, we are concerned with that guy because that might be hateful here in the next few minutes for folks toward Holly Creek, West Point, up toward Pea Ridge. That would also get Gandy as well. So there are two that we're worried about. In communication with Area 911 and EMAs, we do not have any damage reports from Wayne County, which is a blessing. We're not, at least in this mode right now, tracking what we would think would be major tornadoes, but nevertheless, a tornado is a tornado, and we want you to treat it with respect. We want you downstairs, away from windows and doors, not on the front porch. Please don't be on the front porch or the back porch or the side porches with phones trying to stream to social media.
Nowhere outside, period.
Don't be outside.
If you can see outside, you're already doing it wrong.
Yeah, you need to be inside with your family. Lowest level, a basement is great, a storm shelter even better, or a safe room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. On your way there, run by the kitchen, grab a pot, pan, or maybe a ball helmet if you've got one with the kids. Make sure that all the noggins are protected in your house. That is very important that you protect your head. We stress that. That is vital. Please, please, please do that for the sake of you and your family. And if you're driving in a tornado warning, don't be. We live in a very populated area. Find a house, find a business, find something, and get into a site-built structure. If you're in a mobile home's no problem to live in. We understand that. However, they're not a place that you need to be in an event like this. So if there's a tornado warning in effect for where you are, and there is one for the majority of Lawrence County, Tennessee at this time, you need to be in the safest place possible with you and your family.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Ben. And we're continuing to take a look at a few more areas. We're definitely starting to see this pretty intense Boeing signature ahead of this in western Lawrence County as well. So not only do we have that tornado threat in those isolated spots where we see that rotation, for the broader area ahead of this storm, we're probably going to be talking damaging winds, better part of 60 miles an hour as well. So this is a multifaceted storm, to be sure.
The large hail core is actually approaching the Brush Creek area, north of West End and Ovella. They're right at the Natchez Trace. Also out there, you've got the Laurel Hill Wildlife Preserve and Wildlife Management Area and Laurel Hill Lake. A lot of folks camp in that area. A lot of RVs in that area, so be mindful of that as this storm approaches that area. And then, Taylor, since you've been out, we've talked a lot about the northern end. If you can, let's shift back down and talk about that southern circulation coming out of Collinwood.
Yeah, exactly. I've also noticed, I know kind of on the background, we've gone into the red alert mode, I believe. So this is definitely more of a heightened severe weather threat that we have tonight. So this is not necessarily kind of your lower end severe weather risk we have. This is a more significant risk that has transpired today, and we're still tracking these supercells and the possible for tornadic development here. So this is that area of rotation. Is this the one that you're talking about, the one near Pea Ridge?
That's our initial one, and we're really starting to lose that.
Talking about this one down here still.
Yeah, we're starting to lose that one. I'll go to GWX, see if we got a better view. It's kind of, we've been having some of those aliasing issues.
Yeah, it corrects itself after it comes in. Like, give it a little bit, and I've noticed that it will correct itself before the next scan. So it's almost like it has a lag. But still, if you keep that here, you can still make out an area of rotation right here on top of Holly Creek. But again, it's so high up that you're not getting a complete low-level scan. That's why we have our X-band radar here in downtown Lawrenceburg, but there you are.
Yeah, I rolled it back just a little bit, and I think we're starting to see the boundary. Behind the scenes, we talk about, elevated structure versus surface-based structure, and I think, just my personal read on things, that this is taking on more of that elevated structure.
It looks
just like what we kind of see with the cold pool on the velocities.
Yeah.
They are going to maintain this warning for the next several minutes.
And I certainly don't blame them looking at that little surge there on the northern portion. I think we're starting, I don't want to be too confident about it, but I think we're starting to hone in on that one main circulation there in central Lawrence County right now.
Jot down to the south real quick.
Yeah, sure. Let me do that
right on top
here.
of Stewartsville. Let me take a look at the reflectivity on that one.
Let me switch to, we'll say HTX here.
That has, again, that's...
That would be a third, by the way.
Yeah, this would be a third one behind it.
The deal with this, folks, I know that, so if you go back and you look at, some of our bigger, tornado days, you'll have spaced out supercells. You get one that's, near Florence. You have another one that's down near Russellville. You have one in Athens. They're all spaced out very nicely. This is not that situation, unfortunately. This is where you have, again, that boundary, and we've seen this over the past several days. You go back to that Selmer tornado that happened back, what was it, on Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, I think?
I couldn't even keep up at this point.
I can't keep up with it. It's so many days now at this point. But they go over and over and over again because of this boundary. They latch onto that boundary and they ride it just like a train. And once they get off of that boundary to the north, they start losing their low-level rotation. Well, guess what? Again, here's a supercell that is close, if not on, that boundary, and it has an area of rotation on it. So if you live in Bethel Grove, Fairview, Cypress Inn, do it all over again. There's a chance here that we have another developing tornado. It doesn't look overly impressive on velocity right now, but it's on that back end, and we've seen that before. Like with that one that went through Fairview, it looks a little less now, but guess what? When it was back over here, it looked a little more impressive. So I imagine that boundary is probably draped somewhere right here, towards that Stewartville cell. So that one...
I think this is the one that prompted the tornado warning back here, and it became a severe, so I think we're still seeing this one persist in that sense.
Yeah, that one's still persisting in that sense as well. So again, that's where it's, we have one circulation that's near Deerfield. I see you're still monitoring that on one of the side monitors. We got this other one that's still possibly there. I don't think it's producing a tornado right now, but it could ramp up at any moment. That's right on top of Holly Creek, moving towards West Point. Yeah, GWX is just having a hard time right now. And then we have another little one right here towards Pea Ridge, but it's this one right here. Go back to our X-band live radar.
Sure thing.
That's that one that's right.
You kind of have multiple little surges out. You see what I mean there?
It's almost like you're getting a QLCS type of tornado here instead of an actual embedded supercell. It's kind of...
You got several little spots there surging out.
You got several little spots that are surging out, and anytime they surge out, if they can ingest as much as they're surging out, then all of a sudden you got a quick spin that's pretty tight, and you end up getting a tornado that drops, and it could easily be in between radar scans. Center, you need to be in your tornado shelter still. Deerfield, you need to be in tornado shelter still. And south of Deerfield, and even into the city of Lawrenceburg, you still need to be in your tornado shelter right now, because I know this is still off to the west. It's not looking as impressive as it was before, but we still have some areas of spin. And the way that the atmosphere is set up today, you can easily get one of these that produce a quick tornado, does damage. It might not last too long. I don't think these are going to end up being your long track, strong type of tornadoes, but a tornado is a tornado nonetheless. So you need to stay in your tornado shelter right now. Alexander Springs, over towards Lawrenceburg, north towards Summertown, down towards Leoma and Loretto. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now, because again, as a course of least regret, we're still watching these. They're not overly strong or tight right now, but they could easily produce a tornado at any given moment.
You've got a lot of hail.
A lot of hail?
In the northwest part of the county.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that's probably true
That's
too.
this right
what
here,
rate are
yep.
you on there?
That is
HTX?
HTX.
We can definitely see in the mid-levels here. Look at that signature there. So
Yeah.
I bet you we're going to get some of that
That's some
transition
pretty high
down a little.
DBZ values right there.
You're much more of a bow echo, too, to support that QLCS type
Yes,
tornado.
for sure.
Yes.
You kind of see that structure there, and that,
Yep.
that also supports those surging winds
Yeah.
that we saw in the library.
It looks like you end up having a dying supercell, and all that kind of RFD that's kind of, I guess, left over, kind of like a remnant, might kind of be pushing in on that backside. You like what Fred said, you ended up getting a bow echo as opposed to a supercell, and you end up getting those QLCS type of quick spin up tornadoes, which you can still see potentially here with just all these little areas of spin. This is looking at high top, I believe, right?
Yeah, and our live radar really kind of makes those pop a
live
little.
radar again. So again, that's something we're still watching. I don't see anything that's screaming tornado on the ground, but hey, guess what? You still have a tornado warning here in Lawrence County, so you need to have your tornado shelter. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now and taking your tornado precautions. Again, watching that one near West Point, watching that one near Cypress End. Let's dive back down into Mississippi, because we still have a tornado warning here in Tishomingo County.
You're not going to like how that looks. If you go to
You talk about this one right here?
Yeah, go to correlation.
Let's so hold.
I'm holding it.
Where do you want to?
GWX.
Kelly was bringing our attention to that.
I'll hold your finger over there, and I'll see how it aligns on reflectivity. Okay, so that's inflow
That's
there, fortunately,
inflow.
right now. But
That's
that's a
inflow.
pretty good little couplet there in the inflow region. You can get a sense of the mesocyclone strength, even if it is inflow. So
Go back to reflectivity. All right, go back to velocity. Go back to correlation coefficient.
So that's a little bit up there in
That's a little bit
at
up
the
there.
interface of the forward flank.
The forward flank, but you have a lot of, I think that's still a good inflow notch that's coming into it.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So again, I think if your tornado potential is going to be right here towards East Prentice, so let's go back to velocity. Again, this is us doing live radar analysis right here. So
I would definitely say that's your couplet.
That's
just
your
north.
couplet.
Probably crossing into the county right now.
yeah. So if you go back to reflectivity, then this is going to end up being, that's what that's curving around here. So your developing tornado is going to be kind of right here where that shear skit is. Click that shear skit. Let's get a track on it. And I want to take a look at the BTI. That's the highest one I've seen so far today. That's a 5.6, at least the one that we've clicked on. So that's getting up towards that moderate type of stage. That's the Barron Tornado Index is a scale of 1 to 10. Anytime you get 1, 2, and 3, there's a small chance at getting a tornado. Once you get towards like 5, 6, and 7, there's a greater chance of getting a tornado. And then once you get to like 8, 9, 10, that's going to be like, okay, this is a significant life-threatening tornado that is on the ground. Right now we're sitting at a 5.6, so it's getting up towards that general vicinity. This is a storm track based on that shear skit where that area of rotation is located. Payton around 940, Tishomingo around 940, Holcut at 944, Carter Branch at 945, Midway 946, Bishop 948, Allsboro 949, Malone 950, the city of Iuka at 952, Marjoram at 954, Mount Hester 955, Buzzard Roost at 956, Crossroads 958, along with Cherokee and Cherokee High School. That's going to be in the western part of Franklin or Colbert County here if this continues, and I would imagine this would end up flirting more with parts of northwestern Alabama. So instead of Lauderdale County specifically, this could end up being more of a Colbert County situation. Again, this is back down here with that area of rotation that's getting towards the west side of Tishomingo County, getting very close to the city of Tishomingo.
And I would also add that we do have kind of multiple.
We do.
Kind of up and down. Again, GWX, that's the radar in Columbus, by the way. We use these little terms, these letters. Those are the radars. And this one in particular, it's kind of up and down in the data quality. But I still think we can kind of get a better sense of it nonetheless. But we kind of got to squint between the lines, so to speak. But we do have multiple. In fact, if I roll it back here, just a couple, you can kind of see what I was talking about a little better.
There's like one right here.
Yeah, and you got a kind of one up here on the northern side of it, but then every other scanner. So you kind of get that little burp in data quality, so to speak.
Yeah.
But not sure what's going on there. But
GWX having GWX issues. That's what's
if you're a weather nerd, you definitely get that reference for sure. But
maybe you got a hold of some of the Taco Bell we had for dinner.
Yes, for sure.
It's having issues after the Taco Bell.
It is for sure. Yeah, we're in a closed room here, so I hope none of y'all do. But
let's not go down that. No, yes. Let's not go down that road. That's dangerous right there.
I do want to mention they let go of that severe here. That was for that supercell, but it's gone ahead and moved out.
Now getting out of it. So no more severe thunderstorm warning here for extreme northwestern Lauderdale County, but I imagine the Weather Service in Huntsville could be flirting with a tornado warning here for parts of Colbert and Lauderdale counties down the line, because we have that tornado warning supercell that's back towards the city of Tishomingo. Back into this supercell or cluster of supercell line segments, just a huge cluster of severe thunderstorms and tornado potential.
Looks like they turned that back there just north of Loretto, by the way.
Yeah, and so that would keep this one in the polygon, because again, like Fred mentioned before, they've warned this for those two areas of rotation. I'm seeing what you're seeing over there. Is that?
Matter of fact, we'll do some analysis here on the live radar. Let me throw that up for you.
Let's go back, because that's not. I'm not liking that or that.
So we're kind of in this vicinity. We do see a little bit of some signature here, right south of Red Hill.
Yeah. What's our Lawrence County cam? Ben, are we able to actually see something?
I've got it. We're double boxed, and now there you are full.
Okay.
I'm going to tilt or turn just a smidge.
Yeah, I think we're going to be almost due west with a little, just west, southwest.
Go ahead. While you're doing that,
there's your due west.
And we can definitely see the base when we get a lightning strike behind it.
But I'm going to go just a smidge to the right. And then I'm going to give you a little bit of zoom on it.
Okay.
But I think
you're looking kind of right in the right spot.
Yeah. I've been looking at that over the past few minutes while you were, and we do have a small coverage area, but one that does extend from Mississippi all the way back up, into Murray County.
Yeah.
And so we've got multiple tornado warnings, and we've got to give fair coverage to each. But I've been looking at this, at least for the past few minutes since you've been looking at Mississippi there, and from what I have seen, you've got a lot of really scary looking clouds. Mm-hmm. I don't see anything dropping from a base.
That's a severe thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to extend this current warning into a severe out to Giles, Lewis, Marshall, and Murray.
Yeah.
That'll go until 10:30.
We
had a good base there, and I didn't see anything.
I didn't either.
Much lower than the cloud.
I'm gonna get out of the way real quick, because every now and then it might be standing in front of something.
It was a quick view, but it was a really clear one across the entire horizon under the base, and I didn't see anything extending out of it either.
Okay. Good. And here on our live radar, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ben, but you're looking at what I'm looking at too, how we're sort of seeing more support for that kind of QLCS theory we've been developing. And, kind of interesting. This is just kind of more interesting than anything else. I don't think it has a major tornado threat, but look at this little cell out ahead of it getting ingested, and it has a little bit.
Yep.
It's starting to get that little tiny hook on it.
We call on top of Gibbs Road.
Yeah, right on top of Gibbs Road. And again, personally, I don't think this has a major tornado threat, but as it ingests into the line, that could locally enhance those winds a little bit. We could be talking some enhanced gusts in there. Just kind of an interesting feature. But yeah, we're still watching this rotation. It's sort of a gust out towards here, but.
We're just looking at everything we can.
Yeah.
And let me check back here. Nothing.
So it's going to be a wind-driven severe. All right.
Okay. And I'll tell you, if we have damage reports, we would know about it really, really fast. We have a great relationship with the Lawrence County EMA, and we've been kind of relaying information back and forth. And I think they're they're not hearing or seeing anything either. And so, which is definitely good, even though there's a tornado warning, we don't want there to be a tornado on the ground with this thing. We want it to, the rotation to be aloft and not to worry about it, and, just go on. So, fantastic.
Yep. And I want to mention just something real quick that's, I know a lot of people, we see your comments, and I'll admit that, I always do what's, called kind of, I always say post-game critiquing, I guess, on my part. I always try to, find something that I could, do better on and everything. But I just want to emphasize that, I know a lot of people are like, hey, what's my road? What's, my town? What's my time of arrival? We give you that. We give you that the best we can. But you got to remember, we're also meteorologists. We also need to look at what's happening on the radar. We need to do some radar analysis as we go. But that's why we have so many people here in the office. We got Chief Meteorologist Fred Gossage, you have myself, you have Chase Wilson, Ben Luna over there. So we're all watching these things. So just because we're not hyper-focusing on Summertown or hyper-focusing on Lawrenceburg or where you're located doesn't mean that we're not acknowledging where you are. We are. We're giving you storm tracks. We're giving you kind of street-level views. But we also have to look at what we're seeing on the radar to give you the best information possible. So we're not going to be able to get hyper-focused on your specific location on almost every given moment, but we're going to do the best we can to give you some of those hyper-local instances as we go along and give you the latest information on that. Speaking of that, Chase, why don't we go ahead and do a storm track on this, because we have that new severe thunderstorm warning that does include...
Matter of fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll kind of do a...
Do a line?
Yeah, kind of sort of good. About like this, just given the breadth of it. So we'll go about here-ish, and then I'll... I think our time's just about good on this for now.
And also, real quick, if we aren't talking about you, that's probably a good thing at this point, because you're not dealing with these pretty rough storms. All right, here's that new storm track. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for parts of Murray County, Giles County, and it does go into Marshall County, and this will eventually cross Interstate 65 down the road here. It looks like a new severe in Mississippi, so we'll look at that here in just a little bit. But first, we've got to focus in on this one with this new warning. Etheridge and, how do you say that? Backwater. Right now, Alexander Springs, 942, Sandy Hook, 946, Jonestown at 947, Pleasant Valley, 948, Mount Pleasant at 949, along with Liberty Hill, Enterprise at 950, Big Creek at 954, Campbellsville at 954, Gibsonville at 956, Broadview 957, Bigbyville at 958, and Lebanon Heights at 1003. That's for this cell that's moving into parts of Murray, Giles, and Marshall counties here that will eventually work its way towards Interstate 65. This does not have any real big instance of a potential tornado that we're watching for. A lot of this just looks like it's damaging winds and the hail potential. Any tornado potential is still here in Lawrence County. Let's go real quick back into Lawrenceburg with our live radar if we can to take a look at this little part and zoom in as we kind of take a look at some of the streets here, some of the smaller communities. There's a little bit of rotation right here on top of Flatwoods, right on top of
that's Buffalo
Road. I don't see anything that screams tornado on this. Let's go off to the north just a little bit towards Park Grove. This is going to be Etheridge. You're moving around, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Etheridge
Red Hill Road.
Red Hill Road. Etheridge Red Hill Road that goes all the way back towards Etheridge, back towards Park Grove. This is going to be Henryville Road right here that goes to the northwest of that. A little bit of rotation on top of that. I don't see anything that's significant. This is Yoder Road up here on the northwestern side of Etheridge. There's a little bit of rotation here too, but I'm not seeing anything that's significant. That's also on top of Brooks Hughes Road. Let's scan off to the northeast, give a little heads up to some of these other communities here. This is Jap Lane right here, Campbellsville Pike that goes all the way back down to Highway 43 just near Weber City along with Eden Road. Alexander Springs, Three Oaks. This is Brace Road, North Old Military Road. Again, this is going to be east of Highway 45 in the northeastern part of Lawrence County. Again, there's not anything that's significant that I'm looking at, but if I called out your road, you need to be in your tornado shelter as the course of least regret, because these things with this kind of turning into a QLCS type of tornado threat here in Lawrence County. Any little spot that starts to rotate could quickly produce a quick spin-up tornado. I don't think we're talking about a significant tornado from this, but a tornado is a tornado, and you need to treat them just the same. So again, that's with that part of Lawrence County just to the north of Lawrenceburg. Lawrenceburg, again, stay in your tornado shelter for a little bit longer as this storm continues to track on through. It looks like the worst of it's going to miss off to the north of the city.
I'll tell you what,
but
you're
there's
probably
something
getting
to
some
the
hail.
south. What's up?
Oh, sorry, I was just saying, now that we're starting to see those lower, the
Yeah.
higher DBZ values
That's
lower in
some
the
good hail
atmosphere.
potential here, too.
Yeah, I bet you we're getting some hail down there as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to give y'all a really unique look at one of the sky cams.
Okay.
Is that going to be on Links 3?
It will be if you give me just a hot second.
Oh, sure.
While you get that ready, I'm going to mention very quickly there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, in northwest Alabama that does include the Quad Cities of Florence, Muscle Shoals, Tuscaloosa, and Sheffield that runs until 10:45.
All right, and that's for those supercells coming out of Mississippi. And it looks like they have that tornado still on it, the tornado warning for Tishomingo.
It's a legacy warning. They replaced it with a severe, but they haven't
Okay,
gotten
that's
rid of
what I
the
see
tornado
right there
polygon
with
yet.
that severe thing. Okay.
All right, so you want to take Links 3?
Yeah, if you want to.
Cool.
It's just odd.
Yeah, it's
That
kind
is
of,
very odd.
that's that interesting one with the airport light.
Oh, that's the
isn't
airport
it?
light on top.
Yeah.
And
But-
that's going to be the city glow, right?
I
I think that's
hope
right.
So.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's the
But
city
you
glow.
can look at the shelf structure on that.
Yes.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Incredibly well. And we've been looking at all the cameras behind the scenes, and I mean they're hateful looking clouds, but I don't see anything lowering, and I don't see anything spinning from them.
The only thing I see there is a scene from Independence Day. And
Yeah.
Well, or they're here to pick Chase up.
Or they're here to pick
Ah, very
Chase
funny,
up.
very funny.
Exactly. But all kidding aside, that is a really good sign to see. That tells
It is.
me that all those storms are generally outflow dominant because they've kicked out that outflow. It looks like that shelf cloud is going to be just ahead of that line. So what that does is it limits the tornado potential, but it does have a damaging wind threat with it. So again, I would go ahead and stay in your tornado shelter here in Lawrence County until the warning is expired, because if there isn't a tornado, but you do get an instance of damaging winds, that can do just enough damage as a small EF0 tornado. So I would go ahead and just stay in your tornado shelter. But the good news is this is our new prospect camera from the Arctic Air Skycam network. All that looks like it's a shelf cloud, and you get the glow of the city of Lawrenceburg right up here. It does have an ominous look to it. So I would understand if you look outside and you're like, oh my gosh, that's scary looking. We get it. But we can tell you that that does not have a tornado look to it whatsoever.
That's
All right.
the new severe thunderstorm warning right there.
All right, perfect. So this is on our live fast track system here that Fred's monitoring in the back, and this is that storm track for that new severe thunderstorm warning here for for Lauderdale County, Colbert County, and Franklin County. At least I thought you had a storm track. Oh, those are
I'm about to.
Those are the skits that I see.
Yeah.
I honestly mistook the polygon and that for a storm track, because you actually can see, folks, how it's kind of the same here. So again, this is your storm track coming out of Tishomingo County into parts of northwestern Alabama. Carter Branch at 947, Oldham 947, Dennis 948, Mingo at 9. Where'd it go?
Sorry, I'm having to adjust because it was like too many small communities.
Oh, okay,
So hold on
gotcha.
just a second.
All right,
Let me get something that's a little more usable here.
All right, I'll let you say go on it.
I'm having to play on the fly with the show range settings.
Yeah. Oh, that's
All right, this will
you
get
had
you on
that.
through the track. There you go.
Okay, so this is good. So Dennis at 948, Allsboro at 951, Belmont at 953, Minot at 959, the city of Cherokee right there along Highway 72 at 1001, Pleasant Site at 1006, Barton at 1009, Central Heights at 1014, Oakdale at 1014, Cloverdale at 1014, Zip City and Florence between 1020 and 1026. And this goes a little bit further out, 1026 for Florence, 1031 for Muscle Shoals, 1034 for St. Joseph, Colbert Heights at 1035. And,
sorry.
Nope, you're fine. Green Hill at 1035, Killen and Nitrate City generally around 1040. So again, this is for a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties. We're still watching areas of rotation. Fred, if you want to switch over to your velocity real quick, we'll take a quick look at that. I'm not seeing anything that's overly significant, but there is still an area of rotation here just to the east of Tishomingo, and another area of rotation here just to the northeast of Midway. This is the one that will go, and it looks like they did they do another tornado warning?
Yeah, they just did till 10 o'clock.
Okay. So the new tornado warning here for Tishomingo until 10 o'clock. It's a short fuse warning, so that goes for 13 minutes here. But there is a little bit of rotation south of 72, but it looks like the main focus is going to be on this one right down here near Tishomingo. There's your inflow coming into the storm right here, and there's your rear flank downdraft coming in on the back side. So there still is an area of spin here southeast of Tishomingo. This is just about to cross the state line here into parts of Colbert County. So Allsboro and Minot, you guys are next. Fred's drawn in a new storm track here. That's for that area of spin. Maud at 950, Minot at 954, Newsom Springs at 1004, Barton and Red Rock right around 1008 to 1009, and Pride Landing and Woodland right around 1013. And Fred, that actually started kind of uptick just a little bit on that last scan right there.
Yeah, it is getting a little tighter, it looks like, on the radar there.
So, and this goes out a little bit more. So again, this is for a tornado warning that was just issued for Tishomingo County for an area of rotation that will continue to track its way on off towards the northeast and could impact the shoals here in about, I would say, 30 minutes to 40 minutes as you have a new storm track here as it gets towards Red Rock at 1009, Woodland 1013, Tuscumbia and Sheffield right around 1020 to 1025, along with Muscle Shoals and Florence. Petersville, Cave Springs, and Lakeview generally between 1025 and 1030. So again, we're watching this. No active tornado warning here for Colbert or Lauderdale counties. Hey, is that confirmed? It is.
Where?
They have an observed tag on it now.
They have an observed tag on it. So that, I just saw someone post in the chat that's actually observed. So this is a observed tornado here, according to the National Weather Service in Memphis. So we're gonna be seeing if the Weather Service in Huntsville issues a tornado warning here. Honestly, based on how these storms have done, I wouldn't be shocked if they do. I don't see any correlation coefficient.
No, I didn't see any signs of a debris signature there.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
And just so our viewers know and listeners, we've got the Lawrenceburg storm that's about to be on top of us. So it's probably about to get a little loud in the background.
Yeah.
But really looking at everything on that, rotation is really just kind of, it's non-existent. And NWS Nashville indicates per that storm for Lawrence County, they are going to let that warning go until expiration and then just go with the severe downstream.
Okay. While you're doing that, Weather Service in Huntsville is going tornado warning with this, by the way. So we're going to have a new tornado warning here for Colbert and probably Lauderdale counties. I don't think they clip Franklin County, so I think this is going to be Allsboro, Bishop, Minot, Cherokee, Marjoram, Barton, Newsom Springs, over towards Leeton, Muscle Shoals, and Florence. Again, it's going to most likely be within this severe thunderstorm warning polygon, but there is a new tornado warning. Jeff Heidelberg over there at the Weather Service in Huntsville is they're drawing up a new tornado warning here. So the fact that this is an observed tornado, according to the Weather Service in Memphis, a new tornado warning is being issued here very shortly from the Weather Service in Huntsville, and I think that will probably include at least the western portion of the shoals. Going back to what Ben said real quick, is that real?
I don't think it is personally.
That could be bad algorithm.
Yeah, let's.
And they have that new warning. So once they do that, then we'll do a quick look at it. But
yeah, that's an area where there are known bad radials. So
yeah, that's dubious.
It's in a good velocity spot right here, but that's
I think that's because that's the tree blockage.
Yep,
direction
that is
of that.
exactly.
So I think that would be
the Columbus, Mississippi NextRad is actually partially blocked by trees.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
and so you're looking at the color variation that's actually caused by trees.
Yes.
And there goes your new polygon.
Yeah, here's our new polygon.
Here's your polygon. Just what I thought. It went right up to the shoals. So
that warning's going to go for 10:30.
Until 10:30, so about 40 minutes on this tornado warning. This is a new tornado warning here for Colbert, Lauderdale. They did clip Franklin. So I would say Bloody Springs and Pleasant Sight as a course of least regret. Get to your tornado shelter right now. But the good news is I think the majority of that circulation is going to miss you to the north. But again, if you live in Woodland, Red Rock, Newsom Springs, Cherokee, Smithsonian, Petersville, Oakland, Florence, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, and Sheffield, Colbert Heights, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This does not include the eastern side of Florence. I want to stress that. This kind of divides Florence in half, where I believe the University of North Alabama is under the tornado warning polygon, but you go just to the east towards Cox Creek Parkway and you don't have that tornado warning polygon. So it's kind of splitting Florence in half, but if you're in downtown Florence on the west side, you need to be in your tornado shelter. You cross the river down into Colbert County, along 43 and west, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Here's a storm track on this drawn up. Bishop at 9:54, Allsboro at 9:57, Minot at 9:58, Mount Hester and Cherokee right around 10:04 to 10:08, Newsom Springs 10:09, Barton, Red Rock, Smithsonia anywhere from between 10:12 and 10:16, Hawk Pride, New Bethel, and Woodland 10:17 to 10:18, Lime Rock, Flatwoods, and Oakland 10:22 to 10:24. This goes out further. Oakland 10:24, Colbert Heights at 10:25, Tuscumbia 10:26, along with Sheffield, Central Heights, and Muscle Shoals generally within that 10:26 to 10:29 time frame. Florence right at 10:30, Spring Valley 10:31, Underwood 10:31, and Petersville at 10:31 as well. I want to stress that you see those towns that are kind of pinged there on the map. Just know that that is where, if I say Florence, it's downtown Florence. It's not the west side of Florence, it's not the east side of Florence. All those times of arrival are where that downtown area is located, but that will give you that general time frame that if it's in Florence at 10:30, if you're on the west side, you're probably going to be around 10:28 to 10:29. But just know that those little ping marks there for the storm tracks, that's for those downtown central locations. So again, that's for this area of rotation right here that's just now crossing the state line near Bishop and Minot. And Ben just let me know if we're, I don't know if we're still going on Kix 96 or if they went off or that about to go back on.
I would assume that we are.
Yeah, I would assume that we are too at this point. So
And Q107.
And Q107, that's the Big River Broadcasting there in the Shoals. So if you are listening to me on Kix 96 Q107 on the radio, just know that this is a circulation that is crossing the state line right near Burnstown. That's right where the Natchez Trace Parkway is located. It will track to the northeast, affect the Minot community, and then get close to Barton and possibly Cherokee right there on Highway 72. It will then continue to track off to the northeast and could impact places like Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, and Florence, generally right along and just to the west of US 43. That's going to take some time to get there. It's closer to 10:30 before it gets towards the Shoals greater metro area, but just know that we're still watching it and it's off to the southwest. So again, if you're listening to me on Kix 96 or Q107, just know that this is not immediately in the Florence and Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, or Sheffield areas, but it is just now crossing the state line right at the point where the Natchez Trace Parkway moves into parts of Mississippi. It's going to take its time before it gets to the Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and Florence area, but that's the general trajectory that it is going on. Again, this is an active tornado warning for the Shoals, for parts of Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties. I think the Franklin County part, I think you're kind of good to go right here, but I would still stay there because you have at least part of the storm that's moving into northern Franklin County. This is the Pleasant Site area near Bloody Springs, and it clips where Highway 247 goes from Colbert County down into Franklin County. When you get a moment, Chase, do what you're doing over there, but when you get a moment, if you can go, or Fred can, whichever one of you, go and let's take a look at some of the roads here.
Okay. Because right here.
Just ahead of that rotation. And it looks like it's starting to broaden just a bit, but it's still there. This is Mount Hester. This is the Natchez Trace Parkway. Minot's just to the south. Yeah, we might not get a lot here. This is a very rural part of Colbert County here, but it doesn't mean that people don't live there. So it might take a little bit before we get...
It's out here not far from the Coondog Cemetery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Coondog
Rattlesnake Saloon and such.
Yep, exactly, where the Rattlesnake Saloon is located. So if you know where that is located, that rotation's probably about, I would say, 5 to 6 miles away to the west of that. This is right near Minot and Bishop. Again, this is going to move towards Mount Hester, get towards Cherokee around Highway 72. That's, if there's anything, it might, well, go back to that real quick, Fred. unless it's delayed, there's a little bit of something right here. That might just be hail. I don't know. That could be a delay of something sometimes.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty good rotational signature right here on top of Bishop and the Natchez Trace Parkway. So there could be a tornado on the ground here in far western Colbert County, and that will track its way on off towards the northeast. And like I mentioned, it should get towards Barton and Hawk Pride here in the next, I would say, probably close to about 9:30, and then it should get close to 10 o'clock before it gets towards the Muscle Shoals area on the west side of the city. What you got?
I was just going to say you want to go up north real quick, so we can kind of get a quick status update on this, what's currently going on. And matter of fact, I hear coming down real good here now. Just wanted to kind of give people an update on this as well. As it starts to move into Giles and Marshall, well, first Giles County, the area of the shear line, really the boundary, is starting to move over Lawrenceburg. Now you do see that mesocyclone, that rotation there. Taking a look at our live radar, we're getting really attenuated now, so that's probably not going to be quite as useful there. You can see those winds coming out of the north now, but OHX is definitely going to be our best bet in this sense. Again, there is still that rotation there, but I'm starting to think this right here, we're starting to find our boundary here as these storms start to kind of line up on themselves and continue to cause that flooding threat later. Really coming down good here now. Yeah, for sure. And again, I just wanted to kind of give a status update. I haven't heard anything suggesting they're going to continue that as a tornado warning here. In fact, I think that's why this is a severe. I think they're going to hold that as a severe, but looking at the different variables, high top especially.
Go back into that.
Oh, sure, down here? Absolutely. And we do see it. We do see it from high top pretty decently. And that's what I was talking about. I think this is the area that we need to watch for that mesocyclone there near Gum Springs. That's just now about to move over New Prospect and into Giles County. But
on top of Gum Springs and Crossroads.
I think we've consolidated up here to one rotation, and that's it. We're looking at just south of Highway 64.
Yep. And if you look right here, I think that's your boundary.
Yeah, I think we're just, exactly.
I know you're looking high up at that point, but that looks like that could be your boundary right here. So if this does end up producing a possible tornado here soon, right on top of Gum Springs and Crossroads, that's going to be your general area right here. So again, there's still an active tornado warning here for Lawrence County in Tennessee. I know it's 10 o'clock now. That goes until, or does it expire at 10? I don't remember.
It's not there.
What you guys looking at? 10:15. Okay, so 15 more minutes. Thank you, Fred. So I would continue to make to maintain your tornado precautions here for New Prospect, Gum Springs, and Crossroads. Heads up, Bodenham, because that's coming right up towards your area right here along Highway 64, and that could again produce a possible tornado here. So here's a storm track that Fred's drawing, and that would be New Prospect around 10:01, Bodenham around 10:07. Campbellsville about 10:15, Pulaski 10:16, Olivet at 10:18, Powell Chapel at 10:20, Linville at 10:24, Beach Hill at 10:27, along with Brick Church and Campbell Station around 10:29. Again, this is within the tornado warning polygon. They've trimmed it back here. Lawrenceburg, you're still in it. Etheridge and Summertown, you are. Summertown, I think you're okay. I think that any rotation, even if it's on the northern side, is now fully into parts of Wayne and even Murray County. But it's this cell right here, just to the southeast of Lawrenceburg, that could produce a possible tornado here soon. It's still on that new scan from high top. It still looks like it's trying to curve around. You're getting a good RFD punch on the back side, so if anything, you're getting a potential damaging wind gust.
And while we're here, I'm going to do an overall track for the damaging wind as well.
And I do want to mention, too, we've not talked about Columbia. There's not been a lot going on in Murray County, but from Columbia southwest down through Mount Pleasant, it is a wall of water, hail, thunder, and lightning, and that carries you on back into this portion of the cell of concern that's east of Lawrenceburg. So Columbia, Murray County, not ignored you. We've been watching behind the scenes, but right now you've just got a thunderstorm on top of you, and that's about it.
Yeah, and just kind of reemphasize that, like, if we're not specifically talking about you right now, that's a good thing. You're still probably going to be seeing thunder and lightning and rain, just like what Ben said in Columbia. You know, we're still watching you guys, but the fact that we are not talking about some of these specific areas is because either you don't have that tornado potential right now or you don't have a significant damaging wind or hail threat coming in your general direction. But we're still giving you a heads up here, like what we did here with this storm track. This takes not only that severe thunderstorm in Murray County, but also that potential tornado producing storm down here near Lawrenceburg that we're watching closely. So it's going to get towards Pleasant Valley at 10:03, Gibsonville alongside that at 10:03. You've got Liberty Hill at 10:05, Big Creek 10:05, Beech Grove at 10:06, Fountain Heights at 10:07, Bodenham at 10:09, along with Campbellsville and Colioca, Rock Springs at 10:11, Campbell Station at 10:12, Bryant Station at 10:16, Pottsville at 10:18, Lee's Corner at 10:18, and Olivet at 10:19. Again, that's for a damaging wind potential part, but we're also watching that southern end supercell right here that could be getting its act together and trying to produce a tornado on the eastern side of Lawrenceburg. This is towards New Prospect and generally just to the south of US 64 here in Lawrence County. One real quick look at the velocity again as we get that new update. It's there, but it's still kind of on the broader side of things, but we'll have to keep a very close eye on that right now. All right, let's go back down towards the south because we still have that active tornado warning here for Colbert and Lauderdale counties, and that circulation's starting to ramp up a little bit, guys.
Yeah.
That looks like a tornado vortex signature right here.
Yeah, we're definitely sort of seeing that.
That is a definite developing tornado, if not already on the ground here in Colbert County. CC drop not there yet, but again, remember, the CC drop is just a verification that a tornado has touched down because you can't get debris unless the tornado actually touches down. So you're going to get a delayed reaction from the tornado touches down, does damage, then you'll get that CC drop because you have debris lofted up. So it's just a verification of a tornado on the ground. We don't have that right now, but it is a very, very strong tornado vortex signature right here that is just to the east of the Natchez Trace Parkway. This will get up towards Cherokee and Barton. Probably.
Hey, Taylor?
Yes, go ahead.
You've had winds gusting over 30 at the Cherokee camera site.
Okay.
And we have the camera pointed, I think, Drew, if you've pointed that camera, let me know. Okay, no, he does say that it is in the dead center of the camera.
All right, let's go over to our camera.
And there it is.
Is it on? Do we see it like on the ground, or do we?
I need another flash. But you've got, it looks like a developing funnel.
Okay. Again, this is in Colbert County. If you're in Cherokee, if you're in Barton, if you're in Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, and Sheffield, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is a developing tornado that is just now crossed the Natchez Trace Parkway. Very, very strong velocity signature on that right now. We're watching the Skycam. I've stepped off the screen just so we can see what's going on there in the distance. Notice that wind northwest at 25. That was quick and hard to see, but that had some really good structure to it.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty low base there, wall cloud, almost definitely. Pretty much right there in the middle of the screen. Again, you need those backing lightning bolts, but I see what you see, that much is for sure. Maybe we can get a few more in there, but I see it, that much is for sure. I see that
If you
structure.
can, let's do this real quick. Let's keep the Skycam while we're doing that. Chase, why don't you do let's do a storm track first again, and then we'll go into like individual. We'll try to find some roadways again. I think we'll get a better chance at seeing some road names once we get close to 72.
Okay, got a storm track here from. I'll go. You want to go up?
Yeah, go ahead. All right, we got that now. All right, so we got Mount Hester at 10:10, Cherokee 10:13, Barton 10:16, Red Rock at 10:17, Smithsonian at 10:20, Woodland 10:22, along with Hawk Pride, Oakland, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, Central Heights, Muscle Shoals, all generally between around 10:29 and 10:34. And as we get towards the Muscle Shoals and Florence area, right around 10:34 to 10:35. Again, this is a developing tornado. And Chase, that it has to be on the ground with that signature right there. I know we're a little bit away from the GWX radar, but that is a very
it certainly is a very tight signature, and these signatures typically do precede tornado genesis. So this is probably one of the tighter ones we've seen all night in our area.
At least in our area.
So this is absolutely one of those that you're going to want to treat as if it is on the ground. And I really would start to suspect that something like this probably is. So we're going to keep we got to keep a very close eye on this, and I have some more sources here, kind of keeping an eye on CC drops, things like that. But you want to go?
Let's go in and take a look at some street names again. I think we have a better luck once we get closer to 72.
Yeah, let's go out to these more populated areas.
What is that right there? Oh, sorry.
Scared me to death.
That was a tower.
That was a I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That was a tower. All right, let's get a little bit closer. Again, this is getting right up towards 72. Here we go. So this is in Cherokee. You've got 6th Street, Cove Road, White Pike. It's going to be right along White Pike towards the south of Highway 72. Once you get towards Highway 72, again, that 6th Street up there in Cherokee, I think it misses just to the east of that. But again, you need to be in a tornado safe spot right now. Mulberry Lane, that's north of Highway 72. What are these roads here in Barton?
Oh, these down here?
Yep, down here. So we've got Mulberry Creek Road right here. This is Old Lee Highway. So this is Old Highway 72 that kind of goes through the community of Barton. This is Haley Drive right here, Gardner Lane, Cane Creek Road. Again, this is in the Barton community. If I'm calling out your road names right here, or you are close to these roads, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. There's a likely tornado that's coming up from the southwest that will cross Highway 72 right here, just to the southeast of Mount Hester. This is Cherokee. Our Cherokee camera is, I think it's like up here, guys.
It's just south of Highway 72,
It's
southeast
just south
of town.
Okay, so it's right here. So it's looking directly back into this. So we'll keep a close eye on that camera. But man, that is a very impressive rotational signature here. There's a likelihood, a very high likelihood of a tornado on the ground here that is going to move right into the community of Barton and Woodland, possibly getting close to the Red Rock community that's just south of Highway 72. Right over here, this is Highway 247, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a Wavaho gas station either right here or just a little bit further down the road. There's a couple gas stations right here, right along Highway 72 that are right there just before you get towards Cherokee, and I think that's where the Wavaho is located, right there on Highway 247. This is Pride Landing, Woodland, right up to the north of 72, and this is Red Rock Road that runs up from 72 all the way back down towards the community of Red Rock, and then that, I believe, meets Highway 247 just to the south of that. So these are some of the roadways that you have right here where this possible tornado is headed. Again, it is right here, just to the south of Cherokee. Very, very good rotational signature on it. Is there any CC drop you see over there yet, Chase?
I'm not seeing anything that screams CC right on top of it yet, but we're keeping I'm watching that like a hawk on two different sources.
I know you are. I'm just,
Oh, for sure, because I mean, that's a signature. It's sort of a little broader, this scan, but it's still strong. Broad does not mean not strong.
It's still strong, and the fact that you have a lot of inbounds right here on the back side, it doesn't. You don't always have to have bright red and bright green together. Sometimes you can have just this, and that is a rotation.
And especially at this altitude.
Especially at this altitude, So that could easily be a rotation that's tornadic. I can tell you, I've seen multiple signatures that look like that, and there's active tornadoes on the ground with those. I don't see why there's a reason this can't do the same. So again, this is moving right up towards the Barton area. Smithsonian and Woodland, you're next. That's on the Lauderdale County side of things. This will eventually track across the Tennessee River. This is getting very close to the Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area, but I'm going to say right now, I think the better chance at seeing this potential tornado goes north of Muscle Shoals. But again, you still need to be in your tornado safe spot in case this tries to shift a little bit further to the right. But right now, based on the trajectory of this rotation, it's going to cross Highway 72 right next, if not on, the Barton community, go north of Barton, cross the Tennessee River, and impact somewhere between Smithsonian and Woodland, probably closer to Woodland, I think, right now. Red Rock, this is getting very, very close to you. This is on the west side of Red Rock. Again, it's getting very close to crossing Highway 72 here, right towards the Barton area. Is there anything, are we able to see anything on that Cherokee cam now? Because I feel like we're back in the rain and it's going to be very hard.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much, I'll throw you up here on Lakes 3. And
I don't see.
Yeah, I think we're fully within that rain for now. And
northwest wind at 35.
Based on where it is on radar, we would be just to the northwest of the circulation with the camera wrapped heavily in rain.
Okay, so yeah, we're not going to really, unless for some reason there's power flashes, but there's really not a lot of instances where you can just go through, tons of power lines and transformers to make that happen.
No, and looking back toward it from where it is, from where the camera is right now and where the rotation is, until it gets closer to Highway 72, there are no buildings in that immediate stretch right nearby.
Right.
Yeah,
very,
there's
very
not a lot
rural over there.
There's not a lot of infrastructure at all through there. Real quick, I want to just let everyone know that, I'm still watching in the background the Lawrence County, Giles County storm. The tornado warned storm has crossed into Giles, which it downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service Nashville. It still is producing a incredible hail core on top of Campbellsville as it moves off to the northeast. And it's kind of ramping back up a little bit on Campbellsville.
Let's go back up there real quick. I think we hit that culvert pretty hard real quick that we can go back up just for a brief moment.
Go to
oh yeah.
Go to CC on HTX. Is that hail? Are we looking at hail? Okay.
We'll take a look here. But I would suspect we're kind of in the inflow here. Here, I'll kind of
I got my eye on it. Yeah, there you go. That's an interesting spot there. That could be a small TDS.
I personally think that's inflow.
It could be. It's in the inflow notch.
Yeah.
Okay.
But still,
that's very close.
I don't want to ignore this signature, though. I mean, that is certainly a mesocyclone.
Oh, yeah.
And we still need to keep an eye on that. And does this this doesn't have a tornado possible tag, but I'd personally probably would treat it that way. Just stay in. You don't want to be by windows in any severe thunderstorm warning. You want to be inside in a safer place for these sort of things, anyways, and especially with the signatures we've seen. So. Yeah, that's definitely worth keeping an eye on there.
Yeah, I would go ahead and say if you're in Campbellsville, Linville, and Olivet, I think you need to, if you have a tornado shelter you can get to, I would go ahead and kind of head in that general area.
Yeah, y'all get a track on that real quick.
Yeah, get a track on this right now because that is a potential developing tornado. I'm with you. I do think that is in the inflow, but man, that is...
It's a good signature
to watch. Very close to
yeah.
becoming a possible TDS. But that's Campbellsville at 10:17, Olivet at 10:22, Linville at 10:26, Campbell Station at 10:32, Mooresville at 10:36, Cornersville at 10:38, Ostella at 10:41, and Bryant Station at 10:42. This is a developing area of rotation that is in Giles County, and that's going to be north of Pulaski. So we're talking about Campbellsville, Linville, Olivet, and then we'll eventually move into parts of Marshall County and could cross Interstate 65. I would say probably was at 10:14 right now. I think that's going to, I would say probably close to 10:40. If you want to do a little TOA right there just to make sure. I think it's going to take it about 10:40. And very close to it, 10:35. That's about 15 miles away. So again, that's where this developing area rotation is right now. That could potentially produce a brief tornado here near Campbellsville. What's the reflectivity look like? Is that still a pretty good?
Yeah, you do have that surge
really
out there.
Good. This is a strong supercell that's getting going here, guys.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
That looks a lot better than what it was several minutes ago.
Yeah. Real quick, I do want to give an all clear for now to Lawrenceburg on this. Waynesboro, all clear for now. We still have, all clear, but we still have that powerful storm down in the shoals that we are tracking. And then we also have this ramping up potential around Campbellsville. This severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, was issued because it was weakening at the time, but it's, again, as we've said, it's kind of coming back up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this one. Again, it looks like there's a developing area of rotation near Campbellsville. You're doing the right thing, Chase. Let's go back down towards the south. Again, we're having to bounce between storms here. So again, we can't just hyper-focus on one storm for the entirety of the duration of the warning. We have other things we need to watch for, but this is a more immediate threat here. A tornado looks like it could easily be on the ground right on top of Barton. And I will tell you this, if there's going to be a time to get a CC drop, guys, it's going to be right here because you have a lot more housing, a lot more structures that it can pick up. So let's go ahead and see if there's any suspect area there.
Not yet.
I'm not seeing anything. There's a little drop here, but I think that's kind of in the back. That's more hail potential right here. But that is a heck of an inflow notch right here, guys.
Yeah, for sure. You can see where it clears out.
Right towards Red Rock.
Yep.
Over the next several minutes, as this crosses the Tennessee River, we're going to be getting within decent viewing range of the Florence UNA camera. We're about to get that ready for you within the next couple minutes.
Okay,
perfect. And it looks like it's about to cross the river here now.
Yep, it's just about to cross the river now. This is just now to the east of Barton. near Woodland. So this is crossing the Tennessee River. So let's go ahead, Chase, and get into some of these roads here. This is going to be on a more rural part of Lauderdale County on the northwestern side of Florence. This is County Road 2 that winds its way all the way back towards Highway 20. This is Three Forks community right here, right next to Waterloo Road, Coffee Road right here. That's right along Highway 20. All right, let's go back to the west just a little bit.
That's going to be out near the sports complex off Alabama 20, which is Savannah Highway, over the next several minutes.
Yes, that's exact. Yep, I know exactly where that is. So that's Woodland Road right over here that goes down into the community of Woodland. Again, I already called out County Road 2. Back behind me is County Road 223. Let's go to the north, Chase, so we can take a look at County Road 271, County Road 4, County Road 15. This is County Road 137. This is Kimborough Crossroads. What's up?
Real quick, looking at the Cherokee camera behind the scenes, we have complete power outages through there.
On what camera again?
The Cherokee cam.
Okay.
I'm looking at downtown Cherokee to Barton. We can see both communities, and they are completely without power through there.
That doesn't surprise me.
That would not surprise me one bit. And I mean, with that signature, I would not be shocked if there's a tornado that is actively doing damage and still doing damage. I know it's kind of tough to tell if there's a TDS here. What's the height, kind of where that rotation's at?
This rotation, we're currently at 4,500 feet.
I guess it's possible that if you have a tornado, it might not get the debris that high if it's on kind of the lower end of things.
Yeah, Athens in December 28th only went up to 2,000 feet, so it's very possible.
It's very possible that we don't have a TDS because it's too high to see from the Columbus Next Trap. But I can tell you, but from experience, I know Chase can too, I know Ben can, I know Fred can. These signatures right here produce tornadoes. They do produce tornadoes. So I would suspect there is a tornado that is actively doing damage here that's crossing the Tennessee River right now towards Woodland, County Road 2, County Road 4, all those county roads near the Woodland area. And like what Fred said, this is getting close to that sports complex on the west side right here along Highway 20 as you go off to the northwest that you get towards you're on Savannah Highway, you go up towards the state line. This is exactly where this is headed, right towards Highway 20, right before you get to the county and state line there in Tennessee, and that is still a very good signature there.
Yep.
I imagine you're still watching for a CC drop over there, Chase.
Yeah, I've got all the sources up here now, and we're going over the river now, so we'll temporarily be out of a window to where CC would be as useful, but then as it heads over to the other side, we'll be keeping a very close eye on that. I've got one source here, one source here, one source here.
We got all the sources.
The moment we see it, for sure, we got to keep a very close eye on this one because that is a very impressive signature. You don't really see those too often up here in this corridor for sure.
And one quick side note, I know you mentioned once it crosses the river, you kind of lose that CC. That's because if there's a tornado happening, it technically becomes a water spout. So that's just a little technicality there, but it will move across the Tennessee River. So if there is a tornado active, if it does kick up water, the radar is not going to see any difference because it's liquid. It's going to say, oh, well, that's rain. You're not going to be able to see a debris signature with it. So again, this is now crossing the Tennessee River near the community of Woodland. If you're listening to me on Kix 96 and Q107, this is on the western side of the Florence and Muscle Shoals metropolitan area. This could potentially get close to the Florence city limits.
Power flashes. We got
go back. All right, power flashes. Go to Florence right now. There's a tornado on the ground.
We have a tornado there.
Tornado on the ground right here on our Florence camera. We just saw power flashes on the side. Yep. This is crossing the Tennessee River right now. I'm going to mention that to the Weather Service.
I got it right here.
You got
more power
tell
flashes
them
there.
That there's power flashes on our UNA Skycam. Active tornado on the ground moving towards the Woodland community. Again, this is just crossing the Tennessee River. This will go on the western side of Florence. Like I was saying if you're listening to me on Kix 96 and Q107, this is on the western side of Florence. This is not in downtown Florence. This is not in downtown Muscle Shoals, but this could flirt with the northwestern part of the city of Florence. I just lit up and I just saw it looked like the condensation funnel that was down on the ground right there. So again, there's an active tornado on our Florence Skycam here. It's kind of hard to tell unless you get power flashes or you get lightning flashes that illuminate the tornado condensation funnel that is on the ground. But again, I emphasize this is on the northwestern side of Florence, crossing the Tennessee River in a very rural part, but there's still people that live out there. And this is eventually going to cross Highway 20, Savannah Highway, as it makes its way on off toward the northwestern part of the city of Florence. So
yeah,
again,
and then it's going to be moving after it crosses Highway 20. If it holds together and stays down, it's going to be crossing near the 7 Points area, the UNA campus, and up toward Wood Avenue and the western leg of the Cox Creek Parkway.
Mm-hmm.
So my family in Florence, if you're listening to my voice, you need to be in shelter now if you're not already.
Okay, let me tell you real quick. This is a tornado that is beelining toward Florence, Alabama. If you are listening or watching our coverage, you need to be in your safe place, best place underground right now. You know the precaution, you know what you need to do. This is as real as it gets, folks.
Yep. This is exactly what it is. I haven't seen much any way of power flashes right now, so let's do a double box, go back to the radar, because we need to show everyone exactly where this is headed right now.
There we go.
There we go. So again, like I said, this is just now to the on top of Woodland. That's where you saw your power flashes as it made its way across the Tennessee River. That's where we had those power flashes right here. We're double boxed. You can still see the Florence camera behind me. So we're watching in the distance for any green flashes. That's going to be power flashes right there. This is going right up towards the western side of Florence. The downtown area of Florence, you are so close. You are in that tornado warning polygon. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. And as a course of least regret, if you are on the campus of the University of North Alabama, you are a student there, you're part of the staff, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. The campus of the University of North Alabama, you need to go into your tornado protocols right now. I know you're technically not in that warning, but I do not see that this has any threat of dying down anytime soon. I don't think it does. I think it continues to do exactly what it's doing right now. Cypress Crest, downtown Florence, campus of the University of North Alabama, the Edgemont area, Lakeside Highlands, Indian Springs, Elm Acres. If you're near Cox Creek Parkway and going off to the northwest, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. If you're south of 43 and 72, close to the Tennessee River, close to the Wilson Dam, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. This is still a tornado that is likely on the ground doing damage here just to the east of Woodland. This is moving into the downtown western side of Florence area. I think this stays north of Sheffield, but it's going to be oh so close unless it takes a sharp right turn and crosses back over the river. I don't really see that happening, but it could. So again, if you're in Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, you still need to be in your tornado shelter right now, but this looks like it's more of a downtown Florence issue. And like Ben said, this is as real as it gets. You need to take this seriously. Here's some street names right here. Cox Creek Parkway. All right, listen up. If I'm calling out a street name and you know you're near to that street where I call out, or you're on that street, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. If you're in Cox Creek Parkway, along Cox Creek Parkway, Northwest Jackson Road, North Wood Avenue, State Highway 17.
And that's Helton Drive.
That's Helton Drive, right?
Yeah.
That's Helton Drive as it makes its way on off towards Highway 43, and then eventually it crosses back over the river. Also, County Highway 14, State Highway 20, we've called you out before, Gun Welford Road, and as you get towards West College Street on the western side of downtown Florence. If I've called out your street name or close to it, and you know where that is, and you know you're close to that, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. That's the lowest point of a site-built structure. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure you have a helmet if you're able to. Somehow cover your head. If you don't have anything, I've told you this many times, go grab a pot from the kitchen and just put it on your head. That will do just as good as any other helmet could do. Again, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, preferably a storm shelter below ground or within your home. I know some people have their shelter in your home or outside.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty substantial couplet.
If there's a strong tornado potential, folks, that's it.
And now the new warning has observed.
This is a confirmed tornado on the west side of Florence, and that signature usually means that it's typically on somewhat of the stronger side, potentially.
Depending on where specifically the tornado would be in the couplet, because you know there's a little bit of tilt with thunderstorms, and it could be like up to half a mile southwest.
It could be down here.
That could put it on a track closer to downtown Florence.
You're exactly right.
The Court Street restaurants and stuff.
Yes, you're exactly right. So what Fred's talking about, just real quick, if you go out from the radar site, you're looking higher in the sky. So obviously your storm tilts as you go up. So while it shows the signature right here, it could easily be right here. So again, this whole area right here could easily be where the tornado is located, and this is heading directly towards the downtown Florence area. This could easily miss to the west. It could easily go right over downtown, but it is oh so close that if you're in downtown Florence, if you're on the University of North Alabama campus, you need to be in your shelter right now.
The couplet is consolidating right there to where this would be closer to downtown Florence.
Yes,
I would agree with that. Yeah.
This is kind of a worst case scenario here, folks, for downtown Florence. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. I can't stress enough, this is a very strong signature of a tornado. It is not letting up at any moment, and it is definitely making its way on off to the downtown Florence area.
We may have a TDS on radar as well. I can't confirm 100% just yet, but we have a lowering.
That is a TDS.
I personally would agree that that's a TDS. It's in the right spot. We have elevated DBZ.
It matches with the highest reflectivity.
Okay, I've got more power flashes.
Go back to camera.
We just had more power flashes.
Again, while you do that, again, why don't we do this, Chase? Keep me up, Chase.
Oh yeah, you want me to
keep me up? Go into links to no. Keep me up. Keep me up full with the.
Oh sure.
I want you to go in street level and call out street names that are ahead of that tornado. There's your tornado on the ground.
Tornado
so Chase, you go ahead and do that. Call out some street names.
So we're going out a little bit here. It's probably crossing Coffee Road right now. That's where it intersects with County Road 2. Headed right into the western side of downtown Florence. Waterloo Road up here. Fred's got some too.
Fred knows that area well.
Keep talking a minute.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was just talking about County Road 2. South of Three Forks there, there's a school, a handy school there. Downtown Florence. Jim Spain Drive, that actually extends along the river there. I know where that is pretty well. There's some boat docks down there, and it's probably on the north side of that.
Dr. Hicks Boulevard is going to be coming near the Cookout Restaurant. Then it's going to be very close to Tennessee Street. There are several restaurants there. You know how that tracks.
Yep.
Across Court Street back over to Dr. Hicks. It eventually becomes Florence Boulevard. That's going to be coming toward the UNA campus, toward the Court Street restaurants. That's going to be coming to very close to Hermitage Drive. It's going to be very close to the Jacks. They're on Florence Boulevard over the next several minutes if it continues to stay down. It's going to be tracking very close to Darby Drive if it holds together. It's not going to be too far from
massive power flashes now in town.
Yeah, I definitely think we see a tornado there.
Yep.
That's for sure.
River Hill School, as far north as there, you're going to have to worry about this. The Florence Boulevard stretch where you have the Batteries Plus out there, you have the Waffle House out there. Don't let me narrow it down to just this stretch though, because it could turn a little bit left, go deeper into downtown, come closer to the Helton Drive stretch. I think it's going to cross very close on Helton Drive, near or just south of Simpson's Wrecking Company. If you know where that is.
I would say Burl Slater High School, too, is down there, right? West side of Florence.
And then you're going to have to worry about the shopping centers and the big restaurants out there on Cox Creek Parkway on the eastern stretch. The Longhorn, the Walmart, the Home Depot, the Lowe's that's out there, the Cracker Barrel, the Longhorn Steakhouse.
Yep. Yeah, we've got more power flashes there just now. We definitely see that strong motion. See there over your shoulder?
Yep.
And it's going to be right to the left of that. In between those two sources of lights is right exactly where we're looking.
Yeah. And again, we can't stress enough, folks, this is a life-threatening situation that is going right through the heart of downtown Florence. If you're listening to me on Kicks 96 and Q107, this is going right through downtown Florence. Fred Gossage just gave you a point of reference for several roads and several landmarks there in downtown Florence. If he called those out and you are near them, you need to be in your shelter right now. Again, I stress, lowest point of a site-built structure, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Find a helmet. If you don't have a helmet, find a pot and put it on your head. That will do just as well as a helmet. And again, just be sure to cover your head the best you can and just hunker down while this moves through.
That's near the sports complex and crossing Alabama 20 right now and coming into the southwest side of the city.
Yep.
Based on where it is on radar.
And that's your power flash right here. Again, it's hard to actually see the actual tornado, but those power flashes, you see kind of those blue hues every now and then, sometimes green. You're going to be able to see that's exactly where that tornado is headed right now. So again, a confirmed tornado going into the western side of downtown Florence right now. Heads up in downtown Florence. Another heads up is going to be downstream. We're talking about Killen. We're talking about Center Star. We're talking about the potential getting up towards Lexington and Rogersville. That's a little bit downstream, but this has shown no signs of weakening. This could end up being a long track, potentially strong tornado that has made its way all the way from Colbert County into parts of Lauderdale County and is now moving into parts of downtown Florence. Yeah. Again, if you're living in Muscle Shoals, still seek your tornado shelter right now, but right now this is moving through the northern or the western side of the city. So again, beyond Florence, we're talking about St. Florine, we're talking about
Plantation Springs.
Plantation Springs. You're talking about getting close to what's that golf course right there by the Turtle Point. You're getting very close to Turtle Point as well. We're talking about Killen, St. Florine. You're also talking about Elgin and the potential for Center Star down the road. But right now, this is going right through downtown Florence doing damage. We're seeing multiple power flashes. And again, I can't stress enough right now, if you're on the campus of the University of North Alabama, we're watching you right here from our Skycam. This is going to get ever so close to you all. So again, the University of North Alabama, you need to be in your tornado protocol right now. On top of that, the hospital, the Helen Keller Hospital, you also need, in NAMC, you need to be in your tornado protocol right now because this is going to move very, very close to you all. And again, I can't stress enough, this is not just, hey, it's radar indicated. No, this is happening right now. This is a life-threatening situation for the city of Florence.
It's getting harder to track where the power flashes are specifically because I think we were starting to get power flashes with the tornado and with damaging wind outside of it. But the center of the couplet on radar is now coming across the West College Street area, very close to where the Cookout restaurant is. There's a Hampton Inn downtown right across the street. There's a Taco Bell right in front of it. That stretch just north of the river, the south side of downtown. It's going to be very close to the high rises in Florence. You have the big bank high rise there. You have the courthouse. You have the Florence Lauderdale EMA. It may be just south of there. It looks like it's coming across the southern side of downtown
and
as we speak.
Right here, I believe.
Just
right
we've
there.
got the traffic camera.
Oh, you want to flip? Yeah, let's flip to that and see what we can get here.
While we do that, Chase, while we do that, let's zoom out just a little bit because, again, I gave a heads up to some people down the road like St. Florine, Bailey Springs, and Killen. Let's do a storm track again. Yeah,
we've also expanded that just a little bit, though.
Yep, because I saw that we have Lexington, Rogersville, Anderson, Elgin also in there as well.
There you go.
This is an expanded this is an expanded storm track here. So again, this is now from downtown Florence off to the northwest, Lakeview 1037, St. Florine 1041, Killen at 1044, Ford City at 1044, Bailey Springs at 1045, Aqua Vista at 1047, Parkertown at 1049, Center Star at 1011, Green Hill at 1054, Elgin at 1055, Wheeler Dam Village at 1056, Arkdale at 1057, Kingtown 1058, Whitehead 1101, and Lexington 1102. If I called your name, if I called your town out, or you were close to that, you need to be in your shelter right now. This is a damaging, potentially strong tornado that is going through the heart of Florence right now.
Yeah,
it's
and that
go
may
right
not,
up to
the couplets on Veterans Drive. It may not be too far from NAMC.
Yeah,
it may not be too far from the Marriott and the 360 Grill. Headed for the new pickleball complex out there on Cox Creek.
Yes,
and then headed for the shopping center where you had the Bojangles and the Cracker Barrel and the Lowe's out there.
Yes. Exactly right. So
I'll put you back on the camera.
All right. Was there no luck?
We're still seeing power flashes in the distance now.
Okay. Was there no luck on the traffic cams?
No, traffic cam is down.
That's down. It's not shocking. We're going to have power. And matter of fact, I know it's raining heavily, but guys, I want to say that there is a lot more lights out here.
You are. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's likely power out.
And the Singing River, Florence, traffic cam would have been very close to this.
Yes.
Because it's at that traffic light on the end of the exit ramp at NMC.
So that would have been within tenths of miles. Yeah, yes. I know exactly where that is.
So we're having actual damage. This is from Stephen Molo. Spotter confirmed tornado on the ground, 60 mile per hour RFD winds. Alabama Highway 133, about 2 miles to 3 miles north of Highway 72. So again, this is where that tornado is headed. But you're also getting damaging winds on that southern side as that circulation punches through and wraps around. That's where you get that damaging wind right here on that back side. Here's your tornado right here, damaging wind coming in on the back side. You could also get damaging winds on the front side with that inflow coming inside that tornado. So this is right near Beckham, right near Creekwood, Twin Brooks, Windcrest. Again, this is Cox Creek Parkway right here. Namsey Medical Center is right down here. So
yeah,
that's where,
and this is where the couplet has been consistent right here.
Right here. So you think this is exactly
Spotter
where it is?
confirmed on the ground from Florence.
And then
at?
They reported Alabama 133, about 3 miles north of 72.
Okay, that's what I saw. So that is, all right, so that is going to be right here in this general area. Again, there's a lot of rotation up here too, but this is exactly where the main couplet is located, Fred.
That's okay. That's very close. If it's gotten north of Highway 4372 now, that's very close to where you had the Panda Express and the Five Guys. If it's still on the south side of Florence Boulevard, it's coming right over Academy and Bojangles and such right now.
Exactly. So again, this is a tornado still on the ground here that's now moving through the east side of Florence, Cox Creek Parkway, Lakeside Highlands. Again, like Fred mentioned, it's getting close to that Marriott and the 360 Grill that looks over Wheeler Lake right here close to the dam. And again, that's exactly where this area rotation is located. Indian Springs, Elm Acres, Lockland, Sky Park, Lock 6, Killen, Lakeside Acres, Bailey Springs, Parkertown, right where Highway 72 and 43 split. That's exactly where this tornado is going to be tracking right up into.
Yeah, a few more references, and you know I do restaurants because Fat Boy over here got to eat. That's going to be coming out on Highway 72. New Burns all the way past Shoals Outdoors where they had the police incident very recently.
Yes.
And then all the way down, Faith Church is in the path of this if it stays down, the Florence campus, and then over there toward Rising Crust Pizza and the Shoal Creek area.
If anybody hears what Fred said and knows exactly where he's talking about, again, this is exactly where that tornado is headed. The circulation is still there. It looks like it's broadened out just a little bit, but again, that can mean nothing. You could still easily have a tornado down with this signature here. We're still potentially seeing power flashes from our sky cams out there in Florence. And again, this is still a potential life-threatening situation as a tornado has now made its way through the downtown heart of Florence area. It looks like it's hugging the Tennessee River right here, and it will eventually work its way on off either to the east or northeast. It looks like it's kind of headed a little more east, guys, than northeast, so that could mean that you get more Sky Park, Aqua Vista, Center Star, and Killen as opposed to Parkertown and Bailey Springs.
Yeah.
But again, I can't say that you don't have a tornado threat with this. You're in the warning. You need to take it seriously.
Yeah, and it looks like the couplet may be reorganizing itself down there where you see Indian Springs and Lakeside Highlands printed right there on the Tennessee River. And just like you said, that's going to put it very close to Sky Park and Lock 6 and Killen landmarks. You have the McDonald's there at the split where you go 43 north, 72 east. You have the Foodland, if I'm not mistaken, that's the grocery store out there.
I think so,
And then just east of there on Highway 72, you have Lawler's Barbecue.
Yep,
Fred, I'd like
Lawler's
for
out
you
there.
to look at something with Chase off air real quick, and I'll drive this. Show him that, please.
So again, this is still a life-threatening situation here in Florence. Again, we're doing some stuff on the background still, so we got a lot of moving parts going here, but Ben Luna is now driving the radar here. So here's your area of rotation. Killen, again, it's getting really close to you. Again, just because we think that, okay, it might turn a little bit to the east doesn't mean that you're not going to get it in Killen. Killen's not just that little spot right there at the intersection of 43 and 72. It's a bigger area. It's a bigger town that kind of hugs this entire area right generally through here. So if you're in Killen, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Lexington, you need to be in your shelter right now.
All right, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead, and while we're still talking about that, I want to look at the southern appendage of this thing from Muscle Shoals to Colbert Heights.
Okay.
We've seen additional radar data that suggests that, yes, we were tracking the main tornado. There may have been a second one on lower level data that was close to Tuscumbia and such, which was still in the tornado warning, but it was south of the original tornado.
Okay, exactly. So again, like what Fred was mentioning, we have multiple sources on the back end of things. Some of them we actually cannot show on air, but it looks like that we have another possible tornado that is down here on the southern end, right near Tuscumbia. What does GW show?
That's not now. That's where it was when the main one was coming across Florence.
Okay.
That is now going to be out toward the Alabama Shores area on the Tennessee River on the Colbert side.
So you're saying this is going to be over here?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's look. So that might actually be, was that southern circulation that we were kind of looking at maybe?
We may have started seeing it with next rad by then.
Okay. So that one right down on the south side might actually have had a tornado right here. That one actually might have done something back over here. So it is now over here. The other circulation, I guess, guys, is this one up here at this point.
Yeah.
Possibly.
And that's kind of highlighting the whole shear line thing where you can get tornado at any point within this broader meso. We've been talking about that, and this is that in action. It would appear. Anyways.
So exactly. So again, Parkertown, Bailey Springs, Killen. Again, safe spot right now. This is getting very close to Alabama Highway 64 that works its way back to the east towards Lexington. This is right near the split between 43 and 72. Fred's been mentioning several landmarks here. Again, there's a couple of gas stations right here as you get into the downtown Killen area. Once you get down towards Center Star, there's a couple of little shops right there. I believe there's also a restaurant right there as well. I'm blanking on the name of that restaurant, but again, there's one right there. There's also the Elgin community right down here. You got your Jack's, you got your Shell gas station, that light intersection right there with Elgin. That's Alabama Highway 101 and US 72. That's getting a lot better right here. I think we got a tornado that is, again, still in progress here.
And I think we still do where Alabama 64 intersects with 43 on the south side of Green Hill. That's where 64 comes out. You go over to Lexington on 64. They have that Dollar General, and they're doing the road construction with the intersection right there now.
That's exactly. If you're traveling on 43 and 64, you've got all that construction that's going on right there. I've been through that a couple times for the past few days. What I want to do right now, Chase, is I want to do, let's do one big storm track. Let's capture both of these.
You want me to kind of make the fan wide?
Not do the fan,
or the width, rather.
Do the width pretty wide on the squall track. Let's get both of these tornadoes. Again, there's a big circulation here right near Green Hill, getting very close to the school up there, and this will eventually continue to make its way on off towards the east. So Lexington, Kingstown, Center Star, Aqua Vista. Again, you're in the line next. Aqua Vista around 1047, Center Star 1048. Arkdale at 1048, Lexington at 1053, Kingtown at 1054, Elgin at 1056, Grassy at 1059, Bonnertown and Whitehead at 11, Powell, Anderson, Good Springs between 1103 and 1110, Lester 1113, Mount Roswell 1116, and Gordesville around 1118. Again, there's two areas of rotation here. Potential for a tornado on the ground right along Highway 64 right near Green Hill, and another one that's potentially still on the ground here right on top of Killen. This is right on top of Highway 72, and that's going to track to the east, and that one's going to impact Center Star, Aqua Vista, and the town of Elgin, and potentially Kingstown. This one up here is Green Hill, Arkdale, Lexington, and potentially Grassy, and if it continues to move to the northeast, Powell, and potentially Bonnertown here. There's no active warning, I stress real quick, for southern Lawrence County, but I think that's going to change because this shows no sign of weakening, and this will eventually move into parts of southern Lawrence County. I don't think this is Loretto. I don't think this is St. Joseph. I think it would be Union Hill, 5 Points, and Bonnertown right there along Highway 98 that goes all the way back down into parts of northern Lauderdale County. Guys, you have any more updates on your end?
I've been watching chat, and we're totally silent. NWS Huntsville, though, will continue the tornado warning for Lauderdale Colbert, and they're going to trim it. So that's standard procedure. So.
Okay.
And we should mention, it did include Western Limestone, but they just pulled that out for now.
Oh, the one towards Coxie?
Yeah. They have it centered up just in east central Lauderdale and now northeast Colbert.
Okay. Does it still include Rogersville?
Yes.
Okay.
It goes all the way to the county line in Elk River.
Okay. Do a time pan or a
time of arrival.
Chase. No.
Like
I want to see where.
Oh.
I want to see if this is moving more east or more northeast.
Sure. So it's
moving more northeast. Okay.
Yeah, so kind of east-northeast-ish.
East-northeast. So again, Rogersville, you're in the tornado warning polygon. Stay in your tornado safe spot.
I'll tell you what, Sam, I know you're watching.
Yep,
safe
Sam,
spot.
I know, yep, you're definitely watching. Your family needs to be in your tornado shelter right now. My in-laws need to be in their shelter as well. They live down here towards the Elk River on the southeast side of Rogersville. I think this moves north of that, but it's so close to call. Aqua Vista, Elgin, I know is for a fact, and then this will eventually move up towards Highway 207 near the Whitehead community. What's up?
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
Low-level alternate source significantly agrees with what you see on the next rad right now.
That it's on the ground.
Yeah, it's right where you like near the Aqua Vista area.
Okay, Aqua Vista right now, is it still moving northeast? That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
It should be at least east-northeast.
Okay.
If not northeast.
So again, tornado still likely on the ground here. It's crossing the Tennessee River again. It looks like it went down from Colbert County and now coming back into parts of Lauderdale County. Center Star and Elgin, City Limits Cafe. That was the one that I was actually talking about. Funny thing, they actually did the our catering at our wedding that we had. I knew that's where that location was, but I couldn't remember the name of it. But City Limits Cafe, if you know where that is, right there in Center Star, that's exactly where there could be 2 tornadoes here. There's another circulation right here. There's one right here. There's another one up here. This is turning into another situation like what we saw in Lawrence County, except this is actually producing tornadoes to where you actually can have multiple circulations. We could have 2 tornadoes
And if
on the
that
ground.
is one on 72, that's getting dangerously close to Brooks High School at this time.
Yep,
All right,
Brooks High
Sam's
School is
reporting,
right towards here.
that there is damage on Cox Creek Parkway.
All right, there's damage on Cox Creek Parkway. Again, that was a live tornado that we had going through the heart of Florence, and now we have multiple circulations on the back side. Chase, kind of zoom out just a tad.
Sure.
All right, circulation number 1 is right here along Highway 64 between Green Hill and Lexington. This is moving towards Lexington, so Lexington High School, the city of Lexington, that's exactly where this is headed right now. It's still a really good indication of a tornado on the ground here. Circulation number 2 is right here just to the north of Center Star. That's getting very, very close to Brooks High School. If the northern one doesn't go to Brooks High School, I think the southern one does, because Brooks is like right around here. So again, this one will move right towards Brooks High School. This other one right here, that could also move into Lexington as well. This one, if it tracks further to the northwest of Lexington, this one on the backside could end up getting you in Lexington along with Kingtown right here along Highway 101. And again, this one right near Aqua Vista on top of it, this is about to cross over Highway 72 right in the Elgin community. There's the Elgin, you got the Jacks, you've got I think a Subway there, you've got a Dollar General, you've got all that little kind of community center right there at the intersection of Highway 101 and US 72. That's exactly where this is headed right here. It's that southern end right here, right on top of Aqua Vista. And what's up?
I've got reports.
We're working to verify, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
we are working to verify. We're looking to see what we've got in the background is the Ardmore camera looking back into that.
Okay.
And so that may just be lightning.
Yeah, most of that's probably going to be lightning.
That's going to
be a great
far away
position, though, for when it comes
It will.
over here, yeah.
Yeah, and they have it looking more west. It would need to be a bit more southwest than that, too.
You could potentially see power flashes with that. I don't think you're going to end up seeing something on the ground, but you could possibly see the entire background light up. Like that one looked like it could have been something.
Right.
But again, that's kind of looking a ways off. So again, this is right on top of Center Star right now.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot emphasize enough. I know I've said it multiple times, and if you haven't heeded our warnings, I don't know why you hadn't. But again, Lexington, you need to be in your shelter right now. Grassy, Arkdale, Bonnertown, Powell, Anderson, Whitehead, Kingtown, Elgin, Rogersville, Cedar Grove, Ferry Shores, Wheeler Dam Village, Aqua Vista, you still need to be in your shelter right now, along with Killen, but Elgin specifically and Kingtown, because this is starting to get its act together a lot more. Let's switch over to High Top, because I think High Top might have a slightly better perspective of it. It's still looking pretty good. You're looking a little bit lower, I think, at this point, but you still have a decent circulation here, and I imagine that off-camera other radar source looks good too still, does it? Mm-hmm. It still looks good. Can you tell me kind of where that couplet is located? I feel like it's right on top of Center Star, but I think it's going to be a little to the south of that, maybe?
Yeah, it looks to be... Hit R. 1 second.
While you're doing that...
You're about right on that.
Okay.
Almost perfectly, pretty much right on top. This corresponds pretty well. Now the variance and the altitude is there too, but the placement here on NextRad is definitely is right on the money almost.
Okay. while we're kind of doing stuff in the background here real quick, over 2,200 residents without power in the Baker Lane and Cedar Hills estate area. Also 1,400 residents without power in the city of Sheffield. So we have, obviously we've seen power flashes. We know that there's power outages out there. Real quick, I want to do one quick storm track on this circulation right here, because I think that's the one that we have the most issue with right now. Do that one. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's getting a little tighter there,
That's
so I'll drag that out here.
That was a flash.
Oh, okay. So we do have some power flashes. Which camera is this?
It's Minor Hill.
Okay,
that's gonna have a good look at it.
Yeah, I'm 99.9% sure that was a flash on that camera.
Okay. Before we go to that, so again, this is a new time of arrival here for this tornado that is about to cross Highway 101 in the Elgin community. Elgin right now, Kingtown at 10:57, Whitehead at 10:59, Rogersville at 11:02. If it trends a little bit further to the south, yeah, I see that. That's power flashes. Anderson at 11:05, Grassy 11:06, Cedar Grove 11:08. Powell at 11:09, Good Springs at 11:11, Cairo at 11:13, Mount Roswell at 11:15, Lester at 11:16, Hickory Hills at 11:16, Gypsy at 11:18, and Cartwright at 11:20.
Now, I know that we are seeing power flashes there. That is, unless that marker is wrong, that's looking more west from Minor Hill.
No, that's south.
That is south?
That's south.
Okay.
That's south by southwest.
Okay, then the marker's wrong on the screen. Then sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is looking back. If it's looking south-southwest, it's looking toward it.
Okay, so we're actually seeing legit power flashes. Tornado on the ground, likely here right along Highway 72 near Elgin. Real quick, let's do a reset because we don't want to forget about everybody else, but this is our only main concern right now.
And you are double boxed with it.
We are double. Okay, good. So you see the power flashes behind me right there from Minor Hill. That's that tornado near Elgin right now on top of it. So again, we have other storms out there. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for Marshall County and for, I'm blanking on the county next to it.
Oh, up towards here is Bedford.
That's Bedford County, that's right, Bedford County. That has no tornado warning on it, but damaging winds, potential for some large hail. As you go further down to the south, Lawrenceburg, you're seeing a lot of lightning, hearing a lot of rain, hearing thunder, nothing severe right now, but we're tracking that supercell to the south of you. Lawrence County and Giles County will probably have a tornado warning here shortly if things continue the way that they're continuing. But right now, I don't see any evidence of any tornado potential with this line right here. We have other people behind the scenes watching it. I believe that they concur with that. Mm-hmm. Let's go ahead and switch back to GWX. Let's look at this cell that's back to the south. Tupelo, that has
very pronounced boundary.
That's your pronounced boundary right here. So that's going to have some pretty gusty winds with it. Behind it, just a lot of heavy rain, some lightning, maybe some gusty winds and some small hail. I don't see anything significant from that. We'll back things out real quick again. This is the only immediate danger right now that we have in our coverage area that is tornado on the ground here in the Elgin community. So that was a quick reset to show you, hey, if we're not talking about you, that is a good thing. If we are talking about you tonight, that is a bad thing. You need to be listening up. That is a significant tornado that could be on the ground here. Yep. This is going to cross. This is just now crossing Highway 101, and this is going to be right close to Highway 207 here, just to the north of Rogersville. Let's zoom in when you have a chance. Let's zoom in and get some county roads here. This is right towards the Whitehead community, Pine Haven Shores. This tornado is right on top of Highway 101, right towards Tunersville. This is County Road 51 that moves up from Highway 72 up through Tunersville, meets up with County Road 55. Let's go back to the northeast.
Yep.
Go back to the northeast. This is County Road 55, County Road 76. This is Alabama Highway 207, County Road 551. Go back to the north a little bit, Hudson Avenue right here. This could be the south side of Anderson. County Road 156, County Road 553, County Road 52. Let's slide up just to the north a little bit more. This is the city of Anderson, County Road 50, County Road 52. This is Bully Mason Road right here as you go kind of on the curve, as you follow the creek right there in Anderson and make its way on off toward the northeast.
If it leans more toward the south side of Anderson because of radar beam, tilt, height, things, Fish Grill Restaurant is a landmark.
It definitely is. Fish Grill landmark that is right here in the Anderson community. Yep. I've eaten there before. Fantastic food. I know it's a staple of this area for sure. So people know exactly where the Fish Grill is. So again, this is that developing, if not already on the ground tornado. It is, I should say, because we are seeing power flashes still. This is on the north side of Elgin. This is going to go right along. Go back in here. What's that county road that's kind of following right here?
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
This county road is,
if you can find
it's not populating, but we'll call it County Road 113.
County Road 113. This is towards the Tunersville area. Let's slide it back to the east. I know we kind of did more northeast roads. Let's kind of take it more east.
So this is
that way.
That same county road we were talking about, and then 55.
Yep.
Sorry to interject.
No, you're good.
And then we get after roaming the little community out here. I don't even think that's an incorporated community. Come to think of it.
Yep.
Sam is reporting more power flashes in the area of Elgin. And real quick, why that is important, because a power flash is indicative that the tornado or a tornado is on the ground.
Yes.
Because it takes and it rips out cables that go into transformers, and when they do, they flash.
Yep.
And so that's what we look for on these cameras as a telltale sign of a tornado on the ground.
Yep.
That's exactly right. This is going across County Road 53 and County Road 51 on the south side of Tunersville. Right now, this looks like it is just north or on top of Highway 72 right now. And there's a lot of stuff that it can hit out there, so we're going to continue to get more power flashes. We're probably got a debris signature on radar, most likely.
Yeah, and I was going to say that's really, really close to downtown Rogersville.
It is.
As a course of least regret, you need to be in shelter already. But
we've called you out multiple times already. If you aren't in your shelter right now, that's a big question that I have for you. Why aren't you heeding our warning, especially when we have actual tornadoes on the ground doing damage here, and we have proof that they are. Mount Olive and Rogersville, like we mentioned, downtown Rogersville, right there, you've got all those gas stations, you've got some restaurants, you got the McDonald's, you got the Hardee's, you got everything right here in downtown Rogersville. This looks like it should stay north, but it is oh so close. But Chase, there's a good news here that circulation looks like
new
it's
tornado
losing its
warning
definition.
for this is in process.
Okay, so we're going to get a new one extended
for
out.
Alabama side.
For Alabama, so nothing in Tennessee yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
All right, but yeah, I was going to kind of go back to what you were saying. It looks like we're doing the handoff thing again, and it might actually be handing off a little north here. It kind of varies every now and then.
Yeah.
I keep saying this. I sound like a broken record, but
we've all done that tonight.
Yes, exactly. But with this broad stuff, that's why you need to heed the entire warning polygon, because this is not a supercell where you're right exactly at the hook and it's only there, not 10 miles away. This is a broad sort of spectrum of a mesocyclone where all along this shear line, and as some of these off-screen sources have suggested, we're getting tornadic activity.
Exactly. Let's do another storm track, because we have a new tornado warning that is going to be out for Lauderdale and Limestone counties. Again, this does not go into Tennessee right now, but it's possible if this starts to ramp back up that the Weather Service in Nashville might have to issue a warning here. So there's a broad spectrum of a storm track. What you got?
Sam just reported they got hit intersection of Highway 91 and Highway 51. He says that they were directly hit.
They were directly hit, but they were okay.
Yes. He has not said anything about them not being okay.
Okay, that's good. All right, so it looks like our own Sam Camp, they have been hit by this tornado, so it is still on the ground here, but it seems like they are okay, which is good, and hopefully this is still on the weaker side of things. This is right in Whitehead right now. Anderson, you're next potentially, 1106, Cedar Grove at 1108, Good Springs at 1111, Cairo at 1113, Mount Roswell at 1115, Lester at 1116, Hickory Hills at 1117, Gypsy at 1118, Cartwright and Gordesville at 1119 and 1120, Legtown at 1121, Stella at 1124, Elkmont at 1127, and Prospect, if it makes its way into that southern Giles County area, that's going to be close to 1128 and 1130. There's still a signature here on radar that we have a tornado still in progress here. This is just to the west of Whitehead. This will eventually work its way across Highway 207 between Rogersville and Anderson. The Fisk Krill is right up here in Anderson.
It's going to be very close to there.
It's going to be very close to there. Again, this is back
Another
the step.
power flash on Minor
That's
Hill.
still on the ground here. That's ramping back up still. That is, it's still a tornado on the ground. Chase, if you have a moment, let's go back. I want to just see if this is moving more east or northeast, because again, it can kind of change direction sometimes. So I'm going to follow this right here. Go back.
So yeah, that's the
moving
same one.
northeast.
Okay. Yep.
All right, so it's moving northeast. It's going to, I think it's going to go south of Anderson, but again, Anderson, you're still in that warning. You need to be in your shelter right now. Rogersville, you still need to be in shelter. Cedar Grove in shelter. Lester, Good Springs, Cairo, you're in shelter. If you live along Highway 99 that kind of goes back into the hilly terrain here of northwestern Limestone County, this tornado could potentially move right up into your direction right here. Cairo, Gypsy, Lake Town, Gordesville, you need to be in your shelter right now, along with Cartwright, Hickory Hills, and Elkmont. Again, this is that new tornado warning that does go into Limestone County, and that goes until 11:45. So you have 44 minutes left on this tornado warning, but we still have a tornado on the ground here that is between Whitehead and Highway 207. This is going to go north of downtown Rogersville. So if you are still listening to me on Kicks 96 and Q107, I know we've tracked this all the way through from Florence, and now it's getting towards the Rogersville and Anderson area. If you're in Florence, this is all to the east of you right now. If you're in Muscle Shoals, this one's all to the east of you right now. If you're listening to me on the radio, again, this is crossing Highway 207 between Rogersville and Anderson right now. This is right on top of Whitehead. This is going to cross the highway and move into parts of western Limestone County in between Good Springs and Cairo. Let's zoom in just a little bit over here and see if there's any communities. Mount Rosal, right here, right along Highway 99. It's very rural here in parts of western Limestone County, but there's still a lot of people that live out here. Let's zoom in a little bit closer and get some street names on here. Chase, Cherry Grove community. This is Fred Bates Road right here, Stinnett Hollow Road, Sims Road, Ridgeway Mill communities right up here. This is Glendale Lane, Mount Rosal. This is Cotton Belt Road. This is the Salem community. This is West Limestone West Limestone School Road right here in the Salem and Mount Rosal community, along with Maples Road. Let's go back down to the south just a little bit, just in case this ends up going further to the south. That's Jernigan Hollow Road back over here. This is
Stinnett
Hollow Road right over here.
Yep.
And go back down to the southwest just a little bit.
While he does that, couple, it has weakened and broadened some as it's crossed Alabama 207 on the scan.
Fantastic.
That's good news. Lake Betts Road, Lovell Road, Flanagan Road. This is in western Limestone County here. If I've called out your road names or you are near some of those roads or highways, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Again, that's the lowest floor of a site-built structure. Get as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Put a helmet on. If you don't have a helmet, like we talked about, you can grab a pot from your kitchen. That will do just as well. Again, we still have a tornado on the ground here.
I'll zoom out and take a look at the structure.
It looks
here.
a lot better, like Fred said. Go back one step. We can show the folks exactly what it looks like. That's different.
Yeah, your couplet definitely
There's your tornado right there.
Sort of
now it's
deteriorated a little bit in this sense here. You still do see that parent rotation, but it's not nearly what it was.
No. And there's your outflow right here.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So it's still getting inflow from it, but at some point it gets cut off, and hopefully this is exactly where it gets cut off. But my goodness, this thing has, it seems like there's been multiple tornadoes out of it, but it looks like that one that moved out of Colbert County that was on the ground for a long time.
It was dug in like a tick there for a bit, that's for sure.
Well, it looks like we have a little bit of some weakening right here. Chase, I say weakening, good grief.
Well, every now and then, it goes back up and down.
Every now and then, and this is closer to Anderson right here. Go back a couple of steps.
Sure. Okay, so
that's still kind of generally in that area. This is right south of Anderson right now. Chase, take it away real quick. I need to grab a water.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
But what you do, I've been talking with Sam a little bit behind the scenes, and he does suspect that their house has been damaged.
Oh, I hate to hear that, but
they heard things coming apart. They're still in their safe place, or they may be coming out now.
So they're all good on that front then.
But we've had a member of our weather team, our work family here, that's been through a likely tornado.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that's not to make light of it, but a little ironic is he storm chases quite a lot in his free time, and
now he's getting chased. Yeah. Hey, He's okay, so we can.
I was about to say,
just
we're only interjecting the levity because we can confirm he's
Fortunately,
okay.
he is all right.
They are
Everyone's
okay.
fine out there, but it does sound like their house might have taken some hopefully minor damage by the sounds of it. But yeah, he lived right there in Rogersville. That's why I called him out there, because he lives, to my memory, just north of town there. And sounds like, sure enough, he was right there kind of in the path of that. So very grateful to hear our friends are okay, and we haven't heard other reports otherwise from anywhere else. But of course, we'll keep an eye on that. But we're still keeping an eye on this couplet, still south of Anderson. Let's just call it Anderson. If you have an Anderson address, be in shelter. I don't want to be calling, oh, it's exactly that road, so if you're north of this road. Stand by 1 second. Yeah, we're still seeing that there. And it's probably just about to cross into Limestone County. Notice it's a bit of a convergent signature more than rotation. Thank you. I would still say there's a tornado threat, a very real tornado threat with this, just from the history of it, right?
Let's go north towards Minor Hill.
Yeah, sure. You see that up here?
Yep. There's a possible.
That's a new tornado warning for Lawrence and Giles County.
Your timing is impeccable, Taylor.
It is. I saw that in the chat. There's a developing tornado here in southeastern Lawrence County. It's right on the county line. And this is our Minor Hill camera.
Yeah, let's
see something. It's
turn that due
right
west.
there. So again, this is on a comma head. This is a bookend vortex that has the potential to produce a tornado. Most of these end up being short-lived, but that doesn't mean this one's going to be that same case. But again, we have to treat this like it's going to be on the ground for a while potentially. So Minor Hill, Oak Grove, this is Tennessee Highway 11 that works its way all the way back to the north towards Pulaski. Let's back out and do a quick storm track on this to give everybody a heads up. This does include Pulaski, so if you are in Pulaski, and I don't know, does UT Southern, do they have dormitories over there?
Yes.
In Pulaski, yeah. On the north and west side especially.
If you are a student on the campus of the University of Tennessee Southern in Pulaski, you need to be going to your tornado.
Hey, your mic is off.
Is it off?
Here.
Okay, there it goes. No. I muted it while I was taking a drink. I thought that I put it back on.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, we're good now. All right. I imagine you still heard me in the background here. So again, if you're in Pulaski, campus of the University of Tennessee Southern, you need to be in your tornado procedure right now. Get to your tornado safe place. Here's some times of arrival. Minor Hill at 11:14, Oak Grove at 11:19, Stella at 11:20, Prospect at 11:22.
Here, come here.
Is it still on? It's on.
Yeah. Here, come here.
What you got?
Stand by
Aspen
here.
Hill at 11:27, Crescent View at 11:28, Pulaski at 11:30, Emmett Town at 11:33, Elkton 11:35, and Powell Chapel at 11:35. We good now?
Yep.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'll just talk a little about that couplet, because it is pretty. Okay. This signature here out ahead of it, that's the kind of inflow you see here, kind of flowing into it. So that usually precedes those tornadoes and occurs during tornado genesis. So I definitely see very good reason for that. Matter of fact, let's check the structure here. It's really embedded in there. Yeah. This is, I mean, listen, it goes without saying, this is at night.
Yeah.
You're not going to see these things if you're, I mean, this is just a very difficult situation because of these rain-wrapped tornadoes, right? That's why we're relying so much on these dual pole products, CC, correlation coefficient that is, and power flashes. And it's sort of weird because they already have to be almost down for those power flashes to take effect and show that they're on the ground. But we're not looking for funnels like in the plains right now. We just got to use the context clues at our advantage. And especially back here with all that hail and rain, that's probably your best bet, I would say.
It's still looking pretty decent there. It's not as impressive as the last scan was, but like I mentioned, a lot of those kind of bookend comma head vortexes, those are very much quick spin up like within a matter of minutes, and then they're gone. They're not going to be on the ground for like 10 to 20 miles most likely. It's usually going to be just a handful of miles, just a handful of minutes. But still is a course of least regret tornado potential right here crossing the county line from Lawrence County. If you live in Union Hill, 5 Points, in Bonnertown, I would stay in your tornado shelter. There's a little bit of some rotation to your south. So just as a course of least regret, maintain your tornado shelter right now along with Fall River. But this is mainly going to be Minor Hill, Oak Grove, Crescent View, right along Highway 11 that works its way towards Minor Hill and off to the north towards Pulaski and Stella. And again, where does the polygon go all the way to the county line if we back out just a little bit?
Yeah, it does.
It does. So it goes all the way to the Lincoln and Giles County line here and Interstate 65. So if you're in or on Interstate 65, you're traveling right now, you've got some time before this actually gets to you, and hopefully it dissipates by that time. But do a little TOA real quick towards 65 here, just to give a little heads up. You got multiple exits through here to get off if you need to. So if it does continue its track, it's got about 19 miles to go before it gets to I-65. So if you're traveling north from Limestone County, I would recommend you get off around the Elkton exit. If you're coming south on 65 towards the US 64 exit, I would get off either on US 64 or just to the north of 64. I would actually recommend getting off right here at the 31 exit that takes you up towards Lewisburg. That's probably going to be your best course of action right there. But again, that's for that area of rotation right on top of Miner Hill right now, and that's working its way on off to the northeast. All right, let's go back down to the south with the still active tornado warning here. And the good news is, I'm guessing this is it right here.
Let me roll you back just a minute.
East of Anderson.
I believe that is kind of our similar feature here. Notice how it kind of moves eastwards, and
it's right on top of 99 right now.
Yeah, and that's that broader area is just trying to it's holding in there, and there's still that tornado threat moving right into Mount Roselle right now.
Yep. Let's back out. I want to give some people some. Excuse me, I got something in my eye.
Some heads up here in the back,
not necessarily heads up. I want to get some all clears because I know that we still have that tornado warning. I can give you an all clear for Lexington, Kingstown, Aqua Vista, Elgin. What's that on top of Rogers? Go back to reflective real quick. Just want to make sure I'm not saying something wrong.
Taylor, the Lawrenceburg utility system.
Go ahead.
Reporting over 318 customers in southeast Lawrence without power.
Southeast Lawrence.
That sounds like that was a tornado right here.
Could have been, yeah, it could have been.
Going to Rogersville.
Oh yeah, down here in Rogersville. I saw that too.
I was about to say all clear for Rogersville, but there's a little bit of rotation on top of Rogersville. Stay in your tornado shelter for about 5 to 10 minutes, let it pass. Elgin, you're all clear. Wheeler Dam, you're all clear. Kingstown, you're all clear. Whitehead, you're all clear. Anderson, I believe you're all clear. Go up just to the north a little bit. Yes, you're all clear. You're behind things right now.
Yep.
Powell, Grassy, Lexington, Bonnertown, you're all clear right now. And imagine you've already have your all clear here for Killen. Do they still have that polygon? Well, they still have that polygon up.
Yeah, it's still pretty broad polygon. This expires in just 2 minutes. Yeah, so we'll probably see that disappear here.
Killen, Florence, Muscle Shoals, all clear. Bethel, Aqua Vista, Ford City, Nitrate City, all clear. St. Florine, Wilson, Oakland, Smithsonia, Barton, Hawk Pride, you're all clear. You got a lot of rain, you got a lot of lightning, probably some gusty winds out there, but your tornado threat, at least in the near term, hopefully for the remainder of the night, is all done. But we still have a lot of time to go potentially for more storms to get here. Matter of fact, quickly back out while we kind of have a little bit of a chance. What's coming back here towards
a lot of this stuff, I've been keeping an eye on this, and what's happening.
That's all outflowed.
Yeah, it's getting what's called undercut, and that kind of helps us, at least in the near term, kind of diminish those severe weather threats.
Going to, sorry to interrupt, going to Franklin County.
Sure. Let me
There's something developing right along that, and that usually spells some trouble.
Yeah, especially when it kind of latches onto the boundaries here. Let's check some velocities here, and you're kind of you're on the precipice, right? So it's worth watching there. But that kind of goes to show about the boundary, right? How important this feature we allude to so much is, and a lot of this stuff behind it is what I was saying there is getting much more elevated. You can really see that boundary pronounced pretty strong there. So at least temporarily, this is not to say it can't outrun the boundary and become severe again, but for right now, we're not seeing huge issues with this here in Northeast Mississippi. But I've got it up here on my phone as well, watching some radar sources to make sure those don't act up as well.
If one of y'all are able to just kind of either real quick or a little bit later, check some of the model guidance and see if they're actually kind of hinting at
I'll pull some up over here.
Yeah, so before you do that, just you can do that. Just go back here to the north, and we'll talk about that tornado warning right here. That's fine. You can go right there. You can kind of look in the background real quick. That's good right there.
Velocity, so we can get a little bit better. And you know what? I'll go to. That's actually kind of useful looking at the mid-level meso there. But
go to high top.
Go into high top here, and so there's that northern one. You still kind of see that up here in a couple different spots, and that's the notorious one we kept dragging along, Lauderdale and Limestone County.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, just kind of looking at what it's going to show later on, because I have a feeling that this is probably going to end up being our main show.
I'll hold you there, and I'll check out here real quick.
All right, so still watching a couple of areas of rotation here. One near Oak Grove in Giles County, the other one in Minor Hill. Again, this is the one that looked like it caused a possible tornado here in southeastern Lawrence County, because we do have reports of power outages in that area. If it wasn't a tornado, it could just be some damaging wind potential. But again, it's these little areas of rotation right here that will continue to make their way on off to the northeast. Aspen Hill, Crescent View, Bunker Hill, Elkton, Highway 31 that goes through the country here as you go on your way to the northwest towards Pulaski. This is going to cross that area right towards the Aspen Hill area. I think most of this stays south of Pulaski, but there is a little bit of rotation on that northern end that this could creep up into the southern part of the city of Pulaski. So again, I stress, if you're in the city of Pulaski, if you're a student or a faculty member on the campus of the University of Tennessee Southern, you need to be in your tornado procedure right now. Again, that's for this little feature right here that could potentially move on off towards the northeast. Again, back here right along Highway 99, getting close to Legtown. This is that other area of rotation. This is the one that we were watching for several, I was going to say several hours, but it's probably only been...
Probably 20 minutes maybe, but it sure felt like several hours for sure.
Well, I think it's been about an hour. I think it got
from crossing the state line to there,
Crossing the state line to here, it's been about an hour, I think. So again, this is still that feature we're watching for. It's had a history of producing tornadoes. It could still be on the ground here in Legtown. This is going to go north of Gypsy, right along Highway 99, and it will eventually cross Highway 127. That's the highway that runs from Elkmont all the way back up towards the Tennessee state line and goes up towards Prospect here in very rural parts of southern Giles County. So again, that's where this circulation is headed, generally to the east. Were you able to find out anything on the model side?
Well, I was actually going to show you one of the things that we use here behind the scenes. Hang on a second.
You can do the future?
The future radar for the next 2 hours, which takes the current conditions and it kind of integrates both. And it actually has that flooding threat. And speaking of flooding, wow,
flooding right there.
Great timing. And this goes out the next 2 hours, as I was talking about. And you can kind of see how it just trains, lifts north and east. So we're going to see a lot of flooding, I think, over the next little bit. But we're sticking with this line for a little bit yet. And in the HER model, which I was looking at, we were looking at some other sources, had this around now, lasting for another few hours and then pushing south and east. So this is definitely...
How did it show that second push?
It kind of shows this southern part being the second push.
Okay. So this, are you saying that this kind of ends up being our main?
What I'll do, I'll tell you what, I'll pull up the future cast on the show here in just a second.
Because I'm very interested to see how this is going to pan out, because this will, even though we're now casting and we're actively having warnings, it's good to be able to show everyone kind of what we could anticipate a little bit later on down the road. So Chase is going to be getting the HER model up here shortly. This does not, go ahead, Ben.
While he's doing that, I want to tell you, I've been looking at the data off of HTX on that cell that was in southeast Lawrence and then up into Minor Hill.
Yeah.
And just with looking at the eyes that I've got right now, I think the indication was I see a small CC drop having occurred in the area of 5 points in southeast Lawrence, crossed the Giles County line for a few hundred yards, and then lifted and just washed out.
That makes sense exactly with how it looked on the radar presentation when they popped the warning on. I'm not liking this look. This looks like it's a developing
supercellular structure.
If there is a supercell that still, if this is the supercell that produced that tornado that crossed the state line, went into Florence, if this is that same one, which I believe it is,
I'll roll you back
if I'm
here.
wrong.
Let's roll back here and kind of.
This is looking pretty.
Yep.
That's that same supercell. It is getting its act together again. That is not a good look right here, right to the southwest portion of Elkmont. I don't like that one bit. There's a chance that this could potentially curve back around, and we're looking at another potentially. I think this, if it continues this way, it could be one of those other strong tornado-producing supercells.
Yeah, and I also want to mention,
this is definitely starting to kind of hook around a little bit.
You see how these storms or these little cells kind of turn
into it.
Yeah, so I would definitely say very, very much worth keeping an extremely close eye on, because structures like this, as they consolidate, can easily produce tornadoes just like that in a moment's notice.
And the other thing, because it's a supercell, it's going to last. So even though it might have weakened somewhat and you kind of lost its tornado-producing properties, or at least lost its strong tornado-producing properties, the fact that it's still a supercell, the fact that it still has a rotating updraft, if it continues along and it finds another pocket to where it can gather itself again and kind of reorganize itself into something stronger, then boom, here you go. You could have another potential strong tornado developing here within this supercell structure. So let's do a storm track. I don't want to do like an entire line right here. I want to do kind of this right along the Legtown area.
Where we see that
where
hook
we
kind of
see
forming.
that kind of hook feature developing. Do that and then take it out at about 40 to 45 miles per hour.
There you
So
go.
again, this is for another potential possible developing tornado on that kind of southern side with this supercell right here. Gordesville around 1124, Prospect around 1130, Elkton at 1138, Ardmore 1140, Pinedale 1141, Wheelerton 1144, Bunker Hill 1145, Delrose 1148, Elkwood 1150, Frankenwig around 1150, and Taft around 1151. Again, this is for this other little possible tornado here. This is part of that rotation that we've been tracking for a while now that produced that tornado in Florence and tracked across parts of Lauderdale County. This looks like that supercell's trying to get its act together again, so there's another chance here that we could have a new developing tornado, possibly significant if it really starts to wrap up again, and that will move into across northern Limestone County into southern Giles County towards Elkton. I like that we don't really have a lot of velocity presentation here, Chase, but again, that reflectivity kind of tells you the story that it's trying to get its act together again.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And what kind of concerns me about it is that, well, first of all, the structure we've been talking about, right, where you see that general supercellular structure as it kind of congeals into itself. And also, I want to show you the velocity again as it comes in. I mentioned this earlier, but that inflow, it gives me reason to pause for a second because, like I said, that usually precedes tornadogenesis, where you see these strong outbound winds from the radar that's moving into the inflow. Then what you're going to have happen, you get a punch here from the back with the RFD, and especially with the strengthening inflow, that's giving me reason to concern here as we head into southern Giles County, especially close to Elkton. And you can kind of see what I'm talking about there. We're starting to get that RFD through there, and then through the northern side of it, that inflow through the notch.
From Katie McGee over at the Weather Service in Huntsville, seeing that Boeing segment start to reorient itself. That's what we're talking about right here. Along the boundary and redevelop some supercell characteristics. So here's your updraft, there's your hell core on the back side. So this is that supercell that's kind of reorganizing itself. They're also watching a lightning jump that usually precludes either tornadogenesis, like you mentioned, especially with that inflow. The fact that it has a jump and lightning, and you have that intense inflow coming into it, I think there would be a tornado on the ground here at some point soon. Unless for some reason that boundary kicks out ahead of it and it gets behind it. But right now it looks like it's really starting to ramp up here.
I agree.
In that Legtown area.
And I mentioned it earlier, but the shape of those cells that it's ingesting tells you that there is rotation. Notice how they kind of curve into it, right? So that, if you know a little bit about how tornadoes form and how these supercells reorient, that is also another reason. A lot of points going here towards saying this is probably about to produce another tornado if it's not already.
And there's enough shear in the air that it could easily be another strong tornado.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think we had a strong tornado that moved through Florence based on some of the everything that we were seeing right there.
I'm seeing a lot of power outage reports, and I don't have any firm numbers on that, but it's no surprise. I mean, when you see those power flashes, what power flashes are power lines falling, things falling into power lines, then being snapped out of the poles. So obviously, it follows that we'll see a lot of those power outage reports coming in.
Let's pan it to the north just a little bit. I see some people asking about Pulaski. Pulaski, you are in a lot of lightning. You're in the hail core, so you're probably seeing some quarter-size hail potentially with this. Maybe some gusty winds, but I think a lot of it, gusty-wise, is going to be off to your east as you get towards Beach Hill and Frankenwig area right here along Interstate 65. Again, your tornado threat is pretty low right now. I think the best chance of a tornado is going to be down here towards Prospect, the southeast part of Giles County, and towards the Elkton area as well.
Real quick.
But there's still, go ahead.
Frank Ewing.
Thank you for, thank you again. just because, just exactly what Ben did, I'm telling all the viewers out there who are watching.
I want to clarify real quick. Taylor is from Huntsville.
I'm from Huntsville. I'm from this area.
Big city boy. Big city boy.
Big city boy. But there's a lot of these communities out here that, they have that unique name, uniqueness that I love everything about it. So again, if I mispronounce that name, feel free to make sure I'm corrected on social media. I'm not going to take any, heat from it. That's
NWS Huntsville. According to Giles EMA, Josh is saying that. Hang on. He says that. Oh no, per NWS Nashville, there's a confirmed tornado into Giles.
All right. Well, that makes sense with this. So again, I think everybody understood what I was getting at. Feel free to make sure I understand what the right pronunciation is. I'm not going to take offense to it. I want to get it right. So then it looks like it's going to be right on top of Prospect. Is that where it is?
Yeah, we've been kind of.
To my eyes, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and we're really starting to see that inflow kind of ramp up here.
This is right here.
Where it would be was it would kind of. I'll tell straight here a little bit. You'll get that fold in here, punch back in here, and look right exactly where that is, right there in the Prospect area.
Yep.
This area knows it's tornadoes because last year, May 8th.
It looks even more vibrant on radial velocity.
On radial velocity? All right, let me switch to that. And wow,
yeah,
you can
exactly,
really see
right
that those features I was talking about, the punch coming in, inflow coming in there, and those will conglomerate probably in Prospect or just north.
Do we have a CC on it?
Let's go here. So there's. That's in the clear air right now, you see?
Yeah.
But as that wraps around, I bet you we'll have to keep a close eye on that.
All right, let's go in. Let's look at some roads here.
Sure.
Again, this looks like it's a confirmed tornado here in southern Giles County, Popular Hill and Prospect right now. This is Prospect Road that runs all the way from Elkton down towards the small town of Prospect. Popular Hill Road right towards the Popular Hill community. This is Liberty Road right here that meets Prospect Road. And that goes all the way back towards the north right here. This is it Venta Mill?
Yeah.
Venta Mill right here on the north side of Prospect Road. And then as you get further towards the east, you'll have Elkton Pike right here that goes right through Elkton. That's Highway 31.
Here's Briar Patch Road, and that connects to Witt Road. And then here's the bridge, by the way.
Yep,
I know
right
Elkton very well. And there's the Matt Garner River access area right there. And the courthouse, of course, in downtown. Elkton's pretty small, but that's moving right towards that general area at the moment. You got something, Fred?
Jessica Camuto is saying there's a CC drop over Salem around 11:15. What's
Just
up?
a heads up that even when Chase interjects, I'm going to keep him off camera and not the double box.
Yep,
You're
sure.
double box with the Ardmore Skycam up there,
Okay.
so we can keep an eye on that just
All
in
right,
case.
perfect. So it looks like there might have been a CC drop near Salem.
It might have been.
I don't know what Salem she's referring to.
Let me check over here real quick just to make sure I didn't miss anything.
She said around 11:15, so I imagine it's probably going to be
There
one
it
of
is.
these.
Maybe.
Let's roll back and just kind of investigate. So here we are, 11:15ish. I guess she's probably referring to this.
Oh, that's right on top of, that's close to where that's at.
That
yes.
might have been because you do see
Yeah,
that.
because there's Salem right there, right
Yeah.
along 99. So that is.
It's just, I see why she saw that. It's a little tricky to say, but the fact that it kind of lines up with that couplet is enough to say, okay, that might have been something
Go
there.
CC real quick.
Yeah, because it lines up perfectly there. See?
That's a that's a debris signature. So that was when it was on the ground here. I think it lifted as it moved just to the east of Salem, but then you have a redevelopment of a new circulation here, and there's still something on this back side. So there might still be a tornado on the ground here just to the north of Elkmont. We might have two tornadoes on the ground here. There's something right here.
Okay, so I think
That's still kind of clear air a little bit, but it's very close.
New tornado warning for, I think it's going to be northern limestone. And for those of you just outside of the area, this also includes portions of Lincoln County and Madison County as well.
All right.
Oh yeah, that goes all the way to like North Harvest and that kind of area.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's back things out because I know my wife's watching. We have a home that's down there in Harvest, so let's back things out. Let's turn on reflectivity. So again, this is that new tornado warning in effect for northern Limestone County. You've got pretty much all of Lincoln County and Moore County. They did the entire county here. So all of that going up to Lincoln and Moore, and down here a very small sliver of Madison County. This is north of Hazel Green. This is north of Harvest. This is close to the Tony community. This includes Taft. And this is going to be, again, that very far extreme northern Madison County here. This is north of Huntsville Executive Airport, which is down here in Meridianville. This is going to be just north of Hazel Green, but this is going to impact that kind of, I'm blanking on the name there. They call it kind of that lottery mile, I think is what it is, or something that's right here. Chase, if you actually remember what...
I know what you're talking about.
Right there along the Tennessee state line where you actually go and you actually have your lottery tickets. So again, this is for that new tornado warning, but we're watching this back end right here. Go back into the Elkmont. I'm curious about what that one is, and then we'll go back into the one that's in Giles County. I don't want to miss something that's right here that looks like there could be a tornado here that's near Elkmont. There could be right here. You have that little finger, see, Chase, that kind of moves in right here.
I definitely see that, and it being kind of unimpeded from the south gives you reason to kind of get a little concerned. I tell you what, though, I'm sorry to distract from that, but that hook up there is getting pretty pronounced.
That's going to be your main show right here.
But this, I'm looking here. I have the southern one actually as the focus on my radar scope here, and I do think.
They're saying they're covering multiple broad rotations with the tornado.
Yeah, and this is one of them. And actually, Fred mentioned this. It's a little more pronounced on the radial velocity.
Right
you can
here.
see that how it punches out. In fact, it's kind of useful in that sense. So there's one, and then here that is wrapping. I'm telling you, that's
looking good right here.
Yeah, that's wrapping in right now.
Just about to cross Highway 31.
Yep. And I know exactly where this is. There's a gas station here, a storage facility right here, and then it bends up here. I got pulled over here actually not too long ago.
Well, that's where you have that beginning of that 45 mile per hour zone. If you're making your way down towards Elkton, you have that little bit of that opening right there, that welcome to Elkton
downhill
sign. Go down the hill right there. So that's exactly where this tornado is crossing. Like you mentioned, there's a little bit of that storage place down here.
And you've got Elkton Methodist Church too, right in there as well.
Yeah, that's right next to the City Hall. Yeah,
I just called their pastors. So
if you were affected by the May 8th EF2 near Prospect and Elkton, it's very close to there.
Yeah, that's a good kind of historical landmark, so to speak. The last year, like I was saying there earlier too, this area knows their tornadoes. So if you were affected by that, you're probably going to be affected by this one as well. So go ahead and take those tornado precautions.
Yep, take your tornado precautions right there, and that's looking a lot better. Sometimes that could even end up being a tornado right here. That little bit of that bright and kind of dull green.
Right there. Yeah, and that's
right where you would kind of suspect one too. There is a little bit of CC drop that's kind of seems like it's in kind of the inflow kind of right there.
Yeah, it's sort of right there on the precipice like earlier with the one down by Salem, but that also looked like pretty stout. So let's just go ahead and treat this like a tornado on the ground, because signatures like this, just like earlier, usually end up producing.
All right, let's do a back out from just to do a storm track. I want to take.
I'll go from the hook here.
Go from the hook and go out. But
we're getting some really serious structure on the Ardmore cam right now.
That's good. You're going to be looking. I don't know where you're looking on the Ardmore cam, but there is a possible shelf.
We're looking
right
northwest up into that rotation.
Okay, you're probably looking at the wall cloud at that point. That's very ominous.
We're
you have that double boxed. All right, I'm going to call out these names. We can take that camera full. So if you live in Elkton right now, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Wheelerton, 1140. Delrose, 1143. Taft, 1147. Boones Hill, 1154. Bellevue, 1157. Fayetteville, right after midnight. And Howell as well. That's further into Lincoln County here. That's technically out of our viewing area, but I know that we have a ton of people that still watch us over here in Lincoln County and parts of Madison County as well. Take me full on the Skycam, because I'm very curious to see what.
Okay, we're
kind of in heavy blockage with how it's installed on the tower.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see that. I see the.
Drew is saying that's a wall cloud southwest of Ardmore.
Okay.
Looking southwest.
The thing that I was saying is that I think that might have been power flashes. The thing I was saying is, if you look at the radar presentation, that looks like it should be a shelf cloud at that point, because you have this Boeing segment.
Yeah, right here. So if we're looking down, I will say also looking down there, that might be this area that we were keeping an eye on. So that is also kind of a point to that favor. But I think with that RFD punching out, we're seeing that shelf cloud moving.
More of a shelf cloud down here, but that's interesting. Right there. So again, I think that's what you're looking at in Ardmore right now from the Skycam. You're under that tornado warning, and along with Pinedale, you need to be in your shelter right now if you live in the city of Ardmore. If you live in Pinedale, if you live right along Highway 251 that works its way down from Ardmore down towards the east side of Athens. If you live in that area, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now, along with Maple Hill, Elkwood, the north side of Tony here in northern Madison County. So again, I think what you're looking at from the Ardmore camera is going to be a shelf cloud. Any wall cloud, I think, is going to be further off toward the northwest, like what Fred said. There's some blockage there, so I don't think we're going to be able to see that. The good thing I'm seeing, guys, and kind of correct me if you see something else from a different source, but it still looks like it's having a hard time getting itself organized.
Yeah, it keeps wanting to. It keeps getting right up there onto the edge of it, but we keep seeing these punches out with this RFD.
That is officially out of view of any of our cameras now at this point.
Yeah, as we start to move out of Giles County here shortly. Not yet. It's moving over 65 right now, but very soon this will be moving out towards Lincoln County in due time. But we still do have. I see what you mean, though, Taylor. You're right. We're starting to see it. You know, the RFD is kind of dominating and that kind
pushing in right here.
Yep, makes it more of a damaging wind threat as opposed to, immediately a tornado. But I still actually would suspect that over the next few minutes, we need to watch for tornado development, if not already, because with that punch, if the inflow matches the outflow, you got yourself a tornado. And I really do think this is one of those cells that could do it, if anything, because it already has done it, right?
It's done it multiple times, at least.
Multiple times. So here's a new scan coming in.
I have you a regional view set on 3.
Oh, on Link 3? Yes. Okay, good. That'll be good for a reset here in a minute because behind it looks like we're doing pretty good too.
That's a little suspicious to me. That up here, that shows me damaging winds. You've got inflow coming in. You've got a little bit of some forward movement. That kind of looks more like it's kind of coming out.
Yeah.
As opposed to an actual potential tornado signature. But this one is a little interesting right here, right in here.
Yeah, I see. There. Yeah, where you get that maximum surge, that's where you'll probably get that rotation. And I agree with that. That's
what does it look like on reflectivity? It's kind of in a little spot where you kind of suspect it.
Yeah, it's on the southernmost side of the supercell, so that would be in a relatively more favorable spot there. Probably. Wow, I'll tell you what.
That's
hail. Yeah, Elkton.
Yeah.
I was chasing on May 8th, and we got a lot of hail in Elkton, and that's probably a similar situation now down there.
All right, let's do what Ben suggested. Let's go to Links 3.
Take a regional view here.
Regional view. We did that a little bit ago, so let's do it one more time. Again, we still have that active tornado warning here for northern Limestone, southeastern Giles, all of Lincoln and more, and then the far northern sliver, of Madison County. It does not include Huntsville, Madison, Harvest. It does not include Meridianville. It does not include Newmarket. It does not include any part of southeastern Madison County. This is the far northern part of Madison County. Back towards the southwest, there's a lot of rain. There's a lot of heavy rain. I said rain already. There's a lot of lightning. There's a lot of thunder. There's nothing severe with this. All the severe threat right now is with this supercell that's working its way across Interstate 65 right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning up north of Manchester towards McMinnville that is out of our viewing area. What does it look like back to the southwest if you're able to switch that?
Real quick.
Yeah, I'll switch you to GWX.
Switch you to GWX, go back down to the southwest. Again, the good news with that is you see that line right here? That is that outflow boundary. It's kicking off storms off to the east, but they're struggling to really get organized, so that's good news. The only other instance of severe thunderstorms is going to be down here north of Jackson, Mississippi.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that.
That's where that outflow finally meets back in, so this is actually what we consider surface-based, so that's where you're going to have your severe weather risk. As we go throughout the remainder of the night, I'm really hoping that this ends up just laying down here and we end up just killing any severe weather risk for the remainder of the night, because if we don't, it could end up being a potential long night for us, because this is not going to go through until we get to the wee hours of tomorrow morning, and we're already close to that midnight hour, and we have a long way to go. So hopefully this continues to do what it should do, which is kind of lay out a little bit, and you're going to just get overrunning rain, and now we're going to shift from a possible severe weather tornado episode to more of a flash flooding heavy rain event. So hopefully that's the case. But again, we're still watching things very closely here. That's kind of a brief overview. Again, we've talked about this tonight, and you'll hear us say this all the time. If we're not talking about you, that's a good thing. If we're talking about you, that is a bad thing. You need to be listening up very closely. You guys have anything on kind of that broader perspective before we go back into that supercell?
I think the flooding points were palpable because of how much rain's behind it. I'll tell you what, too, a very electrical rain mass behind it, even just the light rain.
A lot of elevated instability.
Yeah, a lot of elevated instability back there. But otherwise, yeah, I think the flooding threat is the big concern, starting to become a really big concern further northwest, where those watches are starting to get canceled outside of our area.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, still got this tornado warning here for Giles County. And I'm looking at the signature here. I'll flip you back to links 2. So we're looking at that supercell feature, and it's still kind of absorbing stuff in from the bottom there. And I reckon, here, I'll tell you what, I'll throw up velocity, and
it's still trying. I'll give it that. It's still trying, but it's ended up being more like a shear line.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. And I will note this is now into Lincoln County at the moment. And I know we actually have a few people who watch in Lincoln County, so we're going to be talking Taft, Bellevue, 231, the Lottery Mile there. I know exactly where you're talking about.
Lottery Mile, that's what it is, yeah.
As soon as you cross the state line, you see every time the lottery is being drawn, dozens of cars at the gas stations there. So I know that stretch there pretty well. That's where we're going to be talking over the next 15, 20 minutes. But I'm starting to think that Elkton, give it 5 to 10 minutes, and then you're probably in the all clear. Ardmore as well, maybe another 10 minutes, stay in your safe place, and then that's going to lift off to the north and east as far as the rotation is concerned there into Lincoln County. And Madison County, by the way, because that's a big population center, so we do want to kind of talk about that just a little bit, as well as Limestone County here. It looks to me like the core of that rotation is just north of the state line. It's not north enough to where I'd say, Elkwood, you're fine, don't worry about it. I would stay in my shelter there as this continues to push east there, and especially with this structure, you're too close for comfort, right? So heed that warning there for sure. But we're starting to slowly see this push out of our area over this next few minutes, and I like what I see behind it so far with everything getting undercut and elevated. Let's hope that trend continues.
Yep, I don't know about you, but I would love to be able to see that this is the last warning that we have to deal with tonight.
Oh, believe me, I'm not wishing for more.
I'm not wanting more. We've had more than enough of our share already tonight with a potentially significant tornado that went through downtown Florence. And there's a chance that there still could be a tornado at some point with this supercell. Again, it is now moved out of Giles County. This is fully in Lincoln County now. There's still this little tail end right here near Pinedale that we'll just have to watch. That's an extreme northeastern portion of Limestone County. But even it looks like that, the best rotation with that is now going to be firmly in southwestern Lincoln County. Elkwood, Maple Hill, north side of Tony. Give it just a little bit longer here in Madison County. I think the warning here that goes up towards Plevna and the northern part of Hazel Green, I think will probably end up being trimmed back to where it's just Lincoln County now in the warning. But again, for just the immediate term, for the next kind of 5 minutes, that Pinedale, Ardmore, Elkwood, Taft area, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. But again, if you're in parts of northern Limestone County, this is now moving out and going into Lincoln County. If you're in northern Madison County, same thing, this is moving out and moving into southern Lincoln County. So I think the tornado risk with this, at least for Limestone and Madison counties, is getting very, very low right now as that starts to move on off to the east. What you got?
I think we can clear the tornado threat for Giles, Limestone, and for
I was about to say the exact same thing.
Because it is exactly just now moving into that southern Lincoln County area.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
And we got 2 more minutes on the warning.
It's going to expire here shortly anyways. And
they just expired it too.
Oh, perfect timing.
For Limestone.
Yeah. And I was looking at that too, that we do have some reports of trees down in Anderson, which would square well with how that track came over earlier. So
I think you definitely had a tornado there.
Yeah, I would definitely contend that. Of course, surveys will reveal the big picture, right? But I think it's very likely indeed that we saw a tornado through there. Maybe not just one. I
think we had several.
I would agree with that. I absolutely agree.
So let's do this real quick. Now that this is kind of moving out of our viewing area, let's do a quick reset, back things out, just make sure we're not missing anything that is. They will expire in a minute. Good. So that will make our viewing area completely warning free here in a matter of minutes. So again, it's right now getting up towards 11:45. Let's go in, Chase. Let's kind of do some radar investigating here. Let's take a look at this.
I'll go to GWX real quick. There you go.
That is near Cortland. I want to see it. That kind of has it looks more damaging wind potential, but I want to make sure that we're not missing any potential rotation on the backside. There is a little bit of rotation on the backside there. That's really close to where that boundary is draped. So I think what we've seen, this could easily start to spin up again because it's on the boundary. But right now, I don't see anything that is showing, huge tornado potential. I know you're probably, if you're going to look at that other kind of source over there to see exactly what it looks like.
Read my mind. We were just going to, because it has a better view kind of into it. We have other sources. I'll tell you another really good source. The Bankhead government project has a lot of radars down there too. Yeah, we don't. It looks like it's behind the boundary here as of right now. Yeah, it looks as such. But
I imagine it's close.
Yeah, it's very, very close. I think right about now we will start looking at OBS sensors across the area to see exactly where that boundary is, because a mile makes or breaks the difference between a severe weather threat here and more of a flooding threat there. But all things considered, I don't see anything that screams. And by the way, I do want to note, look how little lightning there is with these.
Yes.
So I don't think these updrafts are the most robust right now, as they say were earlier, when they were kind of a little more coupled with that boundary.
And then, given the motion of those storms behind the boundary, I don't think you're going to see them catch up to it and try to cross back over.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You had more of a northeast instead of eastward motion to try to get back onto it.
Yeah, and you can see that over the last couple of hours, how we've seen that development, and you can actually exactly see that northeast motion, where you're not really going to, because you got to think about it, the boundary's moving perpendicular to that more so than anything else. So I think we're getting into a good spot here. I think we're getting in a good spot here.
I think we're going good now. Go to GWX and just, I know you are still looking at it. I just want to
let's take a look down here.
Focus it on my eyes just to see if if we're missing anything. Go to velocity real quick. This is that cell that's near that's all wind.
Yeah, that's just storm relative. So if you go here,
that's just still all wind, and I'm not seeing anything. And again, your next warning is back down towards Jackson.
Yeah.
Near Kosciuszko.
Let me let's kind of see the motion of that. It's kind of moving generally this direction, but
Kosciuszko, I should say, not Kosciuszko.
But you can see that boundary there. You can definitely extrapolate to where that connects. But I like what I see as far as how fast that's pushing out.
Yep.
That's probably going to overtake these little cells soon.
I was going to say, we'll have to watch the little cells, but again, the boundary will probably move quick enough to where the cells develop, and then they'll immediately get behind it. They'll just get undercut by it.
That's what I'm hoping for.
And they won't, the atmosphere is not ripe to where you'll get an immediate storm that develops and it just immediately pops a tornado. The environment is not favorable for that. The only way you're getting tornadoes tonight are for storms that have actually matured and grown and they've gotten deep and they're able to produce those tornadoes. This is not going to be a situation where a storm immediately pops up within about 5 to 10 minutes it produces one. So that boundary is going to quickly undercut it if that storm doesn't move fast enough, and they most likely won't. So let's do a storm track real quick. I want to kind of do two. Let's do one that's with this batch right here.
All right, I'll switch
that will move to the east.
HTX for you.
And again, this is not for any tornado potential, but this, at least in the near term, but this is going to be more of a damaging wind, possibly if the storms catch up to that boundary. But most of this is going to be heavy rain and some gusty winds. So Gypsy around 1150, Lawson 1151, along with Fish Pond, Cartwright, Blackburn at 1152, Shallowbeach Springs at 1153, Moulton at 1157, Athens at 1158, Elkmont at 1158, Tanner 1159. What's up?
Cleveland Springs.
Cleveland was.
I'll tell you what, that is one of the most notorious counties. I've heard Shallowbeach, I've heard what you said. I mean, I've heard all sorts of stuff. Cleveland, it definitely doesn't look like Cleveland.
It doesn't look like it. What did I say? Shallowbeach? Whatever
it doesn't matter. You were at Moulton.
You know what it is.
Yeah, Moulton at 1157. There's
Moulton
where you were.
Moulton 1157, Elkmont 1158, Tanner, Trinity right around midnight, along with Caddo, Piney Chapel, Orville around 1204, and Thatch around 1204 as well. Again, this is not for anything severe, but this is just that next batch of heavy rain and storms that moves through, some gusty winds, maybe upwards of 30 to 35 miles per hour. But again, we're switching now from a tornado risk for our area to more of a flash flooding threat, but we're still going to have to watch for any isolated instances of maybe damaging winds, or one of these cells just happens to latch back onto that boundary, and then you start having more issues with tornado potential with this. But I am very happy to say that after about, 3 hours?
Something like that.
That we have no active tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings for our area. Giles County, you're clear. Limestone County, you're clear. Everybody west of 65, you are clear right now. The only active warning is just now west of our area. This is Lincoln County and far northern Madison County, but that's going to be trimmed back to the Lincoln County line here soon. It also includes Moore County. So if you know anybody in the city of Fayetteville, you need to be making sure that they're in their tornado safe spot right now. If you live in Lynchburg, if you live up towards Tullahoma, you need to be in your safe spot right now as well. Mulberry, Fayetteville, Flintville, Taft, Boonsville, I think you're kind of on the northern side of this. Howell, Belleville, you need to be in your safe spot right now, along with Kelso right here on the eastern side of Fayetteville as US 64 goes to the east side of the city there. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now, along with Flitville and Elora. Elora, you're going to be on the southern end of this thing, but it's going to be very close to you. And then again, if you are in Franklin County, just watch this because it's coming down your pipe here soon, but hopefully it doesn't do anything overly significant. And if the good thing is, even with that, there's that boundary, Chase.
Oh, sorry, yeah, right when you say, yeah, I see that as well.
There's that boundary.
Yep.
Right here. So I think it's starting to kick it out far enough to where it might struggle to get back on it.
I would agree with that. And you can see that stuff, much like what we were seeing with GWX, that stuff just right ahead of the boundary.
So
kind of popping up,
forcing it up, so you know exactly where it's at.
Yeah, that's a really helpful indicator there of, in the summer, for example, we start to see those updraft with outflow boundaries. Getting a couple reports here from
Gillespie.
Okay, so Gillespie here in
Gillespie Road.
In 5 Points. So this is in Lawrence County. So we got trees down across the roadway on 92 Gillespie Road here in 5 Points. Ripped power lines, 40-foot tree and power lines in fields. So
that's
probably
a tornado.
Yeah, I would bet you. I mean,
that's a tornado.
Yeah, I mean, that sure sounds tornadic to me.
You know what they say? If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck.
Indeed,
so
yeah.
I think that's a tornado right there.
And we were tracking that there, so that definitely squares with what we were seeing there. But I'm kind of looking over here. I'm not seeing too many other reports as far as damage where we were looking. Of course, it's nighttime and there are still thunderstorms, so it's not too surprising. People are probably not going to want to go out and say,
especially
hey,
with it being 11:51.
11:51, there's a lot of lightning out there. When thunder roars, go indoors. That's good advice, period. So don't be going looking for any damage right now, and don't do that ever. Whenever we get damage reports, don't go, I need to go take a picture of that.
Yeah.
You don't want to be doing that. Don't be a rubbernecker. But let's.
Are there any before we kind of go back to programming, because again, there's no warnings here. I know that we kind of need to catch our breath. Is there anything report-wise that you're able to get from the Florence area? I know that we've heard of anything beyond that, but what exactly are y'all hearing from Florence?
I have seen increasing reports, including damage pictures in the northern Sheffield and Tuscumbia area, which supports the idea that there was either RFD damage south of the Florence tornado, or there was a second tornado south of the Florence tornado in the Tuscumbia Sheffield area. We've seen pictures of the railroad crossing gates at Montgomery Avenue being broken, and there are other damage reports through there as well. It could have been either or. It could have been the RFD, because that would line up perfectly with being south of the Florence tornado track, or it could have been something like maybe a spin-up tornado that formed on the RFD flank and then got absorbed into the mezzo later. That kind of thing. Almost
end up almost like a gustnado at that point if it was on the flank of it.
Yeah, sometimes they'll propagate when they occlude and they hand off. Sometimes you'll see them propagate northward up that RFD into the.
And it kind of looked like it did that.
Yeah,
that kind of would also explain why we saw two distinct areas of power flashes there earlier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what you got, Ben?
You see that?
Just getting a chance to open anything.
Oh, you got something over here.
Yeah, but we're not going to say that.
No, yeah, sure. Yeah, we're just kind of looking for more damage reports. We're not getting anything that's confirmable right now. Of course, you can stay with the Tennessee Valley Weather Team on our social media, and as we get those reports and can confirm them, that's one of the most important parts. If you have photo evidence, if we get it from reliable sources, EMAs, sheriffs like that, that's whenever we start to talk about it. But as of right now, as far as confirmable reports, we're not getting too much right now, which is kind of expected at night. So we'll definitely have those professional crews out there investigating more and more. So we saw those couplets. I would bet you we had a pretty significant tornado out there.
Yeah,
I would bet you indeed.
The fact that we're very close to midnight. Let's back it out. And again, that will give you all some time to kind of go through some damage reports so we can kind of chime in as we go. But again, our main focus is now shifting towards flooding. We're still watching these storms. There's still a lot of storms out there. So again, like what we mentioned tonight, if we're not talking about you, that's a good thing. If If we aren't talking about you, that's a bad thing. Right now, the only tornado warning that is on the board is east of our viewing area now. This is fully into Lincoln County, and it looks like there's still a very small sliver of Madison County. This is north of Hazel Green, north of New Market, right along the county line here and the state line. But most of this is fully in Lincoln County right now.
Yep.
We're still getting a lot of rain and storm development off to the south. But again, like what we've mentioned, Chase and everybody else is talking about it, we got that boundary out here. And right now that boundary is kind of pushed ahead of where those storms are. So that means those storms are elevated. They're not surface-based. So your main threat with those end up being gusty winds, heavy rain, maybe some small hail, but I'm not seeing any like big, robust updraft that does that. But we are getting a little bit more lightning here. Let's go into this Lawrence County. That could be the next one that if the Weather Service is going to pop a severe thunderstorm warning on, it might be that one. That one's kind of looking more impressive. You got a little bit of a hail core here, just to the west of Hatton and Moulton. You see that boundary right here. It's not really on that boundary too much. Let me put my finger right there. Go back to reflectivity. That's kind of, you're getting some inflow in there. What's back in here? A little bit of rotation,
yeah,
but
maybe.
That's behind the...
And you can see that patchy sort of velocity colors behind it.
Noisy.
That's whenever it gets noisier back there, it's kind of a sign it's behind the boundary. So I see that too, though. And
because some people will look at this, go back to velocity. Some people,
sure.
This is kind of like a little learning thing. Some people look at this and like, oh, well, there's bright red and green, tornado, 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 tornado. What Chase is talking about is you see how it kind of gets splotchy, but kind of, what I consider kind of like a wave pattern almost. You kind of get up and down motion with this. What that tells us is that is behind a front, or the storm is elevated, so you don't get a true good velocity look at it, because you just end up having a lot of turbulence, I guess is a good way to put it, Chase. Kind of like that.
It's essentially turbulence behind the front, and how we get refraction in the waves. That's a lot of science stuff.
Because you end up getting that inversion, so your beam kind of goes up and down, up and down, up and down.
So in an ironic way, like you were saying, that's actually a good sign whenever you start seeing that, as opposed to tornado there. Yeah. Not quite. That's actually even a better sign that you would prefer.
Because you would see that and be like, oh, well, that's bright red and green. But
context clues.
Yep. You see right here, that's where your boundary is located. So if there was going to be that bright red and green, you want to see it right along here, but you're not really seeing that. But there is still some good storm activity here. Again, like I mentioned, there is a little bit of a hail core that's here to the west of Moulton. So let's go ahead and do a storm track on that. If there is a little bit of some hail, again, we're going to try to get up towards midnight here, and then we'll kind of take a nice deep breath because there's no active warnings.
Whoops.
Well, I don't think it's going that way.
Yeah, stand by there. I was going to switch radar sites real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll
probably have some gusty winds with that too. That's a pretty good little line right there. That'll probably move off same speed, probably about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So this will move towards Moulton and Decatur. Again, this is not tornado warn, but this is a heads up for maybe some small hail, maybe some gusty winds. Oakville around 1209. Oh, geez.
Come on, you got this, Taylor.
It's been a long night.
Where are we looking?
Cleabit Springs. Cleabit Springs is where we're looking right now.
Trust me, I will try to lock that back in my memory. Cleabit Springs, 5 points at 12:10. Caddo at 12:15. Pumpkin Center at 12:15. Wolftown at 12:15. Hillsboro, Trinity, Basham, Fish Pond, all generally around 12:20 to 12:25. Flint City, 12:26. Decatur, 12:28. Along with Decatur Junction and Oroville, 12:30 to 12:33. Again, this is not tornadic. Had a big southern accent right there. Tornadic or damaging wind potential, but there is some gusty winds, a little bit of lightning, heavy rain, and some hail. Real quick, we're at 11:58. Then we'll kind of see if anybody else has any reports. Kind of go back down, see what's coming out of Marion County. Again, that looks just a big jumbled mess with just a lot of rain and storms. Your boundary's right through here. And now you're going to get another boundary that forms because you're having these storms develop along and ahead of it. So this just looks like it's becoming a big giant mess of rain and storms with not a real big severe weather potential, at least in the near term. We're definitely shifting more towards heavy rain, flash flooding, and again, that will continue for the next, I would say, several hours at least. I think the heaviest is now, and it will last for a bit. I think Florence, your heaviest, is probably done, along with Iuka, Savannah, up towards Waynesboro and Lawrenceburg. Again, north of that tornado warning, you've got some issues east of Nashville, but that's well out of our area. All of this has ended up being heavy rain and that flooding potential. Anybody have any other reports they want to pass along, because we're at midnight now?
We are going to have to work to confirm some things through official sources before it can possibly be reported, because there have been some troubling reports.
So is it safe to, sorry, let me ask this question, but besides getting specific, is it something that spells significant?
There are some troubling reports, is all I'll say at this time, and you can kind of read between the lines.
I'll read between the lines there.
Yeah, especially since we need to wait through official channels.
Sure. Yeah, and that's Florence, I'm guessing?
And it may be on the other side with the second one.
Okay.
Which we need to confirm. Okay. I was going to say, except for southern limestone, eastern Lawrence, Alabama, and then across Morgan, Alabama, I think the door is permanently closed for everybody else.
So you think it's all clear for Florence, Laredo, Lawrenceburg, everything literally west of this line?
Except for those 3 counties, I think it's done for the night.
I can see that too, because this is still, like we mentioned, it's right along that boundary. The boundary's just ahead of it. But if for some reason one of these storms decide to move a little bit further to the east and latch onto it, we're going to have some more problems.
I like how fast that's moving too. Notice how it's really starting to book it. And initially we were seeing indications, and we actually saw this on the model earlier, how it looked like it was kind of slugging its way northeast. But this right now, what we're actually seeing, not doing that. That's moving pretty quick. So that would actually help to further surge that line forward and clear out Limestone, clear out Lawrence, clear out Morgan over the next, we'll call it hour or two, as that continues to push further. But I definitely agree with Fred's assessment there that we're starting to see that taper off further north and west as far as the severe threat's concerned.
Yeah. All right, well, if you guys don't have any objection, I think we can toss it back to program and catch our breath.
Yep.
And I think we'll do... if it's okay, we'll do like one around. We'll do one.
We'll do 1 o'clock for our regularly scheduled.
Okay, that'll give us an hour to kind of catch our breath. And again, we'll be back on here in the moment's notice if there's any other severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. But the time is now 12:02. We've had multiple tornadoes. It looks like it's been reported here, not only in our eastern Mississippi counties, but around the shoals and even possibly parts of Lawrence County here in Tennessee and Giles County. So we got a lot to kind of digest behind the scenes. But again, until then, all of this, not severe. Any tornadic potential is off to our east now. We're getting into more of a heavy rain and flooding potential. But like I said, we'll be back on here at a moment's notice if there is a new warning that is issued. For Chief Meteorologist Fred Gossage, for Meteorologist Chase Wilson, along with Meteorologist Ben Luna, I'm Meteorologist Taylor Plott. Thank you for sticking with us here at the Tennessee Valley Weather Center for a very long night of severe weather. We're still watching things very closely, and we'll keep you advised.
You're watching the Tennessee Valley Weather Channel.